Meanwhile, a more personal skirmish unfolded. "Vivan will give me a baby," one voice proclaimed, echoing with a mix of hope and excitement. "Vansama, could it be true? To grant such a gift to this humble girl?" another inquired, eagerness clashing with disbelief. Vandalyu, the young leader at the center of this unconventional community, turned his gaze far away, curious about the animosity between these two ghoul women. "It's true," he mused, "though perhaps not in the way you're envisioning." Their debate stemmed from his plans to confront the low fertility issue troubling the ghoul race. "You're too familiar with Van," one woman accused sharply, "and you simply refer to him without adding Sama to his name," the other retorted, eyes narrowed in a reflection of ghoul-like intensity. Their ongoing feud had simmered since Vandalyu returned with Teria. Teria, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate herself with Vandalyu, had joined his entourage under the pretext of discussing strategies for an imminent battle. Her actions, however, did not go unnoticed. As she cradled Vandalyu during his afternoon nap, eschewed marriage's constraints, he was baffled by Bastia's intense ire towards Teria. Were it merely a sibling bond being tested, her fiery demeanor seemed inexplicably exaggerated. More perplexing still, why were these formidable women grappling earnestly over a mere child of 2 years? "Why not act your age?" one chided with matured scorn. "Oh, apologies. As a former human, I sometimes mistake my age for my appearance," retorted Teria, a hint of mockery in her voice. Her gaze flickered with jealousy. "I admire your years. Let me assure you, saggy they are not." Teria protested with heightened fervor, while Badya regarded her with serene confidence. Both bore proud, ample busts, yet Bastia's frame was a testament to vigor, her posture unwavering. "Musclehead," Teria snapped, attempting to pierce Bastia's composure. "Unbeknownst to you, Van appreciates strength," Badya replied smugly. "Well, perhaps it's more admiration than attraction," Vandalyu interjected, quietly musing about the allure of muscles. To him, they symbolized power, a means to transcend a life of subjugation. How marvelous they seemed, with the potential to transform one's fate. Amid their bickering, absent particularly muscled forms, Zadiri silently empathized, thinking, "Should try fitting my shoes, devoid of both muscles and a bosom." Vigoro, arms crossed, gave the appearance of contemplation, though his mind wandered elsewhere. Chiefs from other villages, respecting Teria's hierarchy, hesitated to interfere. "Bakken, you must intervene," suggested Saria, ensuring her presence while Sam, the carriage-bound spirit, could not. To become a nobleman, one must manage such affairs. Vandalyu sighed inwardly. His notion of nobility seemed poised for a radical shift. "Ah, the trials of noble romance appear universal," Saria reflected, recalling tales of noble households fraught with intrigue. There was a semblance of what he'd heard in Japan about the machinations within Edo Castle during the Edo period. Neither with practical diplomacy nor historical insight, he contemplated the spectacle before him, unearthing the comical yet poignant truth of timeless human, or ghoul, nature. Neither Badya nor Teria were his wife or mistress, yet Vandalyu could undeniably sense that their quarrel was rooted in him. Knowing he had to intervene, Vandalyu rose to his feet. "I'll resolve this after one of my crafted weapons claims the noble orc's head," he declared. "Yes, using the weapon I'll wield," Teria replied. Oddly, their bickering subsided the moment Vandalyu stood. "Well then, let's draft a plan to defeat the noble orcs," Vandalyu continued, pleased to utter those words without a hint of nervousness. They commanded an army of about 230 ghouls alongside Vandalyu himself. With the powerful magic items Vandalyu crafted and the equipment designed by Teria, they were superbly equipped. Though fewer in numbers, their gear far surpassed that of the noble orcs' forces. No matter how many orcs, goblins, and kobolds gathered under the noble orcs' banner, they lacked the wit to improve their equipment similarly. However, superior equipment alone might not bridge the gap in numbers and strength. Vandalu considered mass-producing golems and undead. Unfortunately, in the forest, stones for formidable stone and rock golems were scarce, dismissing that plan. Additionally, low-tier undead from slain monsters were of little use against orcs, and while creating more living armors was an option, it seemed more beneficial to equip the ghouls with armor instead. The strategy is clear. Vandalu addressed them decisively. "We'll take the offensive." Everyone nodded in agreement. Facing a sizable disadvantage in both numbers and strength, their best chance lay in a preemptive strike. The orcs, embodying the enemy's might, were exceptional chargers, wielding superhuman strength. Only humans with robust fortifications stood a chance to withstand such foes. The wooden palisades around the ghoul village would crumble almost immediately under attack. Yet, orcs, ill-suited for defense, would struggle to hold their ground when besieged. Vandalu revealed his reconnaissance efforts. "We know the enemy positions well, thanks to my undead insects. Here's the map, crafted painstakingly." Although the insects' compound eyes lacked precision, they sufficed for discerning the building's layout. The ghouls murmured in awe at the map, drawn with dyes on animal hide. "A map? What's this square?" "Van, you're incredible, drawing maps for us." "Van-sama, ghouls don't usually use maps. You might need to elaborate." Vandalu, in silent dismay over the cultural gap between humans and ghouls, could only sigh at the efforts he invested in creating the map. To simplify matters, Vandalu employed his golem transmutation to mold an earth golem from the pit dwelling's ground, forming a detailed model of the noble orcs' village. This masterpiece left the ghouls gasping with admiration. "If only you had done this from the start," someone suggested gently. "Yeah," Vandalu replied, a tinge of sorrow in his voice. "Astonishing. I've never witnessed such precise earth element magic. This model is much clearer than the map, Van." With his audience clearly favoring the model, Vandalu resolved to skip the arduous task of drawing maps and instead create models henceforth. Moving on, he continued, "The enemy's village is encircled by log walls with 2 gates, one to the west and east, and watchtowers at each. In the north, south, east, and west, these towering structures stand, manned by goblins or kobolds. The orcs, with their imposing, heavy bodies, are unlikely to find joy in scaling such heights. The average orc is a towering 2 meters, their massive bodies weighing well over 100 kilograms even before you count their armor and weaponry. Perhaps it's not just that they avoid climbing. The towers themselves may simply be incapable of bearing such weight. Typically, their constructions are wooden, which suggests we should avoid using fire as much as possible. The risk? A blaze may claim the lives of the captive women before we can reach them. Within the orc village, over 100 female ghouls and several female adventurers are imprisoned, used as mere playthings. For the orcs, these women are essential, the mothers to future offspring, yet it's doubtful they'd risk their hides in battle to save them. The orcs might even use them as hostages. "And what actions shall we take with the human women?" came Vigoro's query. "We'll rescue them too," Vandalu replied, resolved but pragmatic. "Once they're safe, we can decide their fate." To both Vandalu and the ghouls, these female adventurers were foes. Gratitude might not follow their liberation, and from their perspective, they might only see their captors as changed from orcs to ghouls. Some might flee in the ensuing chaos. Others, in worst-case scenarios, might even turn on their rescuers. Yet, weighed down by the orcs' maltreatment, their movements would likely be limited. Vandalu's goal wasn't just altruistic. He aimed to leave as few reasons as possible for any future reincarnators, those cheaters, to target him. So, on Vandalu's cue, we'll storm in, secure the women, and then slay the orcs until they scatter. Agreed? In the end, they are but beasts bound by fear. Slaughter enough orcs and the goblins and kobolds are sure to flee, someone agreed. Only the orcs submit completely to the noble orcs' command, another noted. The group knew well how these monstrous leaders reigned through terror, yet a greater fear could disrupt them. Even though orcs would stay loyal to their noble kind, targeting them would send the underlings fleeing. The ghouls needed orcs to remain. for if they scattered and rebuilt elsewhere, the cycle of conflict would be endless. And we should aim to defeat the troublesome noble orcs. With Vandalu's support, Vigoro suggested, confident he could stand toe-to-toe with an orc noble a couple of ranks up, so long as Vandalu supported him. Until the ruling noble orc reveals themselves, Vigoro and Zadiris will command. We'll strike swiftly, then retreat, Vandalu ordered. Most unkingly, yet it plays to your strengths, boy, an elder noted thoughtfully. Prepare undead scouts and means to communicate, for none amongst us can hear the words. Under the shadow of an impending clash, plans were laid, strategies crafted, and hope kindled amongst those who dared defy the monstrous dominion. In the eerie stillness of the moonlit night, only the flutter of wings disturbed the silence. The undead insects, spectral guardians of a mysterious realm, glided through the air with an unholy grace. Yet, amidst the dark forces, there stood Vandalu, newly crowned as the Ghoul King, a title he wore more as a caution than a command. For truly, he lacked the skill to lead an army, preferring instead the art of cunning hit-and-run tactics. "Be wary, Van," came a voice filled with concern. "Your life isn't yours alone to risk. Indeed, for the sake of the ghoul children, my life extends beyond just myself," Vandalu replied with resolve. "There are dreams yet unfulfilled and missions still calling, so I vow to tread carefully." His mind brimmed with ambitions. Mastering the alchemical arts, resolving the ghoul's waning birth rate, crafting walnut and acorn misos, and creating arcane devices like a fridge powered by the demon light spell. Beyond these aspirations loomed the pressing need to traverse to the Orbomb Kingdom, each task a step towards the moment he could revive his beloved Darcia and exact his vengeance. "There are countless reasons to persevere and not lay down my life here. And so," he declared to his comrades, "we'll set forth in 3 days." With determination etched into the air, a swarm of buzzing filled the atmosphere. A myriad of insects, spirits bound in undead forms, took flight, riding the winds ever eastward. Rhinoceros beetles, dragonflies, and ladybirds danced in eerie ballet, heedless of their natural predator-prey dynamics, united under Vandalu's spectral command. Their mission: to locate a new devil's nest, anticipating a potential retreat for the ghouls, and to map out the path for Vandalu's eventual journey over the eastern mountains. Through day and night, the swarm journeyed, some succumbing to avian hunters or rival insects of the living world. Yet the remaining pressed on. They navigated treacherous cliffs that jutted up like daggers and traversed hills thick with voracious plant life. And then, amidst the unknown wilds, they halted before a monolithic stone wall, so massive it seemed part of the mountains themselves. Cracks marred its ancient visage, fragments crumbling into the earth below. Here, the insects flitted, scouting the area with tireless precision, before finally settling into positions along its rough surface. Mission accomplished, they awaited their master's call, poised to remain unwavering sentinels until the moment arrived to herald his next move. Their unwavering presence spoke of the unyielding promise they shared with Vandalu, to continue until his destiny was fulfilled. In the serene, moonlit expanse of the orc village, ruled with an iron fist by the noble orc Bugin, the night stewed in a deceptive tranquility. But upon closer inspection, the air was fractured by the haunting cries of captive ghoul women and female adventurers. These chilling echoes were routine, as were the ruthless executions carried out by Bubobio, one of Bugin's sons, against goblins guilty of minor offenses. Such happenings had become so commonplace that they barely stirred the villagers. Perhaps these were the signature sounds of their so-called peaceful nights, nights devoid of any monstrous threat looming on the horizon. Indeed, in Bugin's village, tranquility was the norm rather than the chaos of unexpected invasions. In this village, constructed boldly on open ground as a testament to their strength, high-ranking monsters reigned supreme. Unlike their weaker counterparts like goblins and kobolds, who preferred to dwell hidden beneath the earth's surface, these monsters had no fear of external foes. The world of fiends, born of the demon king and malevolent gods, was one without the luxury of harmonious coexistence. Cannibalism was not unheard of, but suicidal ventures against superior beings like the noble orcs were rare. Inferior creatures, sensing Bugin's formidable aura, instinctively steered clear of the village. Only the unwitting, unable to grasp this order of nature, dared challenge the village's defenses which included sturdy watchtowers manned by bow-wielding goblins and kobolds. "Jai," chattered one guard. "Hee-hee-hee," giggled another, as both lost focus. Their faith in the wall's resilience was absolute, its framework of intertwined logs standing 3 meters tall and more robust than it seemed, courtesy of the plant monsters known as Ents. This formidable barricade could shrug off an assault by a colossal mad boar, proving mightier than stone. Yet, rather than safeguarding this stalwart bastion, the goblins were more engrossed in anticipating their next indulgence from the orcs. An error on their part. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, an unexpected creak sliced through the night, unsettling the goblin guards atop the watchtowers. In a flurry of panic, they aimed their bows, yet no visible foe prompted their fear. Only the relentless creaking of the logs echoed against the night's silence. What sorcery was afoot? Suddenly, before the bewildered eyes of the goblins, the wall began to shift and shudder. With high-pitched wails and ghostly roars, each log transformed into a fearsome wood golem, disrupting the very defenses they were supposed to fortify. Jumbled cries erupted from the overwhelmed goblins as the sturdy towers crumbled beneath them, casting them to the earth below. In retrospect, their vigilance might have changed little against such an unforeseen assault. "The first stage is a success," Vandelue murmured, surveying the newly animated barrier now under his control. Crafting these wood golems proved more challenging than transforming Ibigia's walls into rock golems. Yet his enhanced skills in mana control and golem transmutation led to success. "They're just wood golems," he noted modestly. Zadiris, clad in battle garb adorned with feathers and wielding a staff, replied, "Yet you spared us time and struck from all angles. It's a commendable start." Indeed, her words rang true. Had their opponents consisted only of goblins and kobolds, victory might already have been theirs. A bellow from the village's core, "Bugoo," pierced the night, as the main battalion of orcs, fierce like feral boars rather than their porcine kin, erupted with fury unparalleled. Though the eerie transformation expends such an insignificant fraction of his vast magical reservoir was of no concern to him. His reservoir was a towering ocean where streams of power flowed continuously. As his fingers stretched out in ethereal tendrils, branching gently into the bodies of the nearby mages, he performed his unique symphony of magic. His spell of mana transfer, often dismissed as the most impractical trick in a magician's arsenal due to its inefficiency, became a mighty tool in Vandelue's hands. The efficiency of this spell depended on criteria such as the bond between the caster and the recipient, their mental compatibility, and even the mystical congruity of their races. In Vandelue's case, these conditions played a secondary role to his monumental mana reserves. Driven by his determination, streams of colorless mana surged forth. Typically, such magical energy from less experienced magicians would quickly dissipate into the ether. Yet Vandelue's mana was like a relentless tide that overwhelmed the natural inefficiencies, ensuring that his allies were always fueled for battle. Nervous laughter and soft gasps resonated around him as the magic took hold, a testament to the overwhelming sensation of receiving pure mana. These seasoned mages, accustomed to the ebb and flow of their own mystical energies, found their capacities suddenly, unbelievably amplified. Meanwhile, the battlefield roared with the fervor of combat. Vigoro, the towering ghoul warrior, stood at its center, a living storm of muscle and magic. His enormous battle axe gleamed with deadly promise, a gift from Vandelue imbued with magical might. He met the orc general, larger, more menacing than its brethren, head-on. A creature of brute strength, it should have been a match for any opponent. But Vigoro, strengthened by relentless training and the empowering spells of his allies, charged with the indomitable essence Vandalyu provided, swiftly overwhelmed the orc. The clash of weapons was deafening, an orchestra of violence that ended abruptly as Vigoro's shield crashed into the beast's snout, leaving a grotesque wreck. In the next instant, his axe cleaved through its torso, painting the ground with the remnants of its defiance. What once might have been a prolonged struggle concluded with unmatched swiftness and brutality. As the ghouls and their enchanted arsenal tore through the hapless orc ranks, Vandalyu's presence remained a constant, unseen force on the field. His mere proximity infused the combatants with unwavering resolve and tireless vigor, a living reminder of the overwhelming advantage his power bestowed upon them. With each orc that fell, with each victory claimed, the ghouls roared, their battle cries a tribute to the unstoppable march of power and strategy. In their eyes burned a fervent belief, fired by the winds of change that Vandalyu carried. A belief that they were not just participants in this battle, but harbingers of a new age in which their kind would rise to seize their destinies. And so, with every spell cast, every foe felled, the legend of Vandalyu, the master of the unyielding mana tide, grew ever larger, echoing through the annals of time as the winds whispered tales of his unfathomable power. In a world where mana flowed like a river, Vandalyu wielded it with the ease of a seasoned magician. To transfer 1,000 units of mana required 20,000 of his own. When he needed to transfer 10,000, it required a staggering 200,000. Yet, the richness of his mana reserves made him laugh at such transactions. It was, in his own words, a mystical version of burning money to create light. "Oh, young one," mused a nearby elder, "one cannot merely set fire to gold and silver, but enough of that. Everyone, unleash the mana the boy has granted you to your heart's content." "Understood. Let's go, team," one of the mages shouted, followed by an ecstatic, "I'm overflowing," echoed by another. Revitalized by fresh mana, the ghoul mages surged forward with renewed vigor, flanked by warriors protecting their advance. Vandalyu observed them, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes, before turning to his companion Sam, who waited dutifully at his side. "Now, we engage our hit-and-run attacks as planned. I leave the rest to you. Though you may not see them, I've attached familiars to everyone. If disaster strikes, call for me," Vandalyu instructed. "Understood," Sam replied confidently. As the Ghoul King, Vandalyu united his kin using the formidable power of the Death Attribute Charm skill, amplifying their strength with his strengthened followers' ability. Once battle commenced, his task was to execute swift, strategic assaults with the help of Sam. Unlike a traditional leader overseeing events from afar, Vandalyu's strength lay in his unique spellcasting prowess. His magic absorption barrier was key, neutralizing the orc mages, the most formidable of foes, by turning them into helpless bystanders. Their hit-and-run strategy, utilizing Sam's agility, was the most efficient use of his talents. Despite his royal status, Vandalyu relished the hands-on approach of combat. In countless tales, the protagonists who lead daring raids were often the heroes. How could he resist the call of battle? With spirit rekindled, he gave the command, "Sam, move out." "Certainly," replied Sam smoothly. The spirit horses neighed, propelling them forward with Rita, Saria, and Bone Man securely within the carriage. Bone Bear, Bone Bird, and others accompanied them, a formidable strike force primed to disrupt the noble orcs. For Bugin and his orc underlings, a surprise attack from the ghouls and their allies was a shocking turn of events. They believed such ambushes were their own specialty, something they wielded, not endured. Bugin took great strides to keep his presence hidden from ghouls and humans alike, which is why the guards were careless goblins and kobolds, hardly vigilant as the orcs indulged in their own lust or sloth. Rudely awakened by the thunderous march of wood golems and the panicked screams of goblins and kobolds, the orcs rushed into chaos. Instead of waiting for commands from their superiors, they resorted to instinct, fighting in disarray. An orc general, caught unawares outside the village, attempted to rally the troops but met a swift and brutal end at the hands of Vigoro. Panic seized the orc ranks, and as their masters were thrown into turmoil, any notion of coherent goblin or kobold action vanished. Many fell victim to the erratic blows of orcs' weapons in the ensuing pandemonium. In contrast, the crafty kobolds, a touch more cunning, soon established their bearings. They assembled into units led by kobold chiefs and mages, weaving through the invincible wood golems to flank the ghouls with cunning and guile. "Gah! Jai-oo!" they cried, charging into the fray. Yet, the ghoul shock troops met them with unmatched ferocity. The male ghouls, with their lion-like manes, charged on all fours like powerful gorillas, at a speed rivaling mounted cavalry, powered by their superhuman strength skill, making them a formidable sight to behold. "Yerwin!" the kobolds yelped in alarm, unleashing lone arrows in defense. To their dismay, these had little impact, for the ghouls were bolstered by Terria's craftsmanship and Terria's unrivaled armor, rendering them almost impervious to such feeble assaults. Moved with an ethereal agility that no ordinary creature could possess, protected by the light armor that didn't impede their swift movements and bolstered by the empowering spells of Zadiris and the other mages, the ghouls advanced relentlessly. They closed in on the kobolds, striking with their formidable claws, surgical in their precision as they sliced through the impediments, leaving none unscathed. Even the kobold chief, despite its bravado, fell swiftly under their assault. Their victory cries reverberated through the village, stained in the crimson of their foes. To the untrained human eye, they might have seemed nothing more than savage beasts. But to those who understood the battle language of the ghouls, their roars carried a noble message. "We've come to save you." They were valiant warriors on a quest, seeking their precious women amid the chaos. "Bakken, a group of goblins lies ahead," came the urgent call. "Push on," was the reply, resolute and commanding. "Certainly, I shall push through them," declared Sam, the coachman, with unshakable determination. A massive three-horse carriage, drawn by ethereal blue-white steeds, barreled into the heart of the orc village. This wasn't just any carriage. It was a chariot of war, fitted with spikes hewn from the fangs of monsters, engineered for offense. But what truly made it fearsome was Sam himself, his eyes glowing blood red, his face a spectral white-blue, and his grin feral and wide. The goblin soldiers and knights, fierce and vigilant, raised their spears and shields in a desperate attempt to halt this juggernaut. Yet, their efforts were futile. The carriage thundered on, a vessel of unstoppable force. Hooves crushed bodies, spikes shredded armor, and the wheels turned with merciless efficiency. Thanks to its reconstruction with robust end parts, it bore no marks of battle. "Ha ha ha ha. Such exhilaration, Bakken," Sam boomed with a twisted delight. "Father, try not to get too carried away," came a gentle reprimand. "Yay. Go, go," cheered Rita, caught up in the thrill. "Don't you get carried away too, Rita," came the cautious reminder. Under Terria's expert guidance, the ghouls had transformed Sam's carriage body into a masterpiece of warcraft, lavishly using materials from vanquished monsters. It was akin to a complex surgery, turning a human into a cyborg, without the luxury of anesthesia. Yet, for Sam, as long as the integrity of his carriage-like form was preserved, alterations up to a staggering 90% posed no issue. Vandalyu had often mended the broken bones of his allies, Bone Monkey among them, swapping out parts without much thought. However, he hadn't envisioned that such extensive modifications could be feasible, leaving him with a newfound respect for Sam's robustness. While Sam remained a rank 3 monster, the enhancements had dramatically amplified his combative prowess. "Bakken, a throng of orcs lies dead ahead." Sam sounded out another alert with precision. Before them loomed 3 massive orcs, their nostrils flaring aggressively, each wielding a weapon of deadly promise: a club, an axe, a spear. Like Sam, they were rank 3 beasts, and given their immense weight and power, they dwarfed their goblin counterparts. Their porcine heads crowned bodies layered in protective fat, beneath which lay formidable muscle, shielding their robust bones from harm. Arrows, endowed with Vandalyu's bloodshed enhancement spell, flew true but only succeeded in inciting the orcs' wrath. Though the enchantment should have siphoned away their vitality, the effects seemed negligible. Safety first, Vandalyu began, considering an evasive maneuver. Certainly, prioritizing safety, I will trample them, Sam declared with fearless abandon. It was outrageous, and yet before Vandalyu could voice protest, Sam accelerated. The orcs braced, determined to attack with their martial prowess, weapons poised to destroy both steeds and carriage alike. As club, axe, and spear collided with the horses, they were met not with solid flesh, but with the surreal sensation of slicing through liquid. The weapon's thrust carried them through the shimmering forms, leaving the orcs off balance and disoriented, wide eyes betraying their shock. Their moment of bewilderment became their undoing, as Sam intensified his speed, sending the orcs tumbling through the air, helpless against the momentum of his charge. To the outside world, the trio of blue-white horses pulling the carriage appeared deceptively ordinary. But they were facets of Sam's astral body, animated through his extraordinary spirit form skill, revealing their true nature as astral-type monsters. Sam's strike was a testament to the potency of such an unusual and haunting synergy in battle, as he and his spectral steeds moved as one, deftly navigating the perils ahead. Nothing but a chill running down his spine. Suddenly, a spectral, luminescent skull appeared above him, its eerie glow casting shimmering reflections across the battlefield. It floated like a celestial wraith, unseen by all but those it intended to haunt. Vandalyu, feeling the winds of control shift in his favor, focused his gaze on the emerging chaos. The lemure, with its malevolent eyes, locked onto the orc general and his knights. In the sky, Bone Bird relayed the unfolding drama below, elegantly swooping between the clouds, announcing their enemies' positions with an uncanny accuracy. A confident grin spread across Vandalyu's face as his army executed maneuver after flawless maneuver. Bone Bear rampaging through ranks, while Bone Wolf's toxic attack laid orcs low with each exhale, leaving them helpless for Bone Monkey's earth-shattering blows. The battlefront seemed like a carefully choreographed dance of destruction. Vandalyu, who was orchestrating this symphony of doom, was keenly aware of the battle tides and more so, the spirits whispering tales of their demise as they drifted toward him. He was undefeated, and the realization spawned an intoxicating wave of power washing over him. His army was none other than an extension of his will, finely honed to demolish all that stood against them. Yet, with a sense of impending mystery, a strong yet silent acknowledgement lingered in the air. They were still facing beasts whose true leaders had yet to uncloak themselves, the noble orcs. As Sam's haunting laughter filled the village, traversing streets rendered silent by the fierce encounter, Vandalyu marveled at the absence of his own forces' spirits within the ethereal realm. His troops, despite teetering on the brink of vicious conflict, emerged unscathed. But the real test of their mettle was soon at hand. The orc general, now frozen with dread beneath the skull's baleful gaze, hesitated. Vandalyu's strategy became achingly clear. Even within the chaos, the lemurs added a silent bite to the orchestrated cacophony of battle. Each flickering skull was a reminder, a precursor of doom, that allegiance to this enemy would soon be a memory. Charge! Vandalyu commanded once again, brimming with a steely resolve that carried the command's weight, sending Sam barreling forward without a sliver of doubt or hesitation. Sam's carriage was a war chariot, infusing fear into the hearts of those too blinded by hubris. The orc general, caught between a phantom skull and an inevitable charge, felt his confidence shatter, replaced by dread as Sam's orders rang loudly where they once beckoned despair. The earth defied civility in their advance, but in those telltale moments, Vandalyu's forces were untouchable, unstoppable. The echoes of their clash reverberated like a storm imprisoned within the whispered winds of victory yet to come. A shiver ran through the core of every soldier as a primal fear twisted their hearts. The leader, alongside his loyal followers, spun around with shields raised, ready to confront the lurking menace. Yet, there was nothing. The oppressive wave of bloodthirst had evaporated, leaving the orc general and his troops in bewilderment. They grunted, trying to make sense of the vanishing terror. Just then, Sam surged forward, catching them off guard. The orcs, renowned for their fierce charges and staunch defenses, were utterly unprepared for an attack from behind while their shields hung ineffectively at their sides. The orc general, formidable even amongst rank 5 monsters, struggled to rise, but his effort was in vain. "Sam, halt." Then reverse, came the cool command. "Certainly," Sam complied. Having rolled over the orc general, the wheels of the carriage whirred to a stop, only to rev back into motion, this time in reverse. The orc general was dispatched as the carriage bore down on him once more, disbelief frozen on his face, as if the concept of a reversing carriage defied his understanding. The lemure, invisible yet powerful, had flooded the senses of these creatures with a supernatural bloodthirst, an aura intense enough to cause heart palpitations in the frail. It didn't engage in physical attacks. Its impact was purely psychological, a gnawing dread that disrupted even the most focused warriors on the battlefield. For those attuned to the scent of danger, like their more powerful adversaries, the lemure's spectral menace was profoundly unsettling. If only I'd been able to create lemurs back in Origin. But what's done is done, Vandalyu mused, steering his focus back to the task at hand. He moved with purpose through the expansive, towering passages constructed by or for the orcs, extinguishing the magic of their thinkers, goblins, kobolds, and orcs alike, with his magic absorption barrier systematically neutralizing them. Lemurs flitted around the site, supporting the ghouls and laying the groundwork for the imminent clash with the noble orcs. And then came word from the front lines. Noble orcs, they're supposed to be towering, golden-haired brutes, right? That's what I'm told. I've located 3. One blocked the path of Vigoro, another threatened Zadiris' group, and a third approached the warriors grouped with Badya. Each noble orc, larger and more imposing than the General Sam had vanquished, possessed golden locks that shimmered under the moon's gaze. Rumors spoke of them as the progeny of the village's noble orc chieftain, rank 6 beasts whose might dwarfed even the strongest of the ghouls, Vigoro and Zadiris included. Bone monkey, bone wolf, bone bear, and bone bird. Assist Zadiris, lemurs will guide you. Sam, we're heading to Badya. Elsewhere, Luciliano reluctantly monitored the noble orcs via his live-dead familiar. His initial plans to hasten toward the Orbaum kingdom were thwarted by Viscount Balchest's quick-thinking chamberlain, who uncovered Luciliano's knack for utilizing his undead to remotely tap into the realm of the living. Bound by obligation and the allure of a hefty payment, Luciliano grudgingly served the Viscount's interests. "This is torturous. The Viscount and the Adventurers Guild are conspiring to shatter my nerves," he lamented. Luciliano's unique life attribute magic was unmatched in its ability to gather intelligence risk-free. Yet, he loathed his task, especially after transforming a freshly deceased adventurer into a live-dead, a creation that oddly entranced the orc chieftain Bugin. Horrified, when he heard Bugin vow, "I will honor this female adventurer by blessing her as the bearer of my 4th son." Luciliano's heart sank. Sharing the creature's senses in that intimate, horrifying encounter was an ordeal that was beyond words. Transmitting the experience of such an assault through the lens of a victim. No, it was something worse than imagined. Amidst the chaos of a world beyond imagination, there existed curiosities that baffled even the most open of minds. Luciliano, despite his notorious reputation as a degenerate, harbored no desire for the grotesque spectacle now unfolding before him. The hideous silhouette of an orc loomed large, huffing through its nose, a sight designed to repel rather than entice. Fortunately, the live-dead, his vessel and conduit, lacked the senses to fully grasp the horror. Its touch a mere echo, its sense of smell almost null. But in this grim employment, a silver lining glimmered ever faintly. The secrets of monsters. They had a strange habit of whispering to themselves when they thought no one was listening. Bugin, oblivious to the live-dead's true function, often spoke his grievances aloud. Grudges against his kin, his anger towards those who had shunned him. All this, Luciliano funneled discreetly to a viscount, lining his own pockets with each revelation. As night descended, Luciliano found himself watching, through the live-dead's eyes, Bugin's grim expression. Suddenly, the door burst open, a servant orc interrupting with urgent news. A large-scale assault on the village was underway. Ah, Luciliano mused silently, so that's the cause of the ruckus. Not merely drunken orcs. The attackers were ghouls, and the battle was turning against the orcs. Several orc generals had fallen. Their ranks of orc mages dwindled under the onslaught. Bugin, infuriated by the crumbling army he'd painstakingly assembled, issued frenzied commands to his sons to mount a defense. He withdrew hastily from the live-dead, readying himself for combat. This must reach the Viscount, Luciliano realized. Though the ghouls might ultimately be repelled, the noble orcs would suffer significant loss, delaying their plans to strike the city in the warmer months. Weakened as they might be, it could mean fewer adventurers would be required for a counter-offensive, possibly just 1 or 2 B-class parties. I do hope the ghouls pull a bit of devastation here and spare me from this unseemly duty, he thought, with a mix of humor and earnestness, wishing silently for the live-dead to be obliterated in the chaos. If fortune sided with him, he could pocket his earnings, bid this sordid chapter farewell, and continue on his journey, unburdened by the grotesque sights that plagued him thus far. As if in response to his unspoken wish, the clamor of battle outside surged, hinting at the crescendo of the conflict yet to unfold. Its cunning and craftiness would be no match for a lion. Yet, as Vigoro stood amidst the chaos, a glint sparked in his eyes, defying the odds that nature and numbers stacked against him. The battlefield was a cacophony of clashing steel, echoing cries, and heavy breaths. Vigoro's heart pounded, each beat reminding him of his purpose and his pride. The rampant chaos felt like a living entity, feeding off the energy of each warrior. Above him, the young noble orc's sneer was evident. His hulking form and arrogant demeanor underscored his belief in an inevitable victory. To him, Vigoro and his ghoulish companions were nothing more than pests, an irritation to be squashed underfoot. "Prepare yourselves," Vigoro bellowed, his voice cutting through the noise like a knife through taut rope. The note of confidence in it bolstered his followers, reigniting the fires within their souls that the towering sight of the noble orc had momentarily dampened. The battle axe, a gleaming artifact bestowed upon him by the small yet infinitely powerful leader Vandalu, felt alive in Vigoro's hands. It thrummed with energy, a testament not just to its crafted magic, but to the bond between Vigoro and his allies. Every swing he made resonated with the power of the land and the unwavering conviction Vandalu inspired within them. "In this life and under this sky, we fight not as separate beings but as one," he declared, his words a lifeline to those he led and to himself as he faced this daunting foe. He felt Vandalu's presence as a whisper of encouragement, the magic in his veins like a river flowing with purpose. The chiseled grin on Vigoro's face turned to a full-blown smile as the noble orc charged. It was a collision that seemed predestined by the fates, 2 figures clashing amidst roars and shouts, earth and air torn by their meeting. The ghouls around him rallied, the distraction working brilliantly. While Vigoro engaged with the orc, the others moved quickly under Bastia's lead to free the captives, their movements swift shadows in the chaotic landscape. And so the battle unfolded like a grand tapestry of war and strategy, of bravery and strength, woven together by plans hatched in moonlit conferences and fireside gatherings. A battle that played like an epic saga, where every moment held its breath, waiting to see who would emerge victorious from this trial of might and will. There was no question about it. A head-on fight against a tiger seemed unwinnable. Vigoro himself had once admitted that, should he battle a noble orc head-to-head, defeat was inevitable. But as the stakes rose, so did his spirit. "What are we going to do, you ask?" "We fight," he bellowed, feeling an unshakable confidence flood through him. With the roar of a lion, he charged at the noble orc, closing the distance faster than the eye could track. The towering noble orc met Vigoro's advance with a massive axe, larger and more formidable than the one Vigoro held, gifted to him by Vandalyu. As the monstrous swing came down, threatening to sever his head, Vigoro crouched low, moving like liquid over the earth, narrowly avoiding the lethal arc. Anger flashed through him as the edges of his mane fluttered to the ground, casualties of the close shave. But wasting no time on vanity, he propelled himself aside with 3 limbs, evading expertly. Bugi! The enraged cry tore from Vigoro as the axe, meant to sail harmlessly over, changed direction mid-arc with a bone-rattling crash. Ordinarily, recovering from such a swing required time, a misfortune of the axe's innate imbalance. Yet, the noble orc, fueled by sheer physical prowess, recovered instantly, swinging again with brutal, raw strength devoid of finesse. It seemed like there were openings, a false promise of opportunity, yet Vigoro knew those gaps to be illusions. They beckoned him to strike, to abandon evasive maneuvers and risk dismemberment. Like a dancer of war, Vigoro continued his rhythmic dodge, one hand firm on his axe, the other clawing at the earth to launch clear of danger. Each swing was charged with terrifying might and surprising speed, yet each move was as predictable as the beating heart. To Vigoro, it was as if each strike screamed, "I'm attacking this way now." Echoes of the savage duel surrounded them. Gh. Boo-hee-hee. Wah. As Vigoro and the noble orc led their warriors into battle's embrace. Through the ghouls' battle cries, Vigoro grasped the rhythm of the skirmish, whereas the noble orc fixated on his alluringly agile foe. Why couldn't any of his attacks connect? He, Bujibulio, the strongest heir of his father's lineage, could not land a blow on this wretched ghoul. In his eyes, male ghouls were mere nuisances and the females little more than trophies. Yet here he stood, disgraced before his minions and slaves. Bugah! In a frenzy of pride and frustration, the noble orc unleashed a martial skill known as bisection. A level 2 power, it could, at a human's hand, fell a tree in one stroke, and at the hands of a noble orc, shatter boulders. But the greater the attack, the wider the vulnerability left in its wake. Vigoro deftly evaded this force and seized the long-awaited chance to strike back. "Axe whip!" he cried as his limb arced, supple and snapping like a serpent in his command, slicing deep into the noble orc's right arm. "Buh!" came the startled grunt, as the noble orc desperately bent back, avoiding a more grievous wound. Yet, Vigoro anticipated this, his axe redirecting mid-flight to sever the exposed right leg. With balance lost and pride shattered, the noble orc fell. Seizing the moment, Vigoro's axe finished its deadly course into the orc's throat, ending its boast. The axe whip, an art of whipping one's arm with unnatural flexibility, and its more relentless counterpart, the triple axe whip, were techniques taught exclusively to the long-armed ghoul warriors. As Vigoro delivered the coup de grace, he shouted in triumph, his voice booming over the battlefield. "You, who's next?" With the noble orc's head beneath his heel, the clangor of victory echoed around him. In the aftermath of a battle that would remain etched in their memories, the lifeless face of the orc, still contorted in a final scream, served as a grim reminder of the ferocious conflict that had just unfolded. Witnessing their leader's downfall, the remaining orc knights quickly unraveled, attempting to flee, though their bulky frames stood little chance of escape. In their panic, the last goblins and kobolds followed suit, descending into death's unforgiving grasp. "Huh, see that, Vandalyu? Our family is strong," boomed Vigoro, his voice resonant with pride. A small child, Vandalyu, who had chosen the ghouls as his kin, now held the esteemed title of king, despite the fact that he never needed to participate in the battle. Even amidst the chaos, he was relentless in his efforts, laboring harder than anyone else. How could Vigoro, the young chief, ever hope to call himself a warrior if he couldn't surpass even that child's accomplishments? Bathed in a rain of blood, His roar echoed with triumphant pride. Yet, for Bugin's third son, Bud Ibis, the day had promised much more. He had always prided himself on his unparalleled beauty and exceptional archery skills, confident that his noble blood meant never having to sully himself in close combat. Instead, he believed in the elegance of felling his prey from afar. Boo-hee-hee! He had scoffed at the idea of a band of ghouls led by a female leader being of any threat, seeing them merely as a fitting prey. After all, the group boasted many female ghouls, ripe for the taking. He planned to choose the ones he'd favor, offer the others to his father, and distribute the rest among his subordinates to increase his standing over his brothers. Boo-hee! Bugya! His caution seemed sharp as he positioned 5 orc knights at his forefront, accompanied by 10 orcs and 30 goblins. Success appeared imminent when the female ghoul's advance guard struggled against his forces. His arrows, famed for their strength enough to pierce reinforced armor, were barely thwarted by the female ghoul's enchanting wind magic. Surely, he mused, their magic would soon be drained, and they would fall. Time, however, proved him wrong. Far beyond 5 mere minutes, the female ghouls resisted valiantly, their spells as potent as before. It was not their exhaustion, but rather an ambush of undead from the flanks that spelled his forces' doom. Poisonous breaths from rotten beasts danced upon the breeze, and phantom birds unleashed torrents of spiritual fire from above. This surprise attack shattered Butabee's ranks, as panic enveloped them and the rotten beasts further bolstered the female ghoul's resurgence. Boo-hee! Bujabulio! Bubobio! Buh! For the first time, terror tarnished the face of Bud Ibis, his once arrogant features twisted in despair. Desperately, he screamed for the aid of the brothers he had always belittled and the father he had silently resented. Yet, death, not family, responded, reaching out with its icy grasp. Such noise deserves silence. Great wind blade! Zadiri's incanted coldly. Her spell conjured a blade of wind, formidable in size and lethal in force, bisecting Bud Ibis as he attempted a disgraceful retreat. Momentum carried him a few steps further before he collapsed, his life's essence spilling onto the battleground. Fuh! A surprisingly easy opponent, Zadiri's declared, surveying the scene. Though a truly bothersome one, his cries enough to pierce through one's patience. Boy, we are fine now. As she spoke, a thin, spectral thread detached from her shoulder. It was Vandalu's spirit form, stealthily binding their fates by transferring much-needed mana, discreetly delivered by Bone Bird. Without a lingering glance at their avian ally, Zadiri's raised her staff, her voice holding command. Everyone, few foes remain, but stay vigilant. Minutes before, as the din of battle began to fade, the ghoul warriors led by Badya had swiftly secured the building where captive ghoul women awaited liberation. With victory nearly secure, hope soared among the defenders, for the rising sun now heralded a new day for the ghouls, one of freedom and fierce resilience. In the scattered shadows of the chaos, once stood orc guards, hulking figures whose presence seemed intended more to restrain their fellow creatures' excesses than to thwart any thoughts of escape among the women they held captive. These guards came ill-prepared, for none had imagined they would turn their lethal intent upon their own kind. Even less so were the lust-driven intruders, so poorly equipped they might as well have been stripped bare. But suddenly, the village was flung into pandemonium. The outer walls had metamorphosed into formidable wood golems, casting a ripple of disarray among the orcs. Some scrambled to flee their dens, while others, along with a horde of goblins, surged forward, more mindless than methodical. Amidst this frenzy, Badya and her group struck, weaving into the chaos with lethal efficiency to quash what might have certainly escalated into a full-blown battle. Inside the constraining walls, the women were found in grim plight. To subdue ghoul women, whose superhuman strength posed a constant threat to any captors, their slender forms had been ensnared, half entombed in monolithic boulders, likely bound there by dark spells of the orc mages or nobles. Evidently, they had suffered torment, The remnants of whip strikes marred their skin. Some prisoners weren't encased thus, but their torment was no lesser. Their limbs had been intentionally fractured. The sheer vitality ghouls possessed over humans rendered them mere vehicles for birthing orc offspring, despite the cruelty they endured. Hence this barbarous treatment. As for the human women sharing their confinement, the ghouls had believed them to be in a somewhat better state, only to be met with a harsh reality. Their condition mirrored despair. Eyes hollow, they existed in a somnolent state of defeat, their spirits fractured beyond repair. Even as mortal enemies, Badya could not suppress a swell of sympathy as one woman to another. She longed to offer help, but grrrr. The ghoul's guttural language jarred Badya from her somber musings, signaling an urgent reality. A powerful enemy approaches. Booh. Out in front dashed Badya, confronting the primal roar of a fanged noble orc, flanked by a vigilant cadre of orc knights, shields hoisted in defiance. Grrrr. Without hesitation, her comrades summoned reinforcements, acknowledging the limitations of their combat prowess. Against the noble orc, Badya and her brethren, mere ghouls of rank 3 and 4, knew they stood little chance against this rank 6 foe and his formidable rank 4 guards. To engage them alone would invite slaughter. Had their leader truly chosen to dispatch forces to reclaim the women? It baffled Badya. She had anticipated a movement toward Vigoro and their other allies. Nonetheless, even in tactical error, the orc remained arrogant, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. The ghoul's mission had been clear: to ensure the orcs wouldn't use the women as leverage. Yet with their presence here, the orcs gained little. Winning back captives would only serve morale, not might, in the battle that sprawled beyond. Common reasoning suggested they focus on the greater threats, Vigoro, Zadiris, Vandalyu, rather than deplete themselves here. Yet, who truly grasps the whims of monsters? Logic hoped for such a presumption among noble orcs, but logic, it seemed, was misplaced. Boo-boo. Bufufufu. Young noble orc Bubobio did not conform to these anticipations. He grasped that the battle would not hinge on the efforts of his followers alone, but decided on a different course, one that danced on the edge of the unpredictable. The swirling dust of the battlefield. She could already hear the ominous grunts and the clanging of weapons. Her heart raced, but she steeled herself. The sight of the massive noble orc, Bubobio, standing with his greatsword elevated against the backdrop of billowing battlefield smoke, was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. But the encouraging presence of Vandalyu at her side reminded her that she wasn't alone. Remember, Badya. Vandalyu's voice infused the air with calm, steady resolve. We've faced worse before. Trust in your strength and skills. Badya nodded, gathering her focus and redirecting her fear into a razor-sharp edge of determination. Across from her, Bubobio let out another thunderous roar, a brutish bellow that echoed with raw, unbridled rage. His eyes blazed with the fury of 1,000 suns, and his breath came in ragged, furious bursts. But even as his mind was clouded with anger, he could recognize the threat before him. He was not dealing with mere mortals anymore. "Come on then, beast of the mountain," Badya muttered under her breath, gripping her axe tightly. "Let's see what you're made of." As the pair moved to engage, Vandalyu summoned a barrier, shimmering like ripples on water, to protect them from the violence that was sure to ensue. Meanwhile, the cacophony of clashing weapons and cries filled the air as Rita, Saria, and their allies fought valiantly to neutralize the orc knights struggling beneath the terrain, their once formidable threat reduced to desperate desperation. "Vandalyu," Badya called over the clash and clamor. "Can you deal with his magic?" "Already on it," came his calm response. A subtle wave of his hand wove a counterspell, negating the dark energy Bubobio tried to conjure. Seeing their synergy, Bubobio's initial confidence flickered, like a candle caught in a draft. Yet, rallying his remaining strength fueled by pride and desperation, he charged forward with renewed ferocity, greatsword slicing through the air with deadly precision. Badya stepped into the dance of battle with a fluid grace like water carving stone. Each exchange of blows was a symphony of clangs and sparks, life and death debated in a mere heartbeat. Despite her doubts, she felt a surge of power she hadn't known before, buoyed by Vandalyu's unwavering support. With a deft parry and a swing, Badya managed to land a powerful strike against Bubobio's flank, forcing him to stagger. His furious roars filled the air, but she pressed on, wielding her axe with both skillful precision and sheer will. "Keep it up, Badya," Vandalyu urged, casting protective spells to shield them from the onslaught around them. "One more. You got this." In the final moments, her heart pounded like a war drum. Badya summoned every ounce of strength she possessed. With a swift, determined strike, she finally defeated the noble orc, her axe cleaving through the last threads of Bubobio's defiance as his great form crumpled to the ground with a resounding thud. In the silence that followed, as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, Badya swayed on her feet, the adrenaline fading and exhaustion setting in. But despite her weariness, triumph filled her soul, and she stood victorious, guided by the gentle, reassuring presence of Vandalyu beside her. "You did it, Badya," Vandalyu commended, his voice soft yet powerful as he met her gaze. "You truly did." Exhilarated, yet utterly spent, Badya grinned through the fatigue, her spirit soaring high above the battlefield. With a grateful heart, she took a deep breath, knowing that today's victory was but one of many in their story yet to unfold. Amidst the chaos, the air was rent by the chilling screams of orc knights who, having clawed their way out of the grave, only found themselves cut down by the swift blades of glaives, halberds, and the deadly claws of ghouls. The battlefield rang with the beastly roar of Bubobio, charging towards Badya with the force and inevitability of a landslide. His massive greatsword, swift as a shadow, descended upon her, its speed too great for the eye to capture. Evade to the right, her instincts commanded, and Badya obeyed, dodging the fatal stroke by a hair's breadth. Bubobio, maddened by the miss, snarled in frustration. Yanking his sword back with a fierce resolve, he lunged forward with a thrust. A half step to the left, her intuition whispered, and once again, Badya slipped away from danger. "Buoh, buoh, buh, bugo." Bubobio's roars became almost frantic as he unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks. With the precision of a master warrior performing a deadly dance, Badya evaded each one with uncanny grace. A horizontal slash, a diagonal cut from above, and a volley of thrusts targeting her neck, midriff, and legs. Any one of these strikes could have been her end, terminating the battle in an instant, but they found only empty air. Bubobio, once feared and formidable, now grappled with a sense of alarm. How could this female ghoul move with such swiftness? His blade, once heralded as unstoppable, found no purchase against her. Confusion, mingled with fear, marred his face as he faced a truth he had never contemplated. His might was faltering. Even Badya shared in the astonishment. Her adversary was not particularly more skilled. They matched each other in that regard. However, he possessed brute strength leagues beyond her own. How was she surviving this onslaught, able to dodge every lethal swing? There was no logical explanation, except one. The reason dawned on her, as clear as daylight. She felt the reassuring touch of a cool, soft hand. It was Vandalyu, his presence intangible yet unmistakable, guiding her path. Through his spirit form transformation, a part of him had merged into her being, his skill of danger sense, death, becoming her guiding star. This remarkable ability alerted her to mortal peril with impeccable precision, foretelling each of Bubobio's savage assaults. Though useless against minor threats, it was this very sense that turned the tide against kindred spirits like Bubobio, whose weapon was both the source of his power and his bane. In his rage, Bubobio failed to vary his attacks, missing opportunities to introduce feints that could have foiled her escapes. In raw form, Bubobio and his brothers, Bubitus, and Bugibulio, were not the paragons of their race they might have been. Their inadequacy was a product of the isolated environment they matured in, compounded by their father Bugin's failure to cultivate their potential. Relegated to a life among servant orcs and enslaved goblins and kobolds, they relied solely on the brute strength granted to them by birthright. The foes they faced never challenged them beyond swinging weapons with brute force. Hastened quests for easy victories replaced any true exertion or refinement of skill. Their combat capabilities stalled at modest levels, never growing into the formidable threat they should have embodied. In an arena filled with rivals and dangers, they might have forged themselves into legends. But in this sanctuary of simplicity, they stagnated, leaving them woefully unprepared for the storm that Badia and Vandalyu now wrought upon them. Then just the possibility that all would perish. Vandalyu realized that the situation was dire, and quick thinking was paramount. This was not merely a contest of strength. It was a matter of survival. He needed a plan, a strategy that would utilize every resource at their disposal without discounting the danger they faced. The towering noble orc, a behemoth with prowess equal to that of a mighty dragon, loomed over them, brandishing his massive magic sword with a warrior's confidence. His armor shimmered under the sun, adding to the aura of menace emanating from him. The air was thick with tension as every ghoul, entranced by fear yet determined, held firm in resolve. Vandalyu, always the thinker, assessed the situation with the clarity and calmness of a seasoned strategist. With his keenly honed danger sense, death, he perceived the threat level as exorbitantly high, which demanded a tactic that was both audacious and deft. He knew that a concerted, unified assault would spell their only hope for victory, but that the cost could still be heart-wrenchingly high. Even as their survival seemed to hang in the balance, Vandalyu's mind raced through various scenarios. He pondered the use of magical barriers to stave off Bugin's brutal swings, considering as well the deployment of powerful ranged attacks from the rear to weaken the formidable opponent from afar. Badia, already emboldened by her triumph and fortified with the experience points of their previous foe, stood ready by his side, fueled by courage and the thrill of battle. Yet, with gravity settling over his shoulders, he understood that the stalwart strength of their collective was essential. He would need to synchronize the perseverance of Badia and Vigoro, the arcane prowess of Zadiris, the durability of Sam, and the tenacity of the undead under his command. Each ally was a crucial cog in the machine of their survival, a symphony of power and will orchestrated to topple the giant before them. As Vandalyu formulated his plan, he knew that escape was not an option. Their only path was forward, through the blazing heart of the storm. The battleground was now their stage, the tension a metronome guiding them towards their inevitable clash. Clutching his resolve as tightly as the mighty adversary clutched his magic sword, Vandalyu prepared to lead his allies, no, his family, into the crucible of battle, where the fate of each would be written. "Ready yourselves," Vandalyu commanded softly, his voice a calm amidst the impending tempest. His eyes met those of his companions, communicating without words the gravity of their task. The noble orc might be imposing, yet it was not invincible. They would fight as one. The battle for survival had begun. There was more than a 50% chance that he would meet his end, yet merely a 10% chance that the others would perish. "Well then, please lend me your support," Vandalyu declared, his voice unwavering. Before anyone could fully grasp the weight of his words, he cast the no attribute spell, Flight, and soared into the sky. In an instant, he was hurtling toward Bugin with the unrelenting speed of a bullet. Amidst the shadowy halls of his throne room, Bugin sat poised, bathed in the flickering glow of torches, his ears strained, catching the faint, yet unmistakable, cries of his sons on the winds, shrieking amidst the swoops of death. Before that moment of terrible realization, the Orc King had been preparing for war, complacently resting upon his mighty seat, leaving the violence to those beneath him. Sons driven by glory, subordinates, and the expendable slaves. Such was the custom for a reigning king. But as the echoes of his offspring's final screams retreated into quiet, a storm of fury surged within Bugin. exceeding the limits of his immense patience. With a guttural roar, "Bugga!" he burst forth, unleashing the fury that seethed just beneath his surface. Rising from his throne, he unholstered his treasured magic sword, its blade singing in anticipation. A tempest of power and wrath, he demolished the walls of his crude dwelling, sending a hail of splintered wood flying through the night. How he'd toiled to build his empire, nurturing the numbers of even the most foolish of his kin, creating heirs despite their bungling natures. Gathering slaves, women, weapons, and armor had been no simple feat, only to see his life's work crumble in the span of a single evening. His mind ablaze with vengeance, Bugin vowed retribution upon the insolent ghouls that dared invade his realm. He envisioned the male ghouls obliterated, and every female that dared breathe force to bear his future warriors, replenishing the fallen. In his rage-blurred vision, he glimpsed something uncanny flying toward him with breathtaking speed. A curious figure breaching the limits of his disbelief. It hovered 10 meters from him before recognition dawned. A child, diminutive and ethereal, with long, flowing white hair, skin like porcelain, a radiant red eye, and its counterpart, a bluish-purple jewel. For an instant, Bugin imagined it to be a ghoul, yet its ears betrayed elven lineage. Bewilderment clouded his fury as he sensed nothing. The air was devoid of its presence. No scent, no heartbeat, no threat, and Bugin almost believed it an illusion conjured in madness. Yet there it was, suspended in air. Arms outstretched, a veil of black mana swirling around its form. Suddenly, clarity pierced Bugin's daze. This was an enemy, a fateful confrontation, a clash destined between the noble orc Bugin and the enigmatic ghoul king, Vandalyu. In this moment of anticipation, Vandalyu cloaked himself in a shroud of darkness, casting spells of protection, the impenetrable, impact-negating barrier, and the hungry, magic absorption barrier. Bugin watched, his gaze fixed as if trying to unravel the boy's secrets. Then, with a primal grunt of power, "Fugo!" the orc chanted, conjuring a spear of earth. It surged upwards, promising to impale the floating figure, yet its magic crumbled against the barriers, dissipating into the dust from whence it came. Undeterred, Bugin deciphered the barrier's nature and chose brute power over arcane force. A monstrous decision. He hefted his magical sword, a weapon that promised to cleave stone with ease, and charged with thunderous speed, closing the gap between them. His mighty swing, reckless yet assured, met the formidable barrier, a clash of intent. But like the spell before it, the kinetic might dissipated harmlessly, the energy consumed by Vandalyu's unseen veil. Trapped within those barriers, energy dissipated like vanishings in a dream. Heat, electricity, and mana alike swallowed and nullified. Though thwarted, Bugin did not falter in his determination. The battle between raging beast and serenely powerful child was upon them, and it was a spectacle beyond the norm. A canvas where forces collided, one protected by unseen power, the other driven by unyielding rage. Formidable. The clash of forces resounded through the air, as if the world held its breath in awe of Bugin's prowess. His sword danced effortlessly, a blur of motion, parrying each mana bullet with the precision of a master artist at work. Vandalyu stood there, contemplating the gravity of the situation. His mind raced, weaving through the labyrinth of tactics he'd learned, exploring every avenue that might offer a path to survival. Yet, reality gnawed at the edges of his thoughts. Bugin's capabilities seemed to eclipse his own. It was as if Vandalyu were a lone tree, standing resolute against the oncoming storm. With every heartbeat, mana dwindled, like sand slipping through an hourglass. The defenses he had painstakingly constructed felt more tenuous by the second, fragile as a delicate melody that threatens to fade into silence. The thought of letting Bugin's barbaric onslaught break through his barriers was terrifying. Despite these dark musings, Vandalyu's spirit held firm. He knew that relinquishing his will to fight was tantamount to accepting an end he was not ready to embrace. Determination flared like a flame in his chest, fueling his resolve. His mind sharpened, seizing on the simplest truth. He wasn't alone. His allies, strong and brave, were on their way. They were the reinforcements that would bolster his frail defenses and turn the tide. All he needed to do was persevere, endure the storm a bit longer until they arrived. With renewed vigor, he continued to weave his magic, summoning every trick and stratagem he could muster. Earth shifted under Bugin's feet again, but this time in unpredictable waves. A myriad of illusions sprang to life before Bugin, meant to confound and disorient him. Each maneuver was a testament to Vandalu's ingenuity, a chess match played under the looming shadow of each determined strike from the ogre's magic sword. Yet, despite his might, Bugin's frustration mounted. The monstrosity of a man bellowed in fury, a sound that roared through the battlefield like a vicious predator's challenge. Each cry resonated with the promise of relentless violence, but it also betrayed signs of an ember, one kindled by a lack of understanding of this strange foe before him, burning through Bugin's composure. Witnessing this, Vandalu couldn't help but muster a small, wry smile. He remained the perceived underdog, yet the mental landscape of the battle had subtly shifted. His life hung in the balance, but he was not simply fighting for survival. He was playing for time, tethered to the hope that together with his comrades, they might rise from the ashes of despair to emerge victorious. In this fleeting moment of stalemate, the young damper remembered who he was fighting for, those who depended on him, who believed in him. It was this realization that reinforced his resolve. Just a little longer, he thought. He needed only to hold on, to weather the storm until it passed or his allies arrived. And in that breath of perseverance, rooted in hope, Vandalu decided he would not be overcome. Today would not be the day death's cold embrace claimed him. Redactions took on the deft hand of eternal patience as the battle raged on, a dance of survival and strength, of magic and steel, of wills unbeaten and unbeaten still. The tide of battle with a surge of strategic brilliance. The night air was thick with anticipation as Vandalu orchestrated his next move with surgical precision. "Rise, my creations," he intoned. A command that was both a whisper to the night and a rallying cry to the earth. The ground itself seemed to shudder and groan as earth golems emerged, lumbering giants of soil and stone, ready to serve their master. Wood golems, born from scattered debris, creaked and crackled to life, their frames twisted from shattered beams and fallen branches. And then, as if the hands of the underworld reached up to reclaim them, the goblin and kobold corpses stirred, animating into living dead warriors. Bugin, the formidable adversary, grimaced as he pulled his magic sword back, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes as if swatting at bothersome insects, not realizing the imminent threat coalescing around him. Vandalu, ever the tactician, used his flight skill to reposition himself swiftly, dodging Bugin's potential counterattacks with the grace of a shadow dancer. His mind was a whirlwind of potential strategies and dark spells, contemplating every spell in his arsenal. He pondered the release of pathogens using incurable disease, but dismissed the idea, knowing it would take too long to incapacitate Bugin. Time was a luxury he couldn't afford. Perhaps a deadly poison spell? But how to administer it? The thought lingered only a moment before he pushed it aside. The task of penetrating Bugin's defenses was a greater challenge. The battlefield was alive with the energy of the newly summoned golems. Each step they took echoed with the promise of destruction as they closed in on Bugin. Vandalu knew he needed to keep the pressure on, to overwhelm Bugin's senses and capitalize on any missteps. The living dead lunged towards Bugin with guttural growls, their movements jerky yet relentless. Bugin brandished his sword with practiced ease, cutting them down with swift arcs that glinted ominously in the moonlight. Yet for every fallen minion, another took its place, an unending tide of adversaries. "Buawa!" Bugin roared, his voice a thunderclap in the chaotic night. His martial prowess was undeniable, yet the relentless assault was testing his limits. Vandalu remained calm, his mind a sea of tranquility amidst the chaos. He could feel the rhythm of battle, the ebb and flow, as if orchestrating an intricate dance of death. He knew that Bugin was powerful, perhaps one of the strongest foes he had ever faced. But he also knew that strength without wit was prone to crumble, and crumble it would. Vandelu's will was an unyielding force, driven by a promise of vengeance and an unwavering resolve to bring justice for his mother. As the moon cast a haunting glow over the skirmish, Vandelu's heart pounded with determination. He would not fall here, not to Bugin, not to anyone. The night was his ally, and the darkness would become Bugin's undoing. The earth trembled as Bugin charged, his massive feet pounding the ground, transforming it into an army of earth golems trying to thwart his advance. Vandelu, summoning all his might, unleashed the frenzy of a lemur's bloodthirst alongside a storm of mana bullets. Bugga! Bugin roared, slicing through golems and mana bullets alike with his lethal sword dance. Each step he took came with a devastating, kicking strike, threatening to shatter the very ground beneath him. Yet, he seemed unperturbed by the risk of a collapse under his own feet, each thundering step sending tremors in all directions. Just as the tension between stamina and mana seemed on the brink of boiling over, the rallying cry of Vandelu's comrades pierced the air. "Fire!" they shouted. "Bakken!" A relentless barrage ensued. Arrows, spears, poison breath, spirit form feathers, and elements clashing in fire, stone, ice, and wind cascaded upon Bugin. Zadiris and the others had joined the fray. Rarar! Bugin, engulfed in this tempest of attacks, mustered impenetrable defenses. His gleaming armor, dense muscles, and potent magic sword deflecting many strikes, even dissipating magic and venomous breaths. But they left more than scratches on his form. Not good. This situation is not good, Vandelu thought, surveying the battlefield adorned by his allies' arrival, with no decisive edge in sight. Bugin's obsession with ending Vandelu was relentless. Would he pursue a fleeing Vandelu, or in a darker turn, target the others? Those caught in his path would face certain doom. "I can't let everyone be killed," Vandelu resolved, determined not to let any fall to Bugin's wrath. He envisioned a scenario where spirits could linger like Darshia's, and the undead like Sam might endure if their souls remained unscathed. But the unknown threat of Bugin's sword haunted him. What if it could sever spirit forms? Such a risk was untenable. He couldn't allow any of this. Bugin must die. Vandelu needed a plan to pierce through his formidable defenses and deliver a fatal blow. An epiphany came like a bolt from the blue. Simplicity was the key. Vandelu decided to take the fatal strike himself. He deliberately weakened his impact-negating barrier and, in a calculated move, allowed Bugin's magic sword to cleave through it, delivering a harsh diagonal cut to his torso. What Vandelu couldn't perceive was Bugin's brewing desperation beneath his aggressive facade. To Bugin, it was he who was cornered. This enemy displayed no presence, delivering deadly attacks relentlessly without a hint of hostility. Each mana bullet Vandelu fired contained mana, equaling a first-class mage's entire reserves. Though imperfect in control and therefore less powerful, they threatened to crush bones and rupture organs with direct hits. Even deflected, the blows burdened Bugin's arms with impact reverberating down to his wrists, slowly wearing him down. As if these perils weren't enough, invisible assailants seemed to prowl, emitting a hungry bloodlust. Debris and corpses arose, animated by dark arts, forming a grim accompaniment in battle. Bugin's longing to counter with magic was thwarted by a mysterious black veil that trapped his mana, sealing away his spellcasting ability. He was forced to rely solely on martial prowess, channeling every ounce of mana, stamina, willpower, and emotional fortitude into survival and strike back. Yet now, reinforced enemies confronted him. His mind screamed, "You've got to be kidding me!" as hopelessness surged. Aiming elsewhere or fleeing was impossible. Letting Vandelu escape his sight meant endless mana bullets looming without reprieve. The merciless battlefield awaited Bugin's fate as Vandelu erased his presence. a specter of relentless force slipping in and out of Bugin's shaky focus. Horde and the formidable Bugin had reached its climax as Bugin stood there, caught in the unforgiving grip of a decision he could not escape, his eyes fixated on Vandelue. He knew that turning his back would be an invitation to a lethal mana bullet, a fate he could not afford. What sent a chill down his spine, more than any magic or sword, was that steely, relentless expression. Those eyes, cold and unblinking, like a predator's gaze, reflected nothing of the human condition. Not fatigue, not fear, not the hurried edge of desperation. In them, Bugin saw an inscrutable determination, as though this fight could stretch endlessly without wearing on Vandelue's resolve or strength. Bugin, burdened by the vision of his own demise, roared out, "Bugga!" with a desperation born from one-sided struggle. His mind raced. If he could not land a catastrophic hit, it would be his life that the sands of time would bury. His tactic was simple, if not stroked by panic. Take Vandelue down, scatter the ghouls with his remaining strength, and carve a path to freedom. In his frenzied onslaught, one strike cut into Vandelue. The blade grazed through the ribs, nicking organs and sparking a sinister satisfaction deep within Bugin. A sneer crawled across his lips as he relished the sensation of impending victory. "Van? Boy!" The anguished cries of the ghouls echoed off the battlefield, confirming his cruel confidence. Though his mana and stamina were nearly spent, Bugin had enough left to dispatch the ghouls. Even in this near-victorious state, ambition curled at the edges of his thoughts. Survive and rise again, gather strength, build kingdoms anew. But in that moment of heady aspiration, an unexpected collapse overtook him, dropping him to his knees. Unbeknownst to Bugin, Vandelue's fall was no admission of defeat. There on the ground, his breath labored from severed lungs, he had already begun mending his body. With controlled precision, he poured mana into the magic spell, Fortify Regeneration, knitting flesh around the clean slice made by Bugin's sorceress sword. Every second counted, his life hinging on his ability to breathe. Yet he remained frighteningly composed. He turned his body into a deceptive trap, transmuting parts of it into spirit form to survive the blow, while using the very blood he shed as a venomous weapon. "Gah, just spit caught in my throat," he communicated through the quiet channel of thoughts, reassuring those who could hear. Sam, catching the silent exchange, voiced what Vandelue couldn't. "Everyone, Bakken is going to be all right." The plan Vandelue had woven, like a dark tapestry, was now unfurling. Let the wound appear grave, use deadly poison to make his spilled blood lethal, and watch as Bugin, unaware, marinated in his own arrogant ignorance. The blood Bugin had savored was no simple crimson fluid, but a toxin that leapt through his skin and surged with deadly promise. Soon, the poison took root, limbs betrayed him with spasms, sight faded, consciousness fractured, and then silence. His heart seized its rhythm in toxic submission. In this haze, Bugin's glorious end, a vision he never saw. With grim finality, Sam's carriage crushed the life from Bugin, dispensing justice where it was due. As the dust settled, so too did Bugin's dreams, leaving nothing behind but silence, a quiet monument to thwarted ambition and a battle hard fought by the ghouls. The narrative of this day would echo far, told in whispers and tales, of Vandelue and his ghastly strategy that turned the tide against a noble foe. Yet, for those who were there, it was a moment wrapped in truth and blood, marking a conclusion to a desperate fight and a beginning to their continued journey. In a grim and unanticipated turn, both the king and the noble orc were felled by their own overconfidence, leaving the battlefield deathly silent. Yet there remained much to be addressed. Reflecting on the daunting task ahead, a thought crossed his mind. Someone did once say that the real challenge begins after the battle ends. This was truly the aftermath of war. First and foremost, the need was dire to cast the spell of detoxification upon Vigoro, ridding him of the poison that coursed through his veins. Meanwhile, aware that a scent so ripe with blood could draw unwanted attention from lurking monsters, The ghouls with stamina to spare were charged with keeping watch. In the ruins where life had once thrived, the ghoul women assumed the solemn duty of tending to those who had been held captive, scouring the village's untouched buildings for any survivors. As night approached, they set about preparing bedding, their workload vast enough to make one's head spin. Even young Vandalyu, having dispatched Bone Bird with messages for the ghoul village, found himself running on a mere 20% of his stamina and mana. But rest was not an option. There's a robust depth to it, a lingering aftertaste that clings to the throat, Vandalyu murmured as he drew on the sustenance around him. Thankfully, the ground was littered with ample food sources as he drained orc meat of its blood, nourishing himself by replenishing both his stamina and mana. The once towering outer wall, constructed of int materials, had already crumbled back to mere logs. Tomorrow loomed with the certain task of reanimating them into golems once more. Yet an even tougher trial awaited him. "Boy, we're occupied now, but there's something I wish to say," Zadiri's intoned gravely. "Me too," Badya added solemnly. "And I dare say, Darshia-sama will not keep silent about today's events either," proclaimed Sam. "All right," Vandalyu conceded, bracing himself for the inevitable reprimand. His daring plan had involved letting his enemy literally carve through his flesh, employing his own blood as a potent toxin designed to strike down foes. While his strategy had borne fruit, it also sparked the ire of Zadiris and others. "It's truly daunting when people are angry with me, and truth be told, I dislike it," he brooded internally. Yet Vigoro, far from reprimanding, had lavished him with praise, hailing him as brave and a real man. It was a mild consolation, but one he clung to. "Vandalyu, while we'll save our reproaches until tomorrow, there's another matter. What should we do about the human women? We could plead for their discretion and release them near the town, but I doubt it's feasible," pondered Vandalyu. Indeed, even deposited near town, in their current condition, they'd likely remain still until death took them, came the somber observation. It was clear. This tale wouldn't conclude with a quaint, storybook ending where everyone lives blissfully ever after, not even with the eradication of the menacing monsters. The woman lay motionless on the bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, much like a figure suspended between life and death. "Is it over now?" she pondered, the words echoing softly in her mind. To describe her as a living corpse was no exaggeration. It was her reality. She was known as a live-dead, a freshly reanimated being with artificially induced breath and heartbeat. She was the macabre creation of Luciliano, an adventurer notorious as the Degenerate, who exploited the orcs' potent survival instincts to monitor the movements of the noble orcs. The live-dead's senses were dulled, save for her hearing, which she used to eavesdrop on the tumult outside. The clamorous clash of swords, the battle cries, the agonizing screams, all had faded. "The ghouls fought more tenaciously than I had anticipated. Does this mean we don't need a massive force to annihilate them?" she mused. This village had harbored a horde of over 500 monsters, prompting Luciliano's employer, Viscount Balches, to seek aid from Earl Palpapek of Merg Nation to muster a formidable extermination force. Yet, if the ghouls had culled the orcs by a third, then an assembly of 10 C-class adventurer parties would suffice. An orc messenger relayed grim news that Bugin's progeny and most high-ranking leaders, such as orc generals and mages, had fallen, his booming voice penetrating the live-dead's auditory awareness. If that was the case, only Bugin remained a threat, though he, merely rank 7, was comparable to an Earth Dragon. A united front of C-class adventurers could certainly vanquish him. While hiring these adventurers carried a price, it was far more economical than the alternative of gathering an army, with the added advantage of not mourning the loss of hired mercenaries as one would soldiers or knights. Luciliano's strategic thoughts were abruptly interrupted as quiet footsteps approached the entrance of the decimated house. These were not the heavy thuds of a victorious Bugin. There were multiple lighter steps. Goblins, confused and disoriented. "There it is, it's a human," murmured one voice. "Is this thing alive?" queried another. To Luciliano's astonishment, ghouls, lion-headed and grim, emerged. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Did the ghouls truly triumph over the noble orcs? He gasped internally. He had been assured that no ghoul tyrants or elder mages resided in this devil's nest. To envision ghouls overpowering noble orcs was unthinkable, not only to him but to anyone versed in their lore. Yet undeniable was the sight before his eyes, refusing to dissipate like a bizarre hallucination. It just moved. "It's alive," remarked one male ghoul. "All right, let's bring it with the other humans," suggested another. "Wait, at least cover her before we carry her," intervened a female ghoul, emerging from the shadows. She draped the furs from the bed over the live-dead's unshielded form, a silent gesture of dignity after the orcs left her in a state of disgrace. Coldly, Luciliano observed this act of decency. With the ghoul victory, rescuing the captive women is doomed, he thought. The world knew ghouls savored human flesh. The captives, he imagined, would soon grace the ghouls' victory banquet. Perhaps they would even undergo transformation rituals. Either fate seemed mercilessly irreversible. He allowed himself a grim reflection. Given the alternatives, perhaps meeting their end here would grant them a bittersweet mercy. The women, desecrated by the orcs, might find peace eluding them, freedom or no, with both body and soul deeply scarred. Well acquainted with the harsh realities of life, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for these lost souls. Each one of them bore the weight of a world that had turned its back on them, leaving them stranded in a shadowy void stripped of hope. Their vacant eyes told stories of dreams shattered and futures stolen, voices trembling with suppressed anguish and quiet pleas for an end to the suffering. Caught in the swirling tempest of emotion and reality's cruel embrace, Luciliano was acutely aware of the grim truth. These women faced a daunting path to reclaim their lives. The monstrous orcs had not only robbed them of their freedom, but also annihilated the delicate scaffolding of their aspirations. Without the resources or means to replace their essential equipment, and marred by their unwanted experience, rebuilding would be an uphill battle, nearly insurmountable. Society's unforgiving judgment awaited them, poised to brand them as tainted, a stigma that would trail them like an unshakable shadow. Luciliano's mind wandered to the vividly contrasting fortunes of these beleaguered women compared to those in less perilous situations. If they were simple village girls, perhaps they could rely on state-sponsored support, the minimal comfort of a safety net barely noticed by society. But as daring, free-spirited adventurers, they had chosen a path inherently fraught with risk, with little hope for governmental aid beyond a token gesture. Their dealings with misfortune, in the unforgiving eyes of the public, were matters solely of personal responsibility. Yet, amidst this grim contemplation, Luciliano couldn't ignore the modest flicker of progress. The world had shifted undeniably for the better. No longer were such unfortunate captives branded as witches or commodified as mere spoils of war. History's cruel hand had softened, if only slightly, even as tales spun of gallant heroes and damsels rescued remained confined to the fading pages of folklore. While Luciliano ruminated on these complex truths, the bustle of ghouls nearby signaled the continuation of life's relentless cycle. They carried away his live-dead, an item devoid of life and sensation, soon to meet its end. Yet, to Luciliano, it was a trove of information in the brief time it remained intact. He directed its hollow eyes outward, gathering intelligence from the chaotic tableau surrounding him. Outside, the ground was littered with the bodies of orcs, kobolds, and goblins, but notably absent were ghoul casualties. The ghouls, vibrant in number and equipped surprisingly well, filled the air with exuberant declarations of their triumph, praising their ghoul king, Vandalu, a chilling testament to a leader of unparalleled skill and strategic prowess, having not only armed his warriors beyond the standard, but having vanquished a formidable adversary alone. The gravity of Luciliano's situation settled heavily upon him, a recognition that to engage with such a formidable force again would be folly beyond words, finances be damned. As his live-dead was laid gently within the shelter of an unscathed structure and its bearer departed with casual indifference, He was left to ponder the enigmatic Ghoul King, a figure who subverted the norms to breathe new life into a race historically marginalized. The scene within the building cut deeply. Human women clustered together, the remnants of their spirit battered, their utterances echoing in the quiet space. Luciliano stood amidst their haunting presence, committed to his observations, yet momentarily touched by the far-reaching consequences of the world's dark complexities. In shadows and whispers of the harrowing scene, he was often called by his ominous title, the Degenerate. He tried to block out the woeful cries and faint, ghostly whispers that filled the air, haunting his ears. Before him were the broken forms of female adventurers held captive, a haunting testament to the fragility of resilience. As adventurers, one might think they should have been resilient, both mentally and physically, but here they stood, hearts shattered and spirits broken. Luciliano couldn't bear to witness their suffering, hoping instead for a swift end to their anguish. Lost in his thoughts, Luciliano was snapped back to reality, startled by an unexpected sight. A child stood in his line of vision, gazing at him with an intensity that belied its tender age. Those astonishingly colored eyes, crimson and bluish-purple, pinned him in place with curiosity and knowledge beyond its years. What was a child, barely more than a toddler, doing in a desolate place like this? Intrigued yet perplexed, Luciliano's mind raced. Could this child be a damper? What on earth is a damper doing here, of all places? Where were its parents? There were no vampires among the noble orcs' underlings. Was it perhaps aligned with the ghouls? But before he could unravel these mysteries, the child's voice cut through his thoughts like a blade. Why are you inside there? That's someone else's body, isn't it? The words hit Luciliano like a physical blow. He can see this as a live-dead? How is that possible? My technique is impeccable, undetectable. Panic prickled at his spine as the damper child drew closer, a fey and ethereal look in its eyes. The spirit of that woman is right beside you, the child said calmly. She's asking you to return her body and cease this desecration. Marvel turned to astonishment in Luciliano's mind. He can see spirits. He must be a spiritualist. Luciliano, a talented life attribute mage, had never possessed the rare spiritualist skills to see spirits, which was why he remained oblivious to the spectral presence beside him. Realizing his concealment was futile, he chose to abandon stealth. Yet, he had a trick up his sleeve. By using magic to borrow this live-dead senses, he was merely a presence from afar, not physically present in this devil's nest. He could simply retreat his consciousness and escape this encounter unscathed. Whatever the child did with the live-dead afterward was of no concern to him. But before he could act, the damper reached into the live-dead's body. A chill surged through Luciliano as the child's cold hand gripped his consciousness firmly. "Gah, what have you done?" He struggled against this unsettling force, attempting desperately to return to his own body. Yet, an invisible barrier thwarted his every effort, sparking panic and despair. "May I ask you some questions?" The child's voice was calm, almost soothing, yet demanding in its gentleness. Luciliano, trapped and vulnerable, realized resistance was futile. His magic faltered in this form, stripped of its former potency. I am an adventurer," Luciliano confessed at last, hoping truth might free him. "I used this live-dead to investigate the orc village." His resolve crumbled under the damper's unyielding gaze, and he spilled forth all he knew. Vandaliu, the young damper, absorbed Luciliano's revelations. Viscount Balches, Lord of the region, and Earl Palpapek, a formidable marshal within the Merg nation, had already uncovered the existence of Bugin's burgeoning village and his looming threat to the town. Plans for a large-scale assault, spearheaded by Earl Palpapek, were already in motion. A headache throbbed at Vandaliu's temples as he pondered the implications. He had hoped the ghouls might thrive undisturbed in the Devil's Nest once the noble orcs were vanquished. With the orcs removed, Zadiris and the ghouls would rise to the pinnacle of the Devil's food chain. But now, human knowledge of Bugin's threat had reached the highest levels, shattering his hopes with brutal finality. Would the marshal cancel the invasion if he knew the noble orc's village had been destroyed? Vandalyu inquired, a faint thread of hope lacing his voice. Luciliano stiffened, his silence echoing louder than words before he resignedly answered, "I'm just an adventurer. I don't command or decide." But I doubt the marshal would abandon his plans. A sigh escaped Vandalyu's lips. His intuition had been correct after all. Despite the annihilation of the direct threat to humanity, the mighty noble orcs, the humans remained steadfast. Their orc subordinates, generals and mages among them, lay dead. Even if some lowly orcs, slave goblins, or kobolds had fled, they posed little threat. Yet, from this perspective, the landscape had shifted. While the Marshal and Viscount Balches still governed the region, the looming peril had transformed from orcs to something far more sinister: ghouls. A vast horde of these undead creatures had emerged, annihilating a formidable assembly of over 500 beasts, including multiple rank 6 noble orcs, under the malevolent command of a ghoul king. Who could guarantee that this malicious force wouldn't soon set its sights on human territories? To the inhabitants of the land, both ghouls and orcs were monstrous menaces. The very idea that hundreds of such creatures gathered in a devil's nest, merely 3 days from their doorstep, was alarming. Rumors of a damper within the ghoul ranks could ignite the Church of Alda's wrath, especially drawing individuals like High Priest Gordon, specialized in exterminating vampires. This could provide Vandalyu a long-sought opportunity to face Gordon, the man responsible for his mother's grim fate. Yet, he still doubted his strength to exact vengeance. Though Gordon was infamous for burning Darcia at the stake, he supposedly wielded power on par with a B-class adventurer. Should he ever duel a rank 7 monster like Bugin, victory would be his even without resorting to intricate plans like Vandalyu's own desperate strategies. The odds of defeating Gordon seemed bleak unless luck, a rare ally for Vandalyu, favored him. Consequently, he chose to let this opportunity pass, actively avoiding confrontation. But how could I escape this entanglement? He pondered, glancing at his reflection, his damper heritage marked by his unusual eyes, a memorable sight for Luciliano. Through the borrowed senses of a live-dead, Vandalyu's consciousness inhabited a far-off town, but he lacked control to ensure discretion. Luciliano had divulged Vandalyu's desires under duress, anxious and trapped in unknown peril. Yet, Vandalyu could only impede his return to consciousness temporarily, tied to the live-dead in trance. Sustaining Luciliano inside indefinitely, without reprieve till death claimed his starving body, was unimaginable. The choices left to hush Luciliano were limited to pleas, bribes, or threats. Pleading to his emotions held no hope. A man undertaking such tasks upon request would hardly betray his duty for sentiment. Silence endangered Luciliano with more than reprimand. He faced potential outlaw status. Similarly, bribery seemed futile. Any offered promise from Vandalyu would pale against rewards from Luciliano's noble employer. The last resort, intimidation, appeared ineffective upon reflection. Who fears the threats from a child not even 3 years of age? Vandalyu mused, unsettling on appearance alone, but cognizant of this truth. Accepting that anonymity was unattainable, Vandalyu returned to his pressing query. "I understand why you're using this human, but did you kill them?" The live-dead stood youthful, surprisingly vital for one held captive by orcs, with no scars to suggest recovery from mortal injury. Vandalyu guessed she was deliberately slain for this live-dead's creation. Had Luciliano sacrificed her life for this dark art? As these thoughts swirled, clarity loomed larger in Vandalyu's mind. In that tense moment, Luciliano shook his head, clearly distressed. "No, I merely transformed the Viscount's prepared corpse into a live-dead. I have no idea how this woman met her end." Vandalyu, seeking clarity from the live-dead's original owner, inquired, "Is what he's saying true?" Her response was tormented but clear. "My body was stolen. Give it back. Stop desecrating it." He could feel the anguish in her words, but lacked a clear answer. Over a month had passed since her death. During that grim time, She helplessly witnessed her own body being violated repeatedly by Bugin. Vandalyu understood the trauma that had fractured her spirit. I understand. I'll let you go for now. But beware, the next time we cross paths, I won't hesitate to kill you. As he released his grip, Luciliano swiftly departed from the live-dead's consciousness. The expression of terror faded from the live-dead's face, leaving it lifeless and still. Although it seemed to revert to a mere corpse, it continued to breathe, its heart still beating. The mana that sustained it ensured it remained a live-dead until it faded away completely, even after Luciliano's departure. Thank you. I was able to retrieve my body. Her gratitude was genuine, but carried an undertone of deep sadness. You're welcome, Vandalyu replied softly. What are your plans now? Plans? I'm already dead, so what more can be planned? Have you considered the possibility of being reborn? He asked gently. Reborn? What do you mean? Everyone who dies is eventually reborn by the grace of a god. It's simply how things are. In Lambda, the cycle of rebirth was a known concept, even if Rodcourt's name wasn't. Souls of the deceased were believed to start anew one day. She couldn't fathom why he would even suggest otherwise. What I'm suggesting is, would you like to start your new life right away? Right now? Is such a thing even possible? She asked, doubt and hope battling within her. Indeed, it's possible, Vandalyu assured her. While I can't bring you back to life as you were, there is a new life developing within you. He had sensed the presence of a nascent life form within her, not yet even a fetus. He was offering her the chance to inhabit it and begin anew. Yuri suggesting I become an orc? Despite her spirit's enrichment from Vandalyu's death attribute charm and his efforts to reclaim her body, she recoiled at the thought. Even in death, the prospect of being reborn as the offspring of the creature that violated her was unbearable. Left without a choice, she would have opted for the afterlife over rebirth as an orc. Rest assured, Vandalyu promised, I will eliminate the orc genes. You won't be reborn as an orc. You can do that? Typically, any trace of orc blood ensures the child is born as one. I'm quite capable, and I have some experience with it, he said confidently. Vandalyu's prior work with selective breeding, using death attribute magic to precisely alter or remove genetic material, meant he could fulfill this promise. In earlier experiments on Origin, similarly intricate techniques allowed him to eliminate parts of certain genes. This made it possible to create purebred organisms from hybrids. One example included successfully producing a pure donkey from a mixed donkey-horse fetus. The same had been achieved with seeds, making them resistant to both high temperatures and disease. He'd even applied these techniques to humans, breeding offspring with genetic compositions tailored across various races, achieving a high success rate. These scientific feats had equipped him with the confidence to offer the woman a chance at a new beginning. As he pledged to her, he was reminded that the military nation the laboratory, where Vandalyu had once been held captive, went on to revolutionize the fields of agriculture and animal breeding, conquering numerous hereditary diseases in the process. It soon earned a reputation as a great nation of medical prowess. I can't say for sure how well things went for them after my departure, though. Pushing away this shadowy thought from his mind, Vandalyu patiently explained the procedure to the woman's spirit, seeking to calm her anxieties. The ideal time for this would be just before or right after the egg cell is fertilized. However, he continued, it's been a while since it attached itself to the womb. I can't make you entirely human, but I can transform you to a point where you'd never be mistaken for an orc. You mean, I might become like a beast person? The spirit pondered. I've never encountered a beast person before, so I can't say for certain, Vandalyu admitted. Silence descended as the woman's spirit absorbed this. Vandalyu waited patiently, understanding that this decision was not guided solely by his benevolence. Her choice to accept this rebirth meant convenience for his larger plan. His aim was revenge, survival against the reality-bending cheaters reincarnated into his world, and the resurrection of his mother, Darshia. To accomplish the latter, he envisaged harnessing the affinity of spirits with fertilized eggs to channel a pseudo-reincarnation. but having multiple strategies in play was always advisable. After all, there was no surety that this method, successfully executed in Origin, would yield the same results in Lambda. He lacked certainty about whether the creatures here possessed DNA and genes similar to those in Origin. The woman represented a crucial experiment in this regard. Vandeleur chose not to divulge his motivations to her. His death attribute charm skill might compel her to agree, yet it wasn't his intent to deceive her. This self-awareness of his hypocritical stance, he accepted. If she opted for the transformation, whatever the outcome, he could still claim to have aided her in this new existence. Holding her thoughts, the woman finally declared, "I've made my decision. Please, allow me to be reborn." "I understand. I'll do everything I can," Vandeleur affirmed, transforming his arms with spirit form transformation and immersing them into the live-dead's abdomen. Channeling mana to the minute fetus, smaller than the nail on his little finger, he assessed its state. The presence of human genes was nearly non-existent. The fetus was dominated by orc genes, assuring its future as a noble orc if born then. As he had presumed, orc and noble orc genetics absorbed those of the mother during development, deviating from standard creature reproduction. With resolute intent, he further infused his death attribute mana, weakening the noble orc's genetic influence and invigorating the human genes, bolstering their strength. If he could just ensure the fetus's survival now, it would develop into a predominantly human child. "I'm thankful I honed my mana control skill," he mused. The intricacy of manipulating genes without scientific apparatus required finesse, eschewing brute mana force which risked obliterating the delicate fetus. He meticulously treated each cell, crafting a new genetic narrative one atom at a time. "Well then, let's meet again," Vandeleur conveyed warmly as the nameless woman's spirit took residence in the fetus, sparking a thought about Earth's debate on when a soul was acquired. Was it at conception, as a developing fetus, or at birth? Here in Lambda, at this very moment, life had garnered a soul, he concluded, not that it held any substantial weight. Refocusing, he replenished the live-dead with mana, cautious not to miscalculate the extent Luciliano had previously furnished. Should ask him about it later. Zadiri's mused, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. In the heart of the ghoul village, where mystery mingled with survival, the air was charged with tension and a hint of acceptance. The decision had been made, and with it, a new chapter was about to unfold. Vandeleur, the enigmatic ghoul king, stood contemplating the weight of his choices. His gaze shifted to the horizon, where the setting sun cast a warm glow on the lands below. Each decision made here was like a ripple in a pond, sending waves of consequence into the world beyond. For Vandeleur, every ripple was a reminder of the delicate balance between power and compassion. Meanwhile, the once broken female adventurers were on the brink of transformation. Their choice to become ghouls was a testament to the strange allure and dominion Vandeleur wielded. Whether it was his magic or simply the undeniable pull of his unique aura, they had chosen his path over the abyss. The solemnity of the moment was palpable, each heartbeat synchronized with the promise of a new beginning or an end. Those who watched from the shadows, like Zadiris and Badia, could feel the undercurrents of change. In their hearts, they felt a mixture of trepidation and hope for the newcomers, for their leader, and for the community that embraced them all. With evening drawing near, Vandeleur turned his focus back to the present. The blend of fate and choice had created a tapestry he couldn't fully unravel, yet was compelled to follow. The voices behind him whispered of acceptance, of unity, and perhaps of salvation in a world where uncertainty was the only constant. And so the night would enfold them, bound by a shared destiny, charting a path that would challenge what it meant to be human or ghoul. As the stars emerged like silent witnesses, Vandeleur prepared to guide his newfound followers into a future only they could forge together. In the shadows and in the light, their journey was just beginning. After the dust had settled and the chaos ebbed away, Zadiris pondered her next move. She considered approaching the boy, hoping he would unravel the mysteries of the situation with his explanation. Meanwhile, her eyes drifted towards the bustling scene. a spectacle akin to souls drawn towards the promise of salvation. A group of female adventurers swarmed around Vandalyu, reaching out to him eagerly. It reminded Zadiris of a fable about the dead grasping the spider's thread that descended from the heavens. A bittersweet hope intertwined with desperation. All she could do was watch, waiting patiently for this storm of excitement to calm. On a crisp February morning, the air was infused with the metallic scent of blood, carried by a brisk breeze. Suddenly, a resounding war cry, "Yu!" shattered the morning stillness. Curious ghouls, engrossed in extracting organs from the bodies of orcs, goblins, and kobolds for their morning meal, turned their gaze toward the source of the commotion. There stood Vigoro, his face tilted toward the rising sun. "Oh oi, hasn't Vigoro grown bigger?" one ghoul murmured, eyes wide with astonishment. "It can't be," he ranked up. Another replied in disbelief. Indeed, Vigoro, already towering at over 2 meters, had grown even larger. His leonine head exuded a more powerful presence, with thicker, sharper fangs, and his muscular limbs rippled with increased strength while retaining their agility. His transformation evoked the legendary figures of ghoul lore, revered for hundreds of years. "Berserker! A ghoul berserker!" someone exclaimed, awestruck. Vigoro had long been a formidable ghoul barbarian, seasoned by years of battle. The previous night, he had felled several orc generals of equal standing and, astonishingly, a noble orc of superior rank. This massive accumulation of experience points, combined with an enhancement in his skills, had fulfilled the criteria for his rank elevation. Although he hadn't ascended to the mythical status of a ghoul tyrant, the ghouls celebrated wholeheartedly, chanting Vigoro's name in reverence at witnessing the dawn of a ghoul berserker, a warrior reputed to vanquish 100 human soldiers single-handedly. Yet, while the ghouls basked in the glory of Vigoro's triumph, Vandalyu found himself being gently chastised by 3 striking women. To any outsider, this scene might invoke envy, but Vandalyu would likely quip, "In my line of work, this isn't exactly a bonus." "Listen, boy," one began earnestly, "while you may be our leader, it doesn't mean you must personally defeat every enemy leader yourself." "True," the other chimed in. "I might have been dead weight against that noble orc, but you didn't need to rush into danger solo. Imagine if you had utilized our collective strength from the start. Maybe you wouldn't have had to rely on such a perilous strategy." "Exactly." Darshia's spectral voice, audible only to Vandalyu, added fervently. When Sam relayed the tale, I nearly fainted. "You're just a child, not even 3 years old. That was far too reckless." Only Vandalyu could perceive Darshia's admonishments, so Zadiris and Badya assumed they alone were the ones scolding him. With sincerity, Vandalyu simply responded, "Yes, I'm sorry." No words of excuse crossed his lips. Reflecting on his actions, Vandalyu realized his reckless decision to confront Bugin alone. There were unquestionably other paths he could have pursued. Indeed, he had unnecessarily worried Zadiris, Badya, and most importantly, Darshia. As Badya suggested, had they mounted a joint offensive against Bugin from the beginning, utilizing arrows, throwing weapons, and magical strikes while Vandalyu hindered him, disabling Bugin might have been far more manageable, albeit time-consuming. Furthermore, adding deadly poison to the ghouls' arsenal could have dramatically tilted the odds in their favor. Admittedly, it might have been impossible to completely avert casualties, but the danger to Vandalyu would have been no greater than when he'd allowed Bugin to pierce his torso. In hindsight, after a night's consideration, Vandalyu acknowledged the alternative strategies he had overlooked. Though unaware at the time, he now understood that his judgment had been clouded by the excitement and chaos of his first substantial battle in ages, a sprawling conflict at that. This revelation was his sole solace as he braced himself for an extended session of rebuke. But it only proves how much you care for every ghoul, Vandalyu, so I'll let it slide this time. But don't pull a stunt like that again, okay? However, Badya confessed, it also shows we weren't strong enough to earn your full trust. I did fire arrows at the noble orc, but each one was deflected with ease. That can't happen again. Could it even be called support? I couldn't create any openings. I'm sorry, Van, for making you take such reckless actions due to my inexperience, I said. Indeed, Badia responded with an unexpected warmth. Thanks to you, boy, not one of us suffered a casualty. You distributed your magic items, fortified us with your skills, transferred your mana, and rendered the enemy mages powerless. Considering all that, it seems we've been unfairly demanding of you from the start. For that, I apologize. Vandalyu was taken aback, expecting reproach but instead finding forgiveness. Neither Darshia nor Zadiris retracted their words, and to his surprise, they even offered apologies. Is that all? Vandalyu asked, his voice tinged with disbelief as he gazed at the three, who blinked back at him in similar surprise. Do you wish to be scolded further, boy? Zadiris queried, her head tilted slightly in confusion. It's not that, Vandalyu replied hastily. It's just, the reprimands I've known were much harsher and longer. His past flashed before him, weaving a tapestry of pain and solitude. On Earth and in Lambda, he'd never known the grace of a nurturing elder. His uncle, a man steeped in outward appearances yet shallow within, lashed out with fury and fists, always waiting until they were home to unleash his anger. He never bothered to hear Vandalyu's side, never shared words of wisdom, only the resounding command of, "Don't ever do that again." Each reprimand was more an act of venting frustrations than teaching, a toxic cycle absent of understanding. His aunt offered no respite, her scoldings dreary and incoherent, stretching on endlessly until she was satisfied or preoccupied by something else. Often, she'd lament about the time wasted on him, only to prolong the reprimanding sessions for hours. School wasn't a sanctuary either. Teachers, with little interest or effort, targeted him in times of trouble, preferring the ease of accusing the quiet boy in his faded black clothing to uncovering the truth. Such practices defined his elementary years and taught him that invisibility was the key to surviving his turbulent childhood. Then there was Origin. Here, reprimanding morphed into something far more sinister: punishment. The researchers saw him not as a child to be taught, but as a specimen to be molded. Electrical shocks replaced fists, and their words cut deeper than knives. They cared little for his well-being, driven by convenience over compassion. Even compliance wasn't enough, as bizarre experiments tested his endurance, often reducing him to a convulsing heap on the cold laboratory floor. These experiences left Vandalyu with a profound fear of anger, especially when directed at him from those he could neither defy nor defend against. He feared not the act of fighting or killing, but rather the inability to retaliate against those he couldn't harm and the dread that accompanied reprimanding. Not once did he believe Darshia, Zadiris, or Badia would emulate his uncle or those cruel researchers, yet fear clung to him like a shadow. Vandalyu, I'm truly sorry for frightening you. Darshia's voice softened, a balm against his old wounds, and with that, a new chapter began to unfold. Vandalyu had always carried the weight of his past on his slender shoulders, a tapestry of memories woven from lives long left behind. Darshia, his ethereal mother, understood this burden, though she lacked a physical form to comfort him. Yet, her gentle, spectral embrace offered solace. Her voice, soft as a whisper carried by the wind, reassured him. You have nothing to apologize for, my son. In her heart, Darshia understood that the trauma lingered from Vandalyu's previous existences. Asking her to tread carefully around something so complex was an insurmountable task. She was pioneering motherhood in an unprecedented scenario, nurturing a child who bore memories of other worlds, a field with no guidebook. Meanwhile, others, unaware of his past, made their own conjectures, their conclusions skewed. I've never heard too much about your mother. One of them cautiously ventured. What was she like? You know, on normal days, or when she was upset with you, Van? Their eyes radiated sympathy, and the halting curiosity in their words suggested they suspected something far darker. Vandalyu saw this, an unspoken accusation hanging in the air like a mist. No, it wasn't my mother, Vandeleur clarified, seizing this as the moment to unravel his tangled story. This is the right time to explain. Could I summon Vigoro? Darshia's voice chimed in softly, like wind chimes on a gentle breeze. Don't worry about me, dear. They can't see me. I worry about how you're perceived, Vandeleur replied, his voice threaded with emotion. It pains me that they misunderstand you, Mom. He was determined to enlighten them, to weave clarity where doubt lingered, and do justice to Darshia's memory and his own past. Let me lay it all on the table. So, that's how it is, muttered those gathered around him, their features shaded with surprise as Vandeleur unfolded the essence of his being. Memories from not just one, but 2 lifetimes, lived across distant realms, and the knowledge that, following him, 100 transcendent souls, brimming with mystical powers, would one day step into this world they now called home. Expecting disbelief, Vandeleur found their readiness to accept his revelation profoundly unsettling. Why do you believe me so easily? He asked, genuinely puzzled. One spoke, his voice firm with logic. You possess a monstrous 100 million in mana and wield magic of death itself, unheard of in our world's history. Even as a damper, your incredible past gives substance to your current reality, and you possess knowledge vast enough to stretch over decades, despite not yet reaching your 3rd year, Van. Knowing it stems from former lives changes everything, added another. They're right, a 3rd voice agreed. What more is there to say? Indeed, came the collective nod, though the notion of 100 more with such might is rather daunting. 100 souls bearing as much mana as you, mused Zadiris, her eyes weighted with contemplation. But Vandeleur quickly dispelled their imagined fears. No, their mana will pale in comparison to mine, Vandeleur assured. I stand alone because this power substitutes for what I lack. The divine architect behind his rebirths, Rodcourt, had crafted others with cheat-like abilities and magic affinities, gifting them what Vandeleur had forfeited. His colossal mana reservoir was, in essence, a trade-off for his absence of such traits. While his empty vessel brimmed with energy, theirs were filled with talents only dreamed of. Vandeleur's words brought a collective sigh of relief. An assurance indeed, Zadiris sighed, visibly relieved. But they still hold these cheat-like powers, one pondered. Yet even with their prowess, your own untamed mana remains an anomaly, young one, Zadiris observed knowingly. In a world where first-rate mages often peaked around a mere 10,000 mana, Vandeleur stood as a beacon of incomprehensible might. And as they sat in thoughtful silence, the weight of future conflicts seemed a bit less burdensome, buoyed by the peculiar comfort of their knowing at least some portion of the truth in their enigmatic friend. Faced no immediate risk of dying. Therefore, even if the 100 reincarnated souls arrived in this realm, it wouldn't be in a massive wave, just sporadically, a few at a time. Vandeleur pondered the implications of this. He was caught in a delicate balance between wanting to safeguard his friends and understanding the potential threat posed by his fellow reincarnates. So you're saying, Vandeleur mused aloud, that we have some time before any significant influx occurs. I suppose that's somewhat reassuring, though we still need to prepare for when they do arrive. Zadiris, a wise and venerable ghoul mage, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, we mustn't be complacent. Preparation is our ally. As for your title, young one, it carries more weight than you might realize. It is not merely an identity, it is a symbol, a rallying call for those who follow you. Vandeleur acknowledged her point. Perhaps there is truth in that. However, titles can also paint targets on one's back, attracting unwanted attention from those who may harbor ill intentions. The weight of his words hung in the air, a somber reminder of the complexities they faced. Inwardly, Vandeleur wrestled with his own insecurities, the remnants of a life once lived on a world far different from this one. A world where magic and monsters were but myths and legends, not the everyday reality here. You know, his companion voice chimed in within his thoughts. A bit of confidence wouldn't do you harm, Vandeleur. You've come far. Only a few could wield the power you command and still hold onto their humanity as you do. Vandeleur sighed, a faint smile touching his lips. "I'll try to do better. But for now, I must focus on protecting what matters. And that might mean stepping down from my current position if it's for the greater good." Every decision carried its own weight, its own set of consequences. Yet, amongst all the uncertainties, Vandalyu held onto hope, a flickering flame amidst the shadows. In this world of mana and monsters, destiny was not written in stone, and with every choice he made, he forged a path all his own. The people of Origin could live up to their 80s, or perhaps even surpass 100 years, a reality still comfortably distant. It was hard to fathom, this notion of multiple individuals departing life all at once. But then came the whispered speculations and theories. There was no certainty that all these 100 souls would find their rebirth within the Amid Empire or its territories. Perhaps in a place far beyond the towering mountain ranges or on a distant continent. Rebirth wasn't bound to human form. They might emerge from the wombs of ghouls or one of the other distinct races born of Vita's creations. But that might not be the case, Vandalyu mused, though he was aware Zadiri's logic was irrefutable. Words eluded him until Badya voiced the clincher. Our threats extend beyond those 100 souls. If humans sent B-class or A-class adventurers into this devil's nest, our obliteration would be inevitable. A high-rank monster from another devil's nest could rise to power here, just like that noble orc did. The reincarnation of those 100 does not warrant separation from you, Vandalyu. Bastia's words echoed a sobering truth. Though ghouls ruled as the strongest in this devil's nest, the Merg nation's serious involvement would crush any resistance. And if you had not been with us, the battle against the orcs may not have been won. Even if victory was ours, our inability to bear children would mean the village still couldn't thrive. Fleeing from a threat decades away is senseless. That does make sense, Vandalyu conceded, unable to refute the logical reasoning. For the ghouls, facing threats head-on was instinctual. Survival demanded preparedness over fear. If you left and those 100 still pursued monsters, nothing would change. It's reassuring to have you, Van. I never considered that. Vandalyu gasped as realization dawned. Even without his influence, these reincarnated beings would likely hunt monsters, driven by physical might and moral conviction in a world where monsters were the epitome of evil. They would seek justice or the quick allure of money and fame. Yet it was Vigoro who delivered the pivotal blow to Vandalyu's doubts. I doubt those reincarnated folks are all that formidable, Vandalyu. Dumbfounded, Vandalyu stared at Vigoro. Were the 100 not supposed to be incredibly powerful? Wasn't it preordained that their strength would defy fairness? Strong they may be, fiercer than I. Indeed, Vigoro conceded. But they aren't invincible, and you have the power to kill them. Vandalyu was taken aback, ready to argue, when it struck him, the undeniable truth. These beings could indeed die. Rodcourt might have granted them cheat-like powers, save for Vandalyu, surrounding them with luck and predestined paths. But Rodcourt's ultimate aim was for these earthborn souls to aid in Lambda's growth. First, they were meant to gain experience in Origin. The cycle was crafted for them to enter Lambda upon their mortal end in Origin. Immortality or absolute invincibility would have defeated this purpose. Thus, amidst Rodcourt's bestowed abilities, none could make death or defeat impossible. Some might wield overwhelming attacking prowess, but if their defenses remained ordinary, they were still vulnerable. Once, in a world where power and magic intertwined, there existed a spell called the Incurable Disease. It was whispered that no matter how astonishingly fast some warriors could move, or how rapidly their bodies could regenerate lost limbs, they couldn't defy this spell's lethal grip. Their ultimate fortifications meant nothing if the curse of aging crept up within their veins, leading them to an inevitable end. Each method, though potent, was not without its own treacherous path fraught with danger and sacrifice. Lives would be risked under the looming shadows of these battles. Yet, Vandalyu was no ordinary mage. He was a master of death attribute magic, possessing the unique ability to weave spells that commanded death to his whim or banished it far away. His foes, though formidable, were pitiable in the grand scheme of life's daunting certainty. Death clung to them all in due time. The key lay in Vandalu's hands, to uncover which way would bring their demise, for surely there existed one. Why hadn't I realized this obvious truth before now? Vandalu murmured, sinking to his knees, realization flooding his mind with clarity. Beside him, Zadiris and Vigoro intuitively sensed the depth of his fear that had blurred his vision. It is only natural to fear that which we cannot grasp, Zadiris consoled. They've slain you once, haven't they? Anyone would doubt their chances upon facing that, added Vigoro with empathy. Throughout 3 long years since his rebirth, Vandalu had grappled with thoughts of fear. But now, a new outlook emerged, igniting hope for the future, thanks to the insights of his companions. He rose, gratitude uplifting his spirit. Your wisdom has rekindled my faith. Thank you, Vandalu expressed earnestly. Being your ally enriches us all. It's nothing, Vigoro replied, a grin illuminating his features, tawny fangs casting slight shadows over his lip. He would be content if Vandalu never reconsidered relinquishing his regal title. When the challenges of nobility and adventurership arise, I'll claim you as my comrades. Should doubt remain, I'll achieve feats so grand they can't be denied, Vandalu declared with resolve. Look at you, breaking free from your chains, Badya observed. Acknowledging his newfound determination, Vandalu realized that even those who wielded seemingly unbeatable abilities could fall by his hand. The burdens of his past suddenly lightened, leaving his path clearer. His vengeance against foes like High Priest Gordon and Hines appeared closer within reach. Should he bolster his strength and master his mana, a staggering reservoir at his command. The journey promised formidable landscapes of difficulty, yet hints of ease glimmered along his horizon. Just as dawn cast its first light, Vandalu remembered an urgent matter. Ah, it occurs to me. Humans sought to eradicate the orc village. They've discovered we've already handled it. What's our next step? Well, boy, that indeed is pressing, Vigoro remarked soberly. Their council would not soon adjourn. Meanwhile, Luciliano, pale and weary, concluded his morning report. Kneeling before noble mustached Berno Balches and imposing knights, he faced a seasoned man of formidable demeanor, seated resolutely at the table's head. Despite Luciliano's seasoned adventurer status, the presence of this man never failed to unnerve him, sending chills down his spine and setting unease swirling in his gut. Your report holds truth? Queried the marshal, his tone brooking no deception. Indeed, Marshal Palpapek, confirmed Luciliano, addressing Thomas Palpapek, a man of middling years whose expertise and valor had earned him the esteemed court rank of Earl, though unremarkable in the might of the Amid Empire. In the unlikely event of Merg's independence from imperial rule, Palpapek's accomplishments would see him ennobled as a marquis, perhaps even a duke. For a moment, Luciliano grappled with the gravity of his task, the reverberations of their impending actions drawing him into a complex web of duty and uncertainty. The Merg nation had endured countless assaults from the Orbom kingdom and had successfully enhanced public order by collaborating with adventurers to address various significant threats. Monsters had begun to spill from devil's nests, yet the nation held steadfast. Ah, the noble orcs have been eliminated, and their subordinates scattered, mused Viscount Balches, positively beaming as he gazed at Marshal Palpapek. Even his cherished handlebar mustache seemed to shimmer with satisfaction. Relief coursed through him. The weighty burden of pouring vast amounts of tax money into hiring adventurers and dispatching soldiers and knights for dangerous extermination missions, often incurring casualties, was no longer necessary. A common but misguided belief held that noblemen viewed those who served them as dispensable. Only the incompetent held such disdainful views. Worthy noblemen understood the importance of preserving lives when possible. Soldiers were essential for maintaining regional peace, and once lost, they couldn't be swiftly replaced. This was distinct from temporary hires who required only proper equipment. Regular soldiers demanded a certain level of skill and loyalty. This was doubly true for knights. descendants of families with a tradition of serving powerful nobles. A nobleman who wasted such lives risked disgrace and the loss of favor from knightly families, who might then seek more honorable masters. Minimizing losses was vital, even among soldiers recruited from the lower classes. Were the young to perish in mass, regions could suffer economically from a diminished workforce, breeding discontent among the masses. Adventurers were unique. They knowingly embraced their perilous profession. The loss of a few wouldn't disrupt a thriving town like Viscount Balchess. Hundreds perished yearly within Merg alone, without implicating the rulers. But should a region's adventurer population deplete too rapidly, unregulated monster spawns and scarce monster-derived materials would disrupt economic and anti-monster efforts. Adventurers, essentially drifters, could easily abandon any noble associated with unreasonable demands, leading to long-lasting regional hardships. Thus, limiting or eliminating casualties was prudent. However, some dire situations justified potential sacrifices. Take, for example, the need to annihilate a noble orcs horde of 500 threatening a town's safety. With their demise, the formation of a massive extermination force was unwarranted, truly a boon for Viscount Balchess, who cared little for the glory of defeating legendary monsters. Marshal Palpapek, however, held a different perspective. "I wouldn't celebrate just yet, Viscount Balchess. It might be prudent to augment our extermination forces, or rather, consider enlisting the High Priest Gordon's aid against this vampire menace." "What?" "But Marshal, the noble orcs are dead. The threat should be over," protested Balchess. "The threat has merely shifted," Palpapek countered, "from orcs to ghouls. These ghouls vanquished a force led by a noble orc. Though Luciliano hasn't confirmed it, there's a high chance they have ghoul mages, potentially even more powerful ones like high mages or berserkers. Would you argue that such a formidable adversary isn't a concern?" Marshal Palpapek's logic was irrefutable. To humans, both orcs and ghouls were monstrous threats. While ghouls had females, reducing their need to abduct human women, and seldom ventured from devil's nests, these variances were minor in the grand scheme. Viscount Balchess knights, despite understanding this, remained unconvinced. "But Marshal, ghouls have never been recorded acting en masse outside devil's nests. Is it not safe to assume?" The ghouls, known to be elusive residents of the devil's nest, were not expected to venture out. Curiously, the ghouls inhabiting this particular enclave showed a rare docility, avoiding confrontations with adventurers. It was reported that these creatures had been targeted by monsters led by a noble orc, using the female ghouls as unwilling vessels for their offspring. Was this surge in ghoul aggression merely a quest for vengeance against their orc oppressors? Despite their formidable victory over the noble orcs, it seemed no more than an insular clash, confined to the devil's nest, posing no threat beyond its eerie borders. Why, then, should anyone intervene in a battle so distant and unseen? Marshal Palpapek, absorbed in the deliberation, nodded in agreement, a gesture acknowledging some truth in this logic. Indeed, long-dwelling ghouls would follow this pattern. But have we ever known a band of ghouls to include a damper child? At this, Viscount Balchess and his knights exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads, unable to recall such an anomaly. The likelihood of this damper being the Ghoul King, isn't that a thought to entertain? The query lingered, hanging heavily in the air. Luciliano, hitherto silent, volunteered his cautious opinion, unwilling to shoulder the blame for any misjudgment. The emergence of a damper child coincided with the ghoul's declaration, "Vandalyu is coming." This lent credibility to the notion that the child named Vandalyu might indeed be the Ghoul King. An infant and half-vampire at that, was an unexpected leader, yet none dared dismiss the possibility. In fact, Marshal Palpapek abruptly announced, "I believe I know who this damper Vandalyu might be." The revelation rippled through the room, a wave of shock rendering even the seasoned knights speechless, while Viscount Balchess' disbelief was palpable. Luciliano, usually composed, lifted his gaze in surprise. "Recall the wanted announcement circulated about a dark elf swayed by a vampire, about 3 years ago," Palpapek explained. Her name was Darcia, seduced by a vampire named Valen. It's not uncommon for parents to name their progeny after themselves. Valen and Darcia's union birthed the name Vandaliu, a common practice among many families. Still, incredulity persisted. "Wasn't that damper declared deceased?" one knight interjected. "No," Palpapek countered. "The dark elf mother was certainly executed, but the infant's body was never recovered, a fact neglected by those who claimed otherwise." The room buzzed with dismay at such oversight, voiced loudly by the knights. One still questioned, how could an infant, even half vampire, endure without its mother's care? "But if you consider the timeline, is it not too coincidental?" another pointed out. It was Marshal Palpapek's commanding presence that stilled the simmering debate. If this damper, Vandaliu, truly is the Ghoul King, and should he seek not just survival, but vengeance, what then? Silence fell heavily. Faces, especially Viscount Balches, drained of color. A ghoul army, possibly commanded by a resentful damper, was a grave concern. More so than any disorganized horde of orcs. Unlike the beleaguered and blundering orcs, ghouls possessed an unsettling intelligence and coordination, qualities that made them a formidable and unpredictable adversary. Far more intelligent than orcs, the ghouls were a formidable race, renowned for their superior coordination in battle, even more adept than the kobolds. Unlike the orcs, among whom only a few gifted individuals mastered magic, nearly all female ghouls possessed the power to cast spells. True, their reproductive capabilities paled in comparison to the prolific orcs, but to the noblemen and knights assembled here, that fact held little significance. What truly captured their attention was the ghouls' impressive feat of vanquishing over 500 orcs. From this victory, the noblemen estimated that the ghoul numbers must be around the same, or at least 400 strong. In reality, however, the effective combat force numbered only about 200, including Vandaliu himself and the undead under his command. This formidable force posed a looming threat to the nearby town, nestled too close to the Devil's Nest for comfort. The anxiety was palpable in Viscount Balches, the town's ruler, who appeared on the brink of fainting from dread. "Marshal, I implore you, lend me your aid," he pleaded. "Of course, Viscount Balches," Marshal Palpapek responded. "We shall promptly organize a larger extermination force to rid us of those ghouls and that damper lurking in the Devil's Nest." The Marshal deftly arranged for the deployment of a more robust extermination force, while ensuring that the local ruler himself made the official request for aid. Should the operation succeed, exterminating the damper who had slipped through the fingers of the famed vampire hunter, High Priest Gordon, the Marshal's fame would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Amidst these tense proceedings, Luciliano battled his own misgivings. The last thing he wanted was to encounter that damper again. With a restless heart, he bided his time, anxiously awaiting his employer's permission to leave this web of political intrigue behind. The morning sun had barely risen when Marshal Thomas Palpapek found himself ensconced within the confines of a lavish villa, waging a battle not of swords and shields, but of ink and parchment. Just the day before, a report by Luciliano had unveiled the presence of a formidable ghoul pack, led by the enigmatic damper. This revelation set into motion a flurry of unprecedented activity. Typically, the organization of a monster extermination force fell under the jurisdiction of the local ruler and the Adventurers Guild. However, this was no ordinary situation. The force required was vast, drawing in not only adventurers but also knights and soldiers from the nation's esteemed army. Viscount Berno Balches, recognizing the monumental task at hand, had relinquished command and implored Marshal Palpapek for his indispensable guidance. Yet, this did not absolve Viscount Balches of all responsibilities. Rather, it meant that each decision, every plan, had to ultimately bear Marshal Palpapek's signature, for it was upon his shoulders that the burden of accountability rested should anything go awry. This arduous decision-making process had only taken flight that very morning. With an increase in the army's numbers necessitating an upsurge in personnel, Thomas found himself dispatching order documents left and right, requesting additional knights and soldiers. The chain of needs did not end there. A larger force demanded expanded budgets for equipment and more provisions to sustain their stamina. Spies also needed to extend their vigilant watch over the Devil's Nest. Negotiating with the Adventurers Guild was another aspect, meticulously managed by the finance minister, further elevating the daunting stack of paperwork. The sole consolation was the recent triumph of the Amid Empire over the Orbalm Kingdom, a victory that had left the Empire's coffers flush with funds. Still, even accessing these resources called for yet another round of paperwork, each requiring Marshal Palpapek's careful scrutiny and authoritative signature. A sudden gust of coldness swept through the room as an unfamiliar voice emerged, seemingly carried on the night breeze through a window Thomas was sure he hadn't opened. He barely finished signing his current document before turning his attention toward the unexpected visitor. "If you feel any sympathy for my plight, might you lend your assistance, my undying companion?" Thomas inquired, his eyes meeting the small, fluttering shape before him, a solitary bat. "I believe I have assisted you more than sufficiently, dear friend," the bat replied with remarkable poise, its voice as smooth as velvet. "Unless, Thomas, the allure of human fame has faded for you, and you now seek eternity." The marshal regarded the bat with a demeanor that betrayed no surprise, only a kind of weary resignation. "No, such desires are not mine. I have no wish to join your ranks, nor do I believe your kind would welcome me. Spare me your hollow courtesies, vampire." Indeed, this was no ordinary bat but a familiar, sent with purpose by a vampire. Marshal Thomas Palpapek hailed from the distinguished line of the Palpapek family of earls, the Shield Nation's venerated guardians entrusted with the charge of repelling the Orbalm Kingdom's advances. Thomas was an extraordinary figure even within a lineage steeped in military prowess. Yet as the second son, his path was predefined unless fate dealt a different hand to his elder sibling. Though superior in many respects, Thomas's talents were metered by the conventions of birth order, reinscribing him as the steadfast support beneath his family's banner rather than its figurehead. In a land where skirmishes with the Orbalm Kingdom flared with the unpredictability of summer storms, where the swell of war was a cyclic inevitability, Thomas's martial aptitude ensured continuity unfettered by birthright alone. The morning sun had barely risen when Marshal Thomas Palpapek found himself ensconced within the confines of a lavish villa, waging a battle not of swords and shields, but of ink and parchment. Just the day before, a report by Luciliano had unveiled the presence of a formidable ghoul pack, led by the enigmatic Damper. This revelation set into motion a flurry of unprecedented activity. Typically, the organization of a monster extermination force fell under the jurisdiction of the local ruler and the Adventurers Guild. However, this was no ordinary situation. The force required was vast, drawing in not only adventurers but also knights and soldiers from the nation's esteemed army. Viscount Berno Balchess, recognizing the monumental task at hand, had relinquished command and implored Marshal Palpapek for his indispensable guidance. Yet, this did not absolve Viscount Balchess of all responsibilities. Rather, it meant that each decision, every plan, had to ultimately bear Marshal Palpapek's signature, for it was upon his shoulders that the burden of accountability rested should anything go awry. This arduous decision-making process had only taken flight that very morning. With an increase in the army's numbers necessitating an upsurge in personnel, Thomas found himself dispatching order documents left and right, requesting additional knights and soldiers. The chain of needs did not end there. A larger force demanded expanded budgets for equipment and more provisions to sustain their stamina. Spies also needed to extend their vigilant watch over the Devil's Nest. Negotiating with the Adventurers Guild was another aspect, meticulously managed by the finance minister, further elevating the daunting stack of paperwork. The sole consolation was the recent triumph of the Amid Empire over the Orbalm Kingdom, a victory that had left the Empire's coffers flush with funds. Still, even accessing these resources called for yet another round of paperwork, each requiring Marshal Palpapek's careful scrutiny and authoritative signature. A sudden gust of coldness swept through the room as an unfamiliar voice emerged, seemingly carried on the night breeze through a window Thomas was sure he hadn't opened. He barely finished signing his current document before turning his attention toward the unexpected visitor. "If you feel any sympathy for my plight, might you lend your assistance, my undying companion?" Thomas inquired, his eyes meeting the small, fluttering shape before him. A solitary bat. "I believe I have assisted you more than sufficiently, dear friend." The bat replied with remarkable poise, its voice as smooth as velvet. "Unless, Thomas, the allure of human fame has faded for you, and you now seek eternity." The marshal regarded the bat with a demeanor that betrayed no surprise, only a kind of weary resignation. "No, such desires are not mine. I have no wish to join your ranks, nor do I believe your kind would welcome me. Spare me your hollow courtesies, vampire." Indeed, this was no ordinary bat but a familiar, sent with purpose by a vampire. Marshal Thomas Palpapek hailed from the distinguished line of the Palpapek family of earls, the Shield Nation's venerated guardians entrusted with the charge of repelling the Orbaum Kingdom's advances. Thomas was an extraordinary figure even within a lineage steeped in military prowess. Yet as the second son, his path was predefined unless fate dealt a different hand to his elder sibling. Though superior in many respects, Thomas's talents were metered by the conventions of birth order, reinscribing him as the steadfast support beneath his family's banner rather than its figurehead. In a land where skirmishes with the Orbaum Kingdom flared with the unpredictability of summer storms, where the swell of war was a cyclic inevitability, Thomas's martial aptitude ensured continuity unfettered by birthright alone. The treacherous lands beyond the kingdom's borders. And so, the web of intrigue spun tighter, weaving Thomas deeper into its intricate fabric. Merg, known as the Shield Nation, stood as a bastion of defense, its role carved into tradition by the hands of destiny and fate. The marshals of Merg, forever tasked with the noble duty of safeguarding, found their brothers in arms in the bold generals of the Amid Empire, those who led lavish campaigns of conquest. Among these woven fates stood two brothers, Thomas and his elder kin. Though Thomas's prowess eclipsed that of his brothers in every way, the rights of lineage determined the younger could never lay claim to the earl's seat. As fate's shadows loomed, whispered promises came from an unlikely ally, an enigmatic vampire. "Do you not wish to ascend, to seize the family earlship that should already be yours? Will you let your elder brother, who pales in your brilliance, walk ahead only because of a quirk of birth?" A sinister collaboration was born from these seeds. An unforeseen accident claimed his elder brother, paving a path for Thomas toward the seat of Marshal, a path whispered into being by the vampire, a creature who saw him as a valuable chess piece on the board of power. Thomas, wearied by empty words, cut through the noise. "You know the task at hand?" the vampire replied, the words almost laced with amusement. "Indeed. It's about the damper, the offspring of the traitor Valen and a dark elf. Despite our gift of information, it seems this one slipped through your fingers, didn't it?" Though the intricacies of vampire clans remained foreign to Thomas, he understood enough to divide them between followers of the evil gods and those pledging to the goddess Vita. His secretive ally served an evil god, though their ambitions had evolved beyond simple chaos or ruin. Since the demon king Gudurani's fall, these malevolent beings had splintered, some seeking the resurrection of their king, others bent on vengeance or indulgence, and some, like Thomas's vampire, simply acted upon whim to fulfill personal cravings. For these vampires, Dampiers posed a bothersome risk, a threat not of dire consequence, but an aggravation, especially if they sided with humans to hunt their vampire progenitors. Stamp them out, the vampire had been told, for pride, as a cautionary tale to others, or simply out of sadistic delight. Within this complex hierarchy, Thomas's task was clear: find the half-vampire child who had outlived its doomed parents. The task stretched far beyond mere duty. It carried the dark promise of blood and power. The vampires had ensured the downfall of Valen and orchestrated the escape of Valen's grieving, pregnant partner not out of mercy, but for the cruel entertainment of seeing them hunted, a spectacle to please their twisted master. Yet, against all odds, the the child had not perished in the wilderness. It now stood as the Ghoul King, its tale resonating with survival and vengeance in whispered legends across the land. Fate had dealt its card, and with it, the game of shadows began anew. The treacherous lands beyond the kingdom's borders. And so, the web of intrigue spun tighter, weaving Thomas deeper into its intricate fabric. Merg, known as the Shield Nation, stood as a bastion of defense, its role carved into tradition by the hands of destiny and fate. The marshals of Merg, forever tasked with the noble duty of safeguarding, found their brothers in arms in the bold generals of the Amid Empire, those who led lavish campaigns of conquest. Among these woven fates stood two brothers, Thomas and his elder kin. Though Thomas's prowess eclipsed that of his brothers in every way, the rights of lineage determined the younger could never lay claim to the Earl's seat. As fate's shadows loomed, whispered promises came from an unlikely ally, an enigmatic vampire. Do you not wish to ascend, to seize the family earlship that should already be yours? Will you let your elder brother, who pales in your brilliance, walk ahead only because of a quirk of birth? A sinister collaboration was born from these seeds. An unforeseen accident claimed his elder brother, paving a path for Thomas toward the seat of Marshal, a path whispered into being by the vampire, a creature who saw him as a valuable chess piece on the board of power. Thomas, wearied by empty words, cut through the noise. "You know the task at hand?" the vampire replied, the words almost laced with amusement. "Indeed. It's about the damper, the offspring of the traitor Valen and a dark elf. Despite our gift of information, it seems this one slipped through your fingers, didn't it?" Though the intricacies of vampire clans remained foreign to Thomas, he understood enough to divide them between followers of the evil gods and those pledging to the goddess Vita. His secretive ally served an evil god, though their ambitions had evolved beyond simple chaos or ruin. Since the demon king Gudurani's fall, these malevolent beings had splintered, some seeking the resurrection of their king, others bent on vengeance or indulgence, and some, like Thomas's vampire, simply acted upon whim to fulfill personal cravings. For these vampires, Dampiers posed a bothersome risk, a threat not of dire consequence, but an aggravation, especially if they sided with humans to hunt their vampire progenitors. Stamp them out, the vampire had been told, for pride, as a cautionary tale to others, or simply out of sadistic delight. Within this complex hierarchy, Thomas's task was clear: find the half-vampire child who had outlived its doomed parents. The task stretched far beyond mere duty. It carried the dark promise of blood and power. The vampires had ensured the downfall of Valen and orchestrated the escape of Valen's grieving, pregnant partner not out of mercy, but for the cruel entertainment of seeing them hunted, a spectacle to please their twisted master. Yet, against all odds, the child had not perished in the wilderness. It now stood as the Ghoul King, its tale resonating with survival and vengeance in whispered legends across the land. Fate had dealt its card, and with it, the game of shadows began anew. Journey deep into the shadows as we uncover the secrets of a devil's nest one could only stumble upon far from Evbegia. When Thomas relayed this news, a forgotten flicker of surprise awakened in the vampire, prompting him to dispatch his familiars swiftly. Back then, too many uncertainties loomed, Thomas recalled, wearing a bitter expression as the vampire candidly highlighted his past failings. Upon first learning about the elusive damper, Thomas eagerly passed the information to the Five Colored Blades, a promising group of adventurers keen on capturing the damper. His ambition was simple: to forge a strong alliance with them, positioning them as the Marshal's personal agents. If things proceeded smoothly, they might even become his subordinates. Yet fate played a wicked hand. Coincidentally, High Priest Gordon of the Amid Empire's Church of Alda was nearby, sticking his nose into affairs at a local village and tangling up Thomas's plans. The clearest mishap occurred when a steadfast dark elf refused to reveal the damper's lair, even on her deathbed, provoking Gordon's fiery temper. Against Thomas's wishes, she was executed, and the Five Colored Blades, critical to Thomas's strategy, left Evbigia post-haste without hunting for the damper. Forced into a corner, Thomas could do nothing but relinquish the damper's trail to Gordon, a man he couldn't influence in the slightest. Despite his best efforts, the damper slipped away, surviving against all odds. The real puzzle is how a damper the tender age of nursing managed to evade the high priest's pursuit and thrive, remarked the vampire, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Thomas replied with a sense of mystery entrenched in his words. The child not only survived but now leads the ghouls, evolving somewhere along the way to become a notable spiritualist. A spiritualist, you declare? That's remarkable for someone barely 3 years old. The vampire commented incredulously. Precisely. It seems he even discerned the live-dead as a familiar under the employment of a hired adventurer, Thomas continued. Those surrounding Thomas, including Viscount Balchess and his knights, believed Vandeleu's uncanny knowledge stemmed from his acquisition of the spiritualist job. Little did they suspect he wielded death attribute magic, an unprecedented power in their world. He has chosen quite an unusual path as a spiritualist. I doubt his father, Valen, had any such gift. It must be his mother's lineage at play. Regardless, his end is near, isn't it, Marshal Dono? Mused the vampire, confidence lining his voice. Without a doubt, I shall annihilate this troublesome damper alongside the roving ghouls. I'll even summon the overzealous devotees from the Church of Alda to aid in this endeavor, Thomas declared with resolve. Thomas's motivation went far beyond the superficial desires of immortality or gratitude to the vampires for his ascension in court rank. He required their formidable strength for a greater cause. His aspirations for his homeland, the shield nation of Merg. Bound to the Amid Empire since its inception, Merg's royal family held a title akin to mere marquises, subject to relentless, grueling battles. Victory was typically snatched from their grasp by the Empire, and even during times of peace, Merg found itself shackled. Whenever it strove for national strength, the Empire's heavy hand would interfere, sapping its power with contrived expeditions, the most catastrophic being the Titan extermination 2 centuries past, which left them pillaged of life and blessed artifacts alike. Fueled by injustice, the royal and noble hearts of Merg yearned for independence. To carry that torch of freedom back to his land was Thomas's dream, etched deeply into his very being. With this fervor driving him, he was determined to craft a future of his own making. Journey deep into the shadows as we uncover the secrets of a devil's nest one could only stumble upon far from Evbigia. When Thomas relayed this news, a forgotten flicker of surprise awakened in the vampire, prompting him to dispatch his familiars swiftly. Back then, too many uncertainties loomed, Thomas recalled, wearing a bitter expression as the vampire candidly highlighted his past failings. Upon first learning about the elusive damper, Thomas eagerly passed the information to the 5 Colored Blades, a promising group of adventurers keen on capturing the damper. His ambition was simple: to forge a strong alliance with them, positioning them as the Marshal's personal agents. If things proceeded smoothly, they might even become his subordinates. Yet fate played a wicked hand. Coincidentally, High Priest Gordon of the Amid Empire's Church of Alda was nearby, sticking his nose into affairs at a local village and tangling up Thomas's plans. The clearest mishap occurred when a steadfast dark elf refused to reveal the damper's lair, even on her deathbed, provoking Gordon's fiery temper. Against Thomas's wishes, she was executed, and the 5 Colored Blades, critical to Thomas's strategy, left Evbigia post-haste without hunting for the damper. Forced into a corner, Thomas could do nothing but relinquish the damper's trail to Gordon, a man he couldn't influence in the slightest. Despite his best efforts, the damper slipped away, surviving against all odds. The real puzzle is how a damper the tender age of nursing managed to evade the high priest's pursuit and thrive, remarked the vampire, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Thomas replied with a sense of mystery entrenched in his words. The child not only survived but now leads the ghouls, evolving somewhere along the way to become a notable spiritualist. A spiritualist, you declare? That's remarkable for someone barely 3 years old. the vampire commented incredulously. Precisely. It seems he even discerned the live-dead as a familiar under the employment of a hired adventurer, Thomas continued. Those surrounding Thomas, including Viscount Balchess and his knights, believed Vandeleu's uncanny knowledge stemmed from his acquisition of the spiritualist job. Little did they suspect he wielded death attribute magic, an unprecedented power in their world. He has chosen quite an unusual path as a spiritualist. I doubt his father, Valen, had any such gift. It must be his mother's lineage at play. Regardless, his end is near, isn't it, Marshal Dono? Mused the vampire, confidence lining his voice. Without a doubt, I shall annihilate this troublesome damper alongside the roving ghouls. I'll even summon the overzealous devotees from the Church of Alda to aid in this endeavor, Thomas declared with resolve. Thomas's motivation went far beyond the superficial desires of immortality or gratitude to the vampires for his ascension in court rank. He required their formidable strength for a greater cause. His aspirations for his homeland, the shield nation of Merg. Bound to the Amid Empire since its inception, Merg's royal family held a title akin to mere marquises, subject to relentless, grueling battles. Victory was typically snatched from their grasp by the Empire, and even during times of peace, Merg found itself shackled. Whenever it strove for national strength, the Empire's heavy hand would interfere, sapping its power with contrived expeditions, the most catastrophic being the Titan extermination 2 centuries past, which left them pillaged of life and blessed artifacts alike. Fueled by injustice, the royal and noble hearts of Merg yearned for independence. To carry that torch of freedom back to his land was Thomas's dream, etched deeply into his very being. With this fervor driving him, he was determined to craft a future of his own making. The work of a rogue mage, or an unknown alchemical process that we've yet to uncover. There's no need to intertwine such mysteries with legends of Dampiers. Vampire. Thomas nodded, albeit reluctantly, acknowledging the credibility in the vampire's reasoning. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Deep within, he felt an insidious presence, something lurking beneath the surface of what everyone else saw as mere happenstance or coincidence. It was an itch, a suspicion that nagged at the edges of his thoughts, begging for further investigation. Perhaps you're right, Thomas conceded, but one must remain vigilant. In times where shadows walk among us as friends, enemies, or unfathomable, being prepared is as much a defense as an attack. Thomas, the vampire, chuckled, a low, melodic sound that danced through the shadows of the dimly lit room. Your suspicion suits your station, Thomas. Prudence never bores the wise. Vampire. With a slight inclination of his head, the vampire signaled their discussion's end. When we meet again, it will not be over trivial matters, I assure you. Until then, keep your wits about you. And with that, he dissolved into the encroaching darkness, leaving only the echo of his words behind. Thomas stood alone, contemplation heavy in the air, the weight of untold stories awaiting revelation. He knew that, despite their difference in station and purpose, he and the vampire were bound by the same tapestry of fate, a curiosity they both shared for the unknown, the unseen. As he departed, a shiver passed through him, whispering threats and promises both. One thing was certain. In the interconnected world of fangs and shadows, silence was never the herald of peace. The work of a rogue mage, or an unknown alchemical process that we've yet to uncover. There's no need to intertwine such mysteries with legends of Dampiers. Vampire. Thomas nodded, albeit reluctantly, acknowledging the credibility in the vampire's reasoning. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Deep within, he felt an insidious presence, something lurking beneath the surface of what everyone else saw as mere happenstance or coincidence. It was an itch, a suspicion that nagged at the edges of his thoughts, begging for further investigation. Perhaps you're right, Thomas conceded, but one must remain vigilant. In times where shadows walk among us as friends, enemies, or unfathomable, being prepared is as much a defense as an attack. Thomas, the vampire, chuckled, a low, melodic sound that danced through the shadows of the dimly lit room. Your suspicion suits your station, Thomas. Prudence never bores the wise. Vampire. With a slight inclination of his head, the vampire signaled their discussion's end. When we meet again, it will not be over trivial matters, I assure you. Until then, keep your wits about you. And with that, he dissolved into the encroaching darkness, leaving only the echo of his words behind. Thomas stood alone, contemplation heavy in the air, the weight of untold stories awaiting revelation. He knew that, despite their difference in station and purpose, he and the vampire were bound by the same tapestry of fate, a curiosity they both shared for the unknown, the unseen. As he departed, a shiver passed through him, whispering threats and promises both. One thing was certain. In the interconnected world of fangs and shadows, silence was never the herald of peace. It was quite the coincidence, he mused as he observed the peculiar confluence of events unfolding around him. Is your business with me finished? Without waiting for a reply, the creature wrapped up in shadows, a bat, spread its wings and vanished into the night beyond the window. Thomas watched it depart, a bemused expression on his face, then softly closed the window and murmured, "A coincidence, you say?" Meanwhile, the Shield Nation of Murg found itself gripped by an urgent investigation into the Evbegia incident. This was no ordinary affair affecting just a small, remote town. It was a crisis with the potential to shake the very foundations of the nation. Should a similar calamity strike at the heart of a fortified citadel, even the strongest defenses could crumble. The golems that had risen in Evbegia had proven that walls meant nothing if the threat arose from within. Were they to turn on the humans inside rather than leaving peacefully, even an elite military force would be hard-pressed to withstand the onslaught. Attacks could come from all directions: walls, ceilings, floors. In such chaos, maintaining troop formations would be impossible. Solving the mystery of how the town's defensive walls transformed into golems was imperative. Yet, even the upper echelons of the Mages Guild came up empty-handed. Golems were not spontaneous creations. They were the product of alchemists' painstaking labors involving mana, materials, and meticulous craftsmanship. Turning a structure already built, like town walls, into golems defied everything known about alchemy. If such an alchemist existed, the entire Amid Empire would scramble to capture or conceal him. Indeed, just a coincidence, Thomas repeated, dismissing the notion that a mere 3-year-old damper could possess such extraordinary powers. He resumed his duties, adopting the stoic demeanor of Marshal Palpapek, his mind drifting back to the challenges recorded in his documents. Perhaps if Luciliano had realized the true extent of Vandalu's capabilities, such as transforming an orc village's int-made defenses into golems or wielding an immense mana pool, Marshal Palpapek might have arrived at different conclusions. Across the land, Vandalu journeyed back with his ghoul companions, their recent rescue mission leaving them burdened with over 100 malnourished and injured captives. Some bore the physical scars of neglect and cruelty, and their weakened states made the trek through monster-infested terrain all the more arduous. The beleaguered party included female adventurers, eager to undergo the ghoul transformation ritual, their strength sapped by their ordeal. Transporting them through a devil's nest was no small feat, but Vandalu's ingenuity provided a solution. "Get up, combine, transform," he commanded, breathing new life into the shattered remains of wood golems left from the conflict. Applying his skill in golem transmutation, he fused them into sturdy carriages, modeled after Sam. Thus, the difficult journey began, under Vandalu's watchful eye, a journey not just to safety, but toward a future unshackled by past misfortunes. It was quite the coincidence, he mused as he observed the peculiar confluence of events unfolding around him. Is your business with me finished? Without waiting for a reply, the creature wrapped up in shadows, a bat, spread its wings and vanished into the night beyond the window. Thomas watched it depart, a bemused expression on his face, then softly closed the window and murmured, "A coincidence, you say?" Meanwhile, The shield nation of Merg found itself gripped by an urgent investigation into the Evbegia incident. This was no ordinary affair affecting just a small, remote town. It was a crisis with the potential to shake the very foundations of the nation. Should a similar calamity strike at the heart of a fortified citadel, even the strongest defenses could crumble. The golems that had risen in Evbegia had proven that walls meant nothing if the threat arose from within. Were they to turn on the humans inside rather than leaving peacefully, even an elite military force would be hard-pressed to withstand the onslaught. Attacks could come from all directions: walls, ceilings, floors. In such chaos, maintaining troop formations would be impossible. Solving the mystery of how the town's defensive walls transformed into golems was imperative. Yet, even the upper echelons of the Mages Guild came up empty-handed. Golems were not spontaneous creations. They were the product of alchemists' painstaking labors involving mana, materials, and meticulous craftsmanship. Turning a structure already built, like town walls, into golems defied everything known about alchemy. If such an alchemist existed, the entire Amid Empire would scramble to capture or conceal him. Indeed, just a coincidence, Thomas repeated, dismissing the notion that a mere 3-year-old damper could possess such extraordinary powers. He resumed his duties, adopting the stoic demeanor of Marshal Palpapek, his mind drifting back to the challenges recorded in his documents. Perhaps if Luciliano had realized the true extent of Vandalu's capabilities, such as transforming an orc village's int-made defenses into golems or wielding an immense mana pool, Marshal Palpapek might have arrived at different conclusions. Across the land, Vandalu journeyed back with his ghoul companions, their recent rescue mission leaving them burdened with over 100 malnourished and injured captives. Some bore the physical scars of neglect and cruelty, and their weakened states made the trek through monster-infested terrain all the more arduous. The beleaguered party included female adventurers, eager to undergo the ghoul transformation ritual, their strength sapped by their ordeal. Transporting them through a devil's nest was no small feat, but Vandalu's ingenuity provided a solution. "Get up, combine, transform," he commanded, breathing new life into the shattered remains of wood golems left from the conflict. Applying his skill in golem transmutation, he fused them into sturdy carriages, modeled after Sam. Thus, the difficult journey began, under Vandalu's watchful eye, a journey not just to safety, but toward a future unshackled by past misfortunes. In a realm where the ordinary defies expectation, the art of crafting a wooden carriage without so much as a whisper of metal is a feat few would attempt. Yet, when the wood in question is not just any wood but int logs, as resilient as iron yet retaining all the subtle grace of their origin, the impossible becomes gloriously plausible. Moreover, this was no mere carriage, but a marvel in motion. A golem in wooden disguise, needing no beast to stir it into motion as its wheels spun tirelessly of their own accord. The land around was strewn with the bones of civilizations long past, ruins rich with history and ripe for scavenging. Under the command of Bugin, the orcs had harvested these potent ints until extinction loomed over the devil's nest. As the young boy stood, contemplating this curious creation, Zadiris, a voice full of wisdom, spoke. "If you took to the cities of men, boy, I wager you could make a fine living crafting such wonders." "Building carriages, you mean?" Vandalu mused. "The materials here are rare, surely, but I doubt they'd fetch the price of a true craftsman's work." Zadiris chuckled, a knowing hue in her eyes. "No, not carriages, but the lumber itself. In the human realm, gold flows from hand to hand for wood. With your skills, could you not transform even sawdust into prize timber?" "I suppose I could, as long as the wood hasn't been reduced to cinders," Vandalu replied thoughtfully. Indeed, while blacksmiths reclaim scraps in molten forges, once wood is cut, it is usually left to the carpenter's touch. But with Vandalu's gift, his golem transmutation, what was deemed leftover could rise anew as strong beams and sturdy planks, needing no mastery of carpentry. "And yet, I'm not sure I'd want it as my life's work," he admitted, his enthusiasm waning. "Why ever not?" Zadiri's inquired, her interest piqued. Surely, it promises profit. Vandalyu exhaled a weary sigh. Reaching that kind of success seems tangled in complications. His craft was, after all, akin to breathing life back into what had died, a resurrection of what less grand in the eyes of those who cherished the new. In a world bereft of steam engines, where ecological valor was yet unrecognized, such goods might see their value shadowed by doubt and misunderstanding. Adding to these thoughts, Vandalyu pondered, on Earth, the likes of ebony commanded respect and price. So too might stone, perhaps marble. Yet in human towns, would not guilds of stonecutters or lumberjacks raise questions? Ah, the intricacies of human society. Zadiri sighed lightly, patting Vandalyu's head as his mind wove through the complexities of civilization's web. Little did the boy know, int timber valued not thrice, but tenfold over common would such as cedar or pine. Knowledge of this, however, lay tucked away in the folds of time, awaiting to reveal itself. As thoughts settled, luck joined hands with skill. Messages of achievement danced in Vandalyu's mind. He had gained a new proficiency in carpentry, and his strengthened follower's skill hummed with fresh power. Just then, the loyal Sam, once a mere carriage in duty, now stood reborn. Having proven his might against foes of great rank like the noble Bugan, Sam had ascended, his very essence enriched by the trials faced in battle. A ghostly carriage no more. In a realm where the ordinary defies expectation, the art of crafting a wooden carriage without so much as a whisper of metal is a feat few would attempt. Yet, when the wood in question is not just any wood but ent logs, as resilient as iron yet retaining all the subtle grace of their origin, the impossible becomes gloriously plausible. Moreover, this was no mere carriage, but a marvel in motion. A golem in wooden disguise, needing no beast to stir it into motion as its wheels spun tirelessly of their own accord. The land around was strewn with the bones of civilizations long past, ruins rich with history and ripe for scavenging. Under the command of Bugan, the orcs had harvested these potent ents until extinction loomed over the Devil's Nest. As the young boy stood, contemplating this curious creation, Zadiri's, a voice full of wisdom, spoke. If you took to the cities of men, boy, I wager you could make a fine living crafting such wonders. Building carriages, you mean? Vandalyu mused. The materials here are rare, surely, but I doubt they'd fetch the price of a true craftsman's work. Zadiri's chuckled, a knowing hue in her eyes. No, not carriages, but the lumber itself. In the human realm, gold flows from hand to hand for wood. With your skills, could you not transform even sawdust into prized timber? I suppose I could, as long as the wood hasn't been reduced to cinders, Vandalyu replied thoughtfully. Indeed, while blacksmiths reclaim scraps in molten forges, once wood is cut, it is usually left to the carpenter's touch. But with Vandalyu's gift, his golem transmutation, what was deemed leftover could rise anew as strong beams and sturdy planks, needing no mastery of carpentry. And yet, I'm not sure I'd want it as my life's work, he admitted, his enthusiasm waning. Why ever not? Zadiri's inquired, her interest piqued. Surely, it promises profit. Vandalyu exhaled a weary sigh. Reaching that kind of success seems tangled in complications. His craft was, after all, akin to breathing life back into what had died, a resurrection of what less grand in the eyes of those who cherished the new. In a world bereft of steam engines, where ecological valor was yet unrecognized, such goods might see their value shadowed by doubt and misunderstanding. Adding to these thoughts, Vandalyu pondered, on Earth, the likes of ebony commanded respect and price. So too might stone, perhaps marble. Yet in human towns, would not guilds of stonecutters or lumberjacks raise questions? Ah, the intricacies of human society. Zadiri sighed lightly, patting Vandalyu's head as his mind wove through the complexities of civilization's web. Little did the boy know, int timber valued not thrice, but tenfold over common would such as cedar or pine. Knowledge of this, however, lay tucked away in the folds of time, awaiting to reveal itself. As thoughts settled, luck joined hands with skill. Messages of achievement danced in Vandalyu's mind. He had gained a new proficiency in carpentry, and his strengthened follower's skill hummed with fresh power. Just then, the loyal Sam, once a mere carriage in duty, now stood reborn. Having proven his might against foes of great rank like the noble Bugan, Sam had ascended, his very essence enriched by the trials faced in battle. A ghostly carriage no more, infusing new life into the path ahead. Sam, once a mere carriage, had been drenched in experience points, transforming him into something extraordinary, a rank 4 blood carriage. Terria's perilous spikes had melded seamlessly with his frame, enhancing his fierce appearance. With newfound skills like size alteration and comfort maintenance, Sam became indispensable, particularly when it came to carrying the frail women who needed a gentler ride. Size alteration let him stretch from a 3-horse to a 4-horse carriage, or shrink to a more modest 2-horse size. Meanwhile, comfort maintenance ensured that his passengers felt nothing but ease, regardless of the chaos outside. His soul couldn't help but buzz with excitement at these evolved capabilities, for the skills of impact resistance ensured the roads met their match in his quest for smoothness. Despite the ominous name of his new race, Sam continued to excel in his role. The battle spoils had lifted ranks for more than Sam alone. Vigoro, alongside several ghouls, had ascended to become proud ghoul warriors and ghoul grapplers. Vandalyu's trusted servants, Saria, Rita, and Bone Bird, also felt this elevation in their very essence. Even though Saria and Rita remained living high-leg armor and living bikini armor, respectively, it wasn't due to lack of growth. It was the unfolding potential within them, slowly being realized. Their commitment to Vandalyu, who once lay wounded, pushed them to pursue greater strength. I want to become a formidable maid, one who ensures Bakken never has to shed blood in combat again. I know you think that's not a maid's role, Bakken, but we are resolute. Their determination came from seeing their master's vulnerability, stoking a fiery passion within them to never let him face such peril unchecked. It was a reassuring promise, one that whispered hope of invincible days to come. Bone Bird, too, ascended to rank 4, becoming a specter bird with dazzling spirit energy. It now gleamed in a dazzling aura that might be seen by some as an omen, though Vandalyu simply wished the Orbom Kingdom did not share in such superstition. Yet among the achievements, there remained the cumbersome task, the spoils of war. Enemy corpses, a cumbersome load quickly solved by ingenious necromancy. After centuries of guzzling experiences, Vandalyu could set their corpses walking on their own. Bufada, Guy, Bugi, with the spell of preservation employed, freezing decomposition in place by extracting their life-giving blood. These Orcish and Kobold shells were back on their feet as zombies. They, in fact, became the unexpected porters for weapons and treasures once spirited from brave adventurers. Miraculously fresh, their bodies were pristine, perfect for later harvest under death attribute magic. A truth unperceived by the beasts who dismissed them as lifeless husks, leaving them unmolested by wild creatures. Though the zombies lumbered slowly, time was on their side as the journey included the revival of weakened ghoul women. With no urgency pressing down, Vigoro and others swiftly endorsed this transportation hack. Having Vandalyu reanimate all our catches could revolutionize village return trips. Rejuvenated by Zadiri's comforting words, Vandalyu trod on, ready to confront the next chapter woven by his immersive, arcane hand. In the cold, eerie stillness, no one seemed to pay any heed to the haunting moans of the zombie of Bugan, echoing softly with its forlorn cry, "Bugo." Amidst the clatter of carriages, he had been offered a seat atop Sam or one of the other wagons. Yet, approaching his 3rd year of existence, he was determined to build his own strength and endurance, preferring to walk instead. "Vandalyu," a voice broke the rhythm of his steps. "What do you think about me becoming an undead, or perhaps a golem? I'd be strong, fighting right beside you. Doesn't that sound amazing?" Vandalyu paused, considering the heartfelt wish. "I'm glad you feel that way," he replied thoughtfully, "but there's a risk. Staying too long in a vessel might reshape your spirit, and it might pose challenges if I ever need to resurrect you." He explained further, drawing on an example close to heart. Sam, a spirit bound to a carriage, had his form so intertwined with that of the vehicle that were he removed, his spirit would likely resemble the carriage rather than the man he once was. It was that simple. The transformation for disembodied spirits, unless strong emotions like malice, hatred, or lingering regrets anchored them to their human form. "You, Mom," Vandalyu continued softly, "have almost no malice or hatred. The shape of your vessel could influence you so easily. It might not be wise." Yet, it had always puzzled him how Darshia could hold no malice after suffering such a cruel death. When asked, her gentle response had been, "Because Vandalyu is alive and well." "I understand," she replied, her tone as caring as ever. "But promise me, you won't let your enemy draw you into sacrificing yourself." Her words were a soothing balm, a reminder that his mother's selfless care hadn't been tainted by hatred, the very reason his desire for revenge simmered beneath the surface, ever present. But now wasn't the time for vengeance. Not yet. He pushed those feelings aside once more. "Yes, I promise. I will stay safe." Amidst these moments, a chilling legend whispered of the blood carriages. These were no ordinary chariots. Enveloped in death and painted pure red by the blood of countless battles, they emerged as undead, propelled by a singular bloodlust to crush the living. Yet, Sam was different. Not only did he offer a ride, he meticulously ensured comfort for his passengers, like Vandalyu. Each night, he dedicated himself to honing his precise driving skills, and when the time came to traverse the mountain ranges, his comfort maintenance and size alteration skills would prove invaluable. With Terria's enhancements, the spikes and armor that fortified him, Sam emerged not just as a blood carriage, but as a unique guardian, ready for the battles ahead. As Vandalyu and his companions returned victoriously to their village, the air buzzed with the jubilant cheers of the ghouls who had remained behind. In anticipation of their arrival, the village had expanded, yet now, with the addition of over 100 newly liberated ghoul women, it brimmed beyond its boundaries. However, no one seemed to mind the crowded quarters. The liberated ghouls and adventurers were allowed a well-earned respite while Vandalyu set about reversing the undead enchantment on the food and spoils of war that had, astonishingly, arrived on their own 2 feet. The kobold mages' tongues and eyeballs were choice ingredients for alchemy, while the kobold generals' pelts promised armor and clothing, and their fangs were destined to become fine knives. Ordinary orcs contributed mainly their meat, but the orc general's tendons were perfect for crafting bowstrings. Orc mages offered tongues, eyeballs, and livers, all advantageous for alchemical purposes. Noble orcs were treasures unto themselves. Their meat would feed the bellies, their intestines fuel the alchemist's craft or medicine-making, their skin could be fashioned into leather goods, and their bones into armor or weapons. Their organs promised potent medicines, and their golden hair was apt for weaving stab-proof garments. And the crowning glory of it all, their magic stones, which would fetch a handsome price at any adventurer's guild. Amid this bustling marketplace of materials, Terria's melodious humming floated over her meticulous work of dismembering Bugin with deft knife strokes, her delight evident despite the grisly task at hand. As Vandalyu observed her with quiet amusement, she suddenly turned, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Vansama, what do you plan to do next?" Her knife, gleaming with blood and fat, added an edge to her question, a reminder of both the brutality and necessity of their survival. The role of the Ghoul King was one of unity against a collective foe. Now, the threat subdued, the need for Vandalyu's reign seemed to diminish. Teria, intent on seeing Vandalyu safely return to his quieter life, awaited his answer eagerly. "I have something I'd like to discuss tomorrow," Vandalyu replied. "Just the 2 of us?" she ventured, her tone lilting with hopeful anticipation. "No, with everyone," he clarified. "I thought so." "Ho, ho, ho, ho," Teria laughed, covering her mild disappointment with forced jubilation. That evening, The air was fragrant with the sense of victory as dinner was laid. A grand feast and celebration. Over skewers and stews of orc meat, the ghouls congratulated one another on their heroic deeds. The liberated women, spurred by fierce appetites, ate voraciously, reclaiming their power after being mere pawns for too long. Even the adventurers who had been teetering on the edge of despair ravenously partook in the feast. They eagerly sought their own transformation, seduced by Vandelu's burgeoning charm, a reality even he hadn't fully comprehended. If I were on Earth, I'd make plenty of friends just by frequenting famous suicide spots, Vandelu mused with a wry grin, realizing that such acts could easily catapult him to the role of a religious leader, an adventure he was not inclined to pursue, even in another world. As he chewed thoughtfully on a noble orc skewer, imbued with tear sauce concocted from devilish fruits and herbs, the savory juices mingled in his mouth, a testament to the victory, the struggle, and the new beginnings that lay just on the horizon. The meal ended with a clean aftertaste, making it the kind of feast he could indulge in endlessly. The taste stirred emotions deep within him, evoking a sense of nostalgia and satisfaction that he could scarcely remember since his reincarnation in Lambda. In his past lives, he had savored many things. The wild boars of this world were indeed flavorful, but the huge boars he encountered upon settling in the village were a revelation. Yet, the meat of the noble orc surpassed them all. Even the finest pork on earth couldn't hold a candle to its richness and flavor. Vandelu was certain of this fact, even though he'd never experienced high-quality pork. Finally, I've triumphed, even just once against them, he thought, relishing in the victory tasted in every bite of noble orc meat, a delicacy unthinkable on Earth. In a different corner of the world, preparations were underway for a ritual of transformation, one that turned human women into ghouls. The process began with digging a pit large enough to hold the women chosen for this metamorphosis. The ghouls added their blood and the venom from their claws to the mud, all while whispering prayers to the goddess Vita. The women would then be submerged completely in this sacred muck, a process that initiated their transformation over 3 days. To an outsider, it might just seem like drowning, Vandelu thought, his eyes fixed on the mud where Katia and the other female adventurers were submerged. His magic reassured him again and again that life still pulsed within them. Normally, such an ordeal would spell certain death, but this was no ordinary ritual. There is no need to worry. This method has withstood the test of time. Any other race, though, would indeed drown should they attempt this, assured 2 elders, Zadiris and Teria. Hearing their words, and with the life signs still unmistakable after 10 minutes, Vandelu's concerns eased. Now, let us resume our previous discussions, shall we? Zadiri suggested. Yes, let's, Vandelu agreed. The festive echoes of the victory feast had quieted, and the ghouls gathered once more, awaiting Vandelu's guidance. The talks they anticipated included the whereabouts for the 100 ghoul women whose villages had been ravaged, along with the future of the female adventurers soon to become ghouls themselves. Also in discussion was the distribution of promised magic items designed to boost the ghoul birth rate and Vandelu's own future. Women left pregnant by monsters would recover in a few months, allowing them to be reasonably distributed across various villages. With food stocks brimming thanks to Vandelu's preservation methods, resources were less pressing. The newly transformed adventurers would become Vandelu's charge, a fitting honor given his feats. Oddly, one adventurer remained in his personal care, a favorite perhaps? Amidst these expectations, Vandelu's voice cut through the assumptions. Please, remain calm as you listen. By summer, at the latest, a large human army will march here intending to destroy us. It was April. Mere months had passed since news reached the world that a horde of ghouls, led by a damper, had decimated the noble orcs' village. An extermination force, 1,000 strong under Marshal Palpapek's leadership, was on the move, intent on entering Devil's Nest Forest. Comprised of 300 D-class adventurers, 100 C-class adventurers, and a contingent of holy warriors of Alda led by High Priest Gordon, it was a force to be reckoned with. Alongside them was the B-class adventurer, the Green Wind Spear, Riley, who had once the 5 colored blades, along with the soldiers and knights, had gathered under Marshal Palpapek's command, forming an impressive force. Striving for excellence, the Marshal desired to recruit additional B-class adventurers. However, collecting too many high-ranking adventurers could create a vacuum of protection elsewhere, leaving other regions vulnerable to monster threats. Thus, he settled for a cadre of skilled C-class adventurers, assembling a formidable team prepared for the task at hand. Sorry, but the damper is mine," declared Riley with a sly grin. "Last time, Heinz didn't agree with my approach, and it slipped through my fingers. But now, I'm free to pursue it, to add to my list of accomplishments." "Do as you wish," replied High Priest Gordon, his lips curled downward in disdain. "As long as the blood of evil, be it vampire or witch, is vanquished, the god will bless the victor of the deed." Riley and Gordon stood as the pillars of the extermination force, eyes fixed upon them with great expectations. They looked to these two to vanquish both the higher-rank ghouls and the elusive damper. Their commands were respected by fellow adventurers and knights alike, as both possessed strength befitting B-class careers, transcending human limitations. In a force devoid of A-class adventurers, their prowess was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Marshal Palpapek strategically placed scouts between the town and the ominous Devil's Nest to monitor for any potential ghoul attacks. Yet, the ghouls remained eerily silent, apparently preparing their own strategy. High Priest Gordon, with an air of foreboding, warned, "The ghouls await our arrival. Let us pray they do not find us unprepared, lest we become mere experience points for their growth." This uneasy suspicion of a looming ambush was shared by the entire extermination force, tension visible in their nervous bearings. Yet Riley, unfazed, boldly declared, "I don't need you to remind me. They'll merely serve as stepping stones for me to outshine the idealistic Heinz." Since parting ways with the 5 colored blades, Riley found himself relieved yet eager, driven by ambition. The Marshal's request presented an opportunity to elevate his standing, leading him to dream of raising the damper's head aloft, solidifying his alliance with Marshal Palpapek, and securing a future as a Marquis's esteemed knight and spearmanship mentor. With resolve, the extermination force plunged into the heart of the Devil's Nest. Although they knew the last location of the noble Orcs village, the whereabouts of the ghoul encampments that had vanquished it was unknown. The perilous nature of the Devil's Nest had deterred them from prior reconnaissance expeditions. Spies, sidelined due to their lesser combat prowess, were considered too vulnerable against the cunning damper, rumored to be a spiritualist able to glean secrets from the departed. Therefore, avoiding unnecessary losses was paramount, guarding against any divulgence of their plans by talkative spirits. However, the hunt proved arduous. "We've only come across goblin and kobold settlements. We've faced a couple of orcs, but not a single ghoul yet," one reported. "Indeed, it's been nothing but beasts. Huge boars, mad boars, impaler bulls, iron turtles, giant rats," added another, his tone laced with frustration. Even the discovery of a seemingly abandoned ghoul village offered no insight. "The place is overrun by goblins now," came the disappointing report. The disquiet among the ranks grew. "The ghouls have consolidated, awaiting their chance to ambush us. This is dire," one soldier muttered. "Even with a 1,000-strong force, we mustn't underestimate their strike." A sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air, the tension of an unseen battle lying thick over the weary adventurers. Realized the implications of the wheel tracks in the Devil's Nest until it was far too late. In the heart of the forest, the extermination force had grown complacent, their initial vigilance eroded by the monotony of uneventful days. Yet beneath their seemingly quiet surroundings lay a troubling undercurrent of mystery that was about to unravel their complacency. "How could this have happened under our noses?" Gordon's voice was a thunderous echo through the camp as he berated his men. It was a fury born of frustration and growing despair, an emotion shared by Marshal Palpapek and Viscount Balchess, whose patience had been strained to its limits. It was not just the wheel tracks that sparked Gordon's ire. It was the very notion that ghouls, creatures so thoroughly underestimated could orchestrate such a complex maneuver as using carriages, casting doubt on everything they had known. The realization hit hard. Their assumption, once thought logical, now seemed a foolish oversight. These weren't the antics of witless orcs or mindless goblins. This was something more, something sinister lurking beyond the conventional grasp of their understanding. Ghouls using carriages was unheard of. Yet the evidence lay etched in the forest floor, pointing ominously toward the Boundary Mountain Range and cloaked in the shadow of the unknown. As the forests whispered their secrets and the night drew its curtain, the adventurers and soldiers were forced to confront an unsettling truth. The dangers of the Devil's Nest were not bound to the ordinary. They were entwined with the extraordinary. What lay ahead? A force more shrewd and organized than anything they had ever faced. The tension, once released, wound back into the hearts of every member of the extermination force. Fear and confusion rippled outward, a wake-up call in the vast, untamed wilderness. The borders between anticipated scenarios and unimaginable realities blurred, demanding their attention, resolve, and courage to face the unfolding mystery. For them, the story was no longer just about vengeance or survival. It had become an intricate chess game in a world where every piece held the unseen potential of tipping the scales toward doom or salvation. Now, they understood. The Devil's Nest was its own living entity, with secrets waiting to be unearthed, and soon, those secrets would call them deeper into its dark embrace. The adventurers, knights, and soldiers had finally pieced together the mystery. The elusive ghouls had been using carriages to escape. Despite numerous searches through the Devil's Nest, not a single ghoul had been found, nor had they attacked. And there, clear as day, were the deep wheel tracks leading away from the Devil's Nest, a trail of evidence that dozens of carriages had trundled along the same path, destined for places unknown. The realization was a bitter pill to swallow. Curse that damper. They escaped with the ghouls and carriages? How could we have been so blind? What exactly were the spies doing? Riley's voice rang out in disbelief, but deep down, everyone knew the answer. The spies had followed their orders to the letter, watching diligently between the Devil's Nest and the town, precisely as Marshal Palpapek had instructed. It was the ghouls' attack on the town that alarmed them, not an escape toward the distant Boundary Mountain Range to the east. Thus, while spies vigilantly guarded the Western Territories, Riley and the others slowly came to accept the truth, to consider that the damper, leading a legion of ghouls, would flee rather than fight. "We've been outwitted," High Priest Gordon grumbled with exasperation, signaling the end of the extermination force's mission. Yet, apart from Gordon and Riley, who had lost a chance to add to their own accolades, the rest of the force returned to town, their moods far from soured. True, they'd missed the opportunity to claim bounty money for killing ghouls, but they didn't return empty-handed. Many could boast of their triumph over other monsters in the Devil's Nest, their proof: arms, magic stones, and materials, clinking in sacks carried home. And with the nation covering the entire expedition's cost, they had nothing to mourn. Satisfied knights and soldiers, all paid handsomely for their brave service, reveled in the rare delight of mad boar feasts along the way. Viscount Balchess, on hearing of the ghouls' flight toward the Boundary Mountain Range and knowing that his men had returned unscathed, danced a jig of joy. Without fatalities among knights and soldiers, his coffers remained untouched. No blood money to distribute, no need for replacements. Though uneasy over the lingering threat, his focus shifted. Across the mountain range lay sprawling devil's nests, so immense that his entire domain seemed but a tiny patch. Legends spoke of mighty dragons, disasters themselves, roaming those lands. What difference could a few hundred ghouls make amidst such terrifying creatures? Instead, Viscount Balchess had his sights set on the Devil's Nest, whose monstrous population had been significantly reduced by their 1,000-strong force. If the remaining beasts were hunted down and skilled mages were employed to cleanse the tainted mana, perhaps the Devil's Nest could transform into a fertile farmland, a budding vision of prosperity. With ambitions like these, Little mental energy was left to fret over the ghouls or the damper. Meanwhile, Marshal Palpapek, face twisted as if he had ingested a swarm of bitter insects, dispatched spies to confirm the ghouls' retreat. His thoughts, however, soon drifted elsewhere. Without the ghouls, a battle brewed against the finance minister's upcoming criticisms. Was such a grand budget necessary? And did you intend to use the nation's money to purify the Viscount's territory just to harvest new lands? Indeed, Viscount Balches emerged as the day's victor. His domain expanded with potential prosperity glimmering on the horizon. Calm conviction, her words resonated deeply with the gathered ghouls, who listened intently. The air was thick with tension, their fierce resolve now tempered by the weight of the reality they faced. It was a sobering moment as Vandalyu continued, his voice steady like the anchor in the storm. "We must find a way to safeguard our future, even if it means retreating today," he implored, drawing every pair of eyes to his. "Losing a battle does not mean we have lost the war. Our survival depends not on reckless valor, but on wisdom and foresight." In the quiet that followed, the ghouls looked to each other, acknowledging the truth of his words. The image of valor had many forms, after all, and sometimes it was clad not in the lustrous armor of heroes, but in the quieter, enduring guise of perseverance and sacrifice. Vigoro, though a pillar of strength, visibly softened as the weight of their discussion sunk in. His clenched fists slowly relaxed, his fierce determination turning inward, away from the futile struggle and towards nurturing the fragile hope of tomorrow. "Then what is our plan, my king?" he asked, not with defiance, but with a newfound purpose. Vandalyu, sensing the shift in their hearts, spoke with encouragement, his own resolve invigorated by their faith in him. "We will retreat deep into the heart of the Devil's Nest. We shall blend into the shadows, becoming mysterious whispers on the wind, illusions that evade them time and time again. And in doing so, he promised, we will learn. We will gather strength in secrecy, and when the time is right, we shall rise anew, not as prey or pestilence to be eradicated, but as equals with our right to exist undisputed." Nods and murmurs of agreement spiraled through the crowd. The ghouls weren't backing down. They were simply adjusting their path towards survival and future prosperity. The plans set in their hearts, Vandalyu and the ghouls knew they were embarking on a path less traveled, one where survival wasn't a mere instinct but a deliberate choice of resilience for the sake of their new beginnings. With their hearts steeled and fate's course redirected, the company prepared for the dawn of a new journey, one filled with mysteries, challenges, and hopes yet to come. A journey they would not walk alone. With a collective sigh of relief, the ghouls watched as their lust for war slowly dissipated. The battle cry that had once echoed through their ranks now softened into quiet murmurs. Yet, among them, there were those who still yearned for the thrill of combat. But with Zadiris' cunning, Vigoro's stoic silence, and Terria's convincing arguments, the voices for war faded into submission. For in a society that revered strength, dissent had no place without the backing of power. "But what now?" one of them mused. "Hiding seems impossible, and running, well, where would running take us?" Ghouls depended on the Devil's Nests for survival. Away from this peculiar habitat, their numbers would dwindle, their food scarce with prey elusive outside these mystical boundaries. Suddenly tilling the land for sustenance was an endeavor not within their grasp. "I have a destination in mind," Vandalyu interrupted, his eyes aflame with a glint of possibility. He shared his knowledge of a Devil's Nest beyond the western edge of the Boundary Mountain Range, discovered by his undead scouts. It was a place where they could escape, their refuge. A Devil's Nest ruin, populated by undead who, thanks to Vandalyu's death attribute charm, would effortlessly become their allies. With a clear goal set, the ghouls sprang into action, preparations buzzing like a hive. "Yuru!" The jubilant cry reverberated as they began clearing the Devil's Nest, toppling ints that lined their path. Vandalyu crafted carriage after carriage from the felled trees, each imbued with a curse for locomotion. "It seems I have new comrades," he mused softly, Carriages, animated by the spirits of the fallen orcs and beasts from recent battles, were now extensions of their fighting body, reliable but simple vehicles setting forth the trail. In their midst, female adventurers turned ghouls braced for the journey, barely familiar with their new forms. They, alongside expectant mothers, were the first to be bundled into carriages, marking their exodus from the Devil's Nest. Under the watchful eyes of lemurs and undead bugs, Vandalyu ensured their path before the mountain range was free from the prying eyes of spies. A departure more orchestrated than frantic. Time fluttered by, and April's arrival saw them over a month into their migration. Vandalyu found himself in Sam's carriage, part of the leaders guiding the ghouls forward. The road was arduous, the terrain challenging, yet their spirits remained unbroken by three persistent issues. "Isn't the mountain range somewhat underwhelming?" one remarked, wrapped snugly in the furs of their forest prey. Though clothed for the cold, the ghouls' resilience to altitude's challenges remained intact. Though some strength waned away from the Devil's Nest, Vandalyu's strengthened followers' skill filled the void. Challenges lay in the road itself, paths perilous with jagged slopes and sheer drops that threatened foot and carriage alike. "Well, boy, it's up to you to clear the way," a voice prompted. "All right," Vandalyu replied, energy undaunted. Turning rocky expanses into pliable golems, he wielded his mana to transmute the mountain's cape, forging paths where none existed. Narrow lanes widened by his will, cliffs pierced by tunnels with a wave of his hand. He had considered tunneling directly beneath the range, but it was fraught with risk, solid ground falling into liquid, potential collapses. Instead, Vandalyu ensured each path was temporary, whittling the roads back into obscurity to hide from Murg's prying spies. These routes, hidden once more after their passage, ensured they remained a shadow in the mountains. Days after their discreet exodus, the shadow moved undetected, leaving not a trace for Marshal Palpapek's spies. Their journey continued, a testament to ingenuity against the odds, and the enduring spirit of a people determined to carve their sanctuary from legend into reality. 1 month had passed since Vandalyu and the ghouls found themselves at the base of the towering mountain range. Realizing that pursuing their journey any further would be a futile endeavor, they wisely chose to turn back and head to the town below. There, they faced a slew of challenges all their own. The beasts of the wilderness were relentless, launching attack after attack. At the same time, the ghouls, weary from their travels, required care and attention to regain their strength. Meanwhile, a flutter of newborn cries filled the air, as the ghouls experienced a joyful surge of new life among them. Across the vast, enigmatic terrain known as the Boundary Mountain Range was not a mere expedition. It was an odyssey that danced on the edge of the world as we know it. Officially named the Boundary Mountain Range, it wasn't a border between neighboring empires like the Amid Empire and Orbom Kingdom. No, its boundary was far more archaic and treacherous, separating the realm of men from the domain of monsters. This range of formidable peaks remained largely uncharted, teeming with devil's nests where danger lurked in every shadow. It was a wild frontier hardly mapped, and venturing through with such a large party risked drawing the attention of lurking predators. Yet Vandalyu and his ghoul companions had cleverly decided to steer clear of these treacherous nests, forging their own path through the wilderness instead. This cunning strategy kept them largely out of harm's way, as only the weakest of creatures from the fringe of the devil's nests dared to challenge them. Their might was no match for the ghoul's strength and numbers. "Guess what? I just took down a wolf that looked like a hedgehog," announced Vigoro with a proud grin. Teria tilted her head thoughtfully. "I haven't seen such a creature before. Could it possibly be tasty?" "Looks delicious, echoed Badia eagerly, eyes twinkling with anticipation. These foolish creatures who dared to attack were easily outmatched, quickly becoming a welcome bounty of resources, meat to eat and fur to fend off the biting cold. Their stocks of orc meat were dwindling, making these victories all the more crucial. But challenges of far greater magnitude awaited them. The sky darkened with shadows cast by a swooping danger. "Look out, it's a flock of wyverns!" erupted a warning shout. In came the wyverns, their wings slicing through the air, the least noble but still lethally cunning relatives of true dragons. Though lacking in fire or magic, their ferocity was accentuated by razor-fanged maws and talons sharp enough to shred steel. Here, in the soaring heights of this mountainous realm, they possessed the ultimate terrain advantage. Despite their reputed lack of intelligence, these creatures displayed a cleverness beyond mere beasts, banding together to strategically strike at the weakest points of the ghoul line. 5 fierce wyverns soared above, an imposing force greater than any the ghouls had encountered before. But they were not without defense. GH! Went the rallying cry in the tongue of battle-born ghouls. Warriors let fly volleys of arrows, while the women unleashed an arcane storm of spells. Yet, their aim left much to be desired. Raised in the deep woods where threats charged into their midst, long-range combat was not their forte. Fortunately, their hope rested not in proficiency with the bow but in a winged ally, the stalwart bone bird, a rank 4 specter bird, poised with spectral might to ward off their enemies. The wyverns, perhaps sensing a formidable opponent, broke formation, sending 2 of their kind to subdue Bone Bird. With the aerial prowess hobbled, they made a tactical move. Yet, Bone Bird was not without its own spectral tricks. From the ether, the ghostly lemurs faded with a hissing bloodlust that sent a shiver down the very bones of the wyverns. Disoriented, 3 faltered mid-flight, while the others looked to flee. Now, focus on those 2. Bastia's command cut through the air. A deluge of arrows and spells bore down upon the 2 ensnared wyverns. Bound by the invisible chains of the lemurs, they crumbled, felled by the might and magic of the ghouls. The other 3 attempted escape, fleeing towards an ill-fated retreat. Bone Bird capitalized on their defenselessness. Its spirit feathers launched like specters, ravaging the retreating foe until their plummet marked the ground with a finality that sent ripples through the mountain's quiet. With victory at hand, Vandalyu gestured skyward, a motion ready to harness yet more power, until Bastia's voice reminded him of prudence. "Conserve your mana, Van," she advised warmly. "Your work with the lemurs has been enough." And thus, their great journey across these fabled peaks continued, a saga of survival and daring in a world untamed. This unfolded under the caring guidance of Vandalyu, who had become a cornerstone of the community. Though young, his wisdom and strength were indispensable, especially in these rugged terrains where hazards lurked around every corner. Despite the immense responsibility on his shoulders, Vandalyu managed to maintain a sense of calm focus. He knew that his unique prowess was not infinite. His enormous mana pool, an impressive 110 million, still had limits when facing relentless forces of nature. He had to conserve it carefully as they navigated the treacherous mountain passes, always mindful that his own collapse would halt their progress and possibly invite disaster. As they dissected the fallen wyverns, a mix of tasks unfolded before them. The creatures provided not only a necessary meal but also valuable resources. The dragon meat would satiate their hunger and fortify their strength, while the scales and bones would be crafted into practical tools and armor. Kachia, a former adventurer turned ghoul, marveled at their success, 3 wyverns out of 5. She admitted that such a feat was beyond her wildest dreams when she sailed the mortal seas of the Adventurers Guild. Her words, laced with a mix of awe and relief, resonated with a newfound sense of belonging in her transformed life. In this strange and challenging world, survival demanded every advantage. For Vandalyu and the ghouls, that often meant relying on his extraordinary death attribute magic and keen ability to strategize. Yet their journey wasn't only about physical resources. It was about nurturing their fractured spirits as well. Among the group were vulnerable souls, like the young mothers attending to their goblin and kobold children. In a world where survival was uncertain, these children symbolized hope and resilience. The ghoul women embraced their roles with determination, choosing to raise these offspring despite the challenging circumstances. Their decision to grow their numbers through nurturing captive-born children exposed their fierce resolve to rebuild and thrive. Vandalyu, with his gentle but unwavering support, became not only a protector but a beacon of hope and father figure to many. His journey, though fraught with peril, was also a path to healing and new beginnings. As they prepared to move onward, Vandalyu released his spirit companions, Bonebird and the Lemurs, to watch over their path from above. The harshness of the mountain range mirrored the broader world's indifference, but within their close-knit group, a powerful force of compassion and courage thrived. In this delicate balance between survival and rebuilding, Vandalyu's heart and magic led them forward, one thoughtful step at a time, ensuring that each challenge was not a mere obstacle, but an opportunity to grow stronger together. A bit distant, gazing contemplatively beyond the horizon. In the colorful world where creatures of all sorts mingled, Vandalyu stood out not only because of his unique abilities, but also for the peculiar beings he seemed to unintentionally create. Little did anyone know, each time he extended his mana to aid the unborn, he chiseled a new chapter into the annals of their world. The goblins, kobolds, and orc newborns arrived into their new reality with strikingly ebony hues in their skin and fur, a curious deviation from their lineage's traditional tones. Goblins were typically born with vibrant green skin, while orcs boasted hues of light pink. The occasional black-furred kobold was not unheard of, but for every child to emerge this way, that was an enigma wrapped in mystery. Vandalyu, processing the situation with the calm serenity of a wandering sage, concluded that his formidable mana had orchestrated this unusual transformation. Not wanting the ghoul women's precious cargo to falter due to their courageous departure from the Devil's Nest, he had generously funneled his mana into the expecting mothers and their unborn children. This generous act ensured the rapid development of the fetuses, mirroring the swift pace of life in the Devil's Nest, culminating in robust and healthy births. Yet, the outcome was these uniquely shaded little ones, sparking curiosity rather than alarm. Intrigued and unfazed by their striking blackness, Vandalyu invoked the appraisal ability, revealing astonishing findings. Each baby was now heralded as a new race: Black Goblin Baby, Anubis Baby, and Orcus Baby. They were pioneers of an unforeseen lineage, ushering in a new epoch with their very first breath. I wonder what this means. Tell me, Darwin-sensei, Vandalyu mused aloud, eyes searching the skies for wisdom as though consulting a celestial sage. Who is that, Van? Badya quirked a brow, her voice laced with curiosity. Was it one of the troubling researchers from Origin? No, just a renowned figure from another world's histories, he replied, his voice a gentle cascade of distant acknowledgement. Vandalyu, having serendipitously crafted new races of monsters, had inadvertently embraced a role far beyond just stewardship. His thoughtfulness had now etched destiny for beings yet to understand the breadth of their uniqueness. Unperturbed by the anomaly, Zadiris chimed in with serene acceptance. Well, it is all right, is it not? They appear more astute, stronger, and notably better-mannered than any normal goblins, kobolds, or orcs. Vigoro's hearty assurance echoed soon after, "Don't fret about it. These youngsters only require the firm hand of training, much like I received in my youth." I was guided by Vigoro myself, Badya added, her words enveloped in warmth and trust. Zadiris and her clan seemed to embrace these changes, while Vandalyu wrestled with his ripple of influence over the future. Reflecting on the now indispensable need for adaptation, he realized the inextricable link forged with each arcane maneuver. Kachia's concerned outburst interjected the reflective atmosphere as she observed Vandalyu, seemingly besieged by ephemeral agony. But Saria and Rita, firm in their nonchalance, understood Darshia's soft inflection of maternal nostalgia, a ghostly echo of breastfeeding her child. Rita offered gentle guidance. "Bakken, you're still a child, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Embrace it." The deluge of new births, each a testament to rapid reproduction cycles, kept Darshia reminiscing. Yet Vandalyu's blushes provided a fleeting glimpse of childhood simplicity amidst profound responsibilities. Bilda's gentle query, the embodiment of hope and continuity, drew Vandalyu's contemplations back. "Vandalyu, if my child is a boy, could I name him after you?" The twin Dacutin in your name might usher fortune, she suggested, her expectant belly a testament to life's unyielding march forward. As Vandeleu surveyed Bilda's burgeoning form and the nearing wave of new life, his resolve crystallized amidst the ebb and flow of reflections and responsibilities. Though grappling with the idea of perpetuating this population boom for years, he held steady, knowing his heart had already embraced this extraordinary journey long before understanding the pathways it would forge. In this world of wonder, where every shadow harbored mystery and possibility, Vandeleu accepted his place as both orchestrator and protector, one eye vigilant on the horizon, the other trained inward on the pulse of emerging destinies. Vandeleu felt a stark distance lingering around the encampment, a silent struggle in the air. Among the subtle challenges they faced, none was more pressing than caring for the ghouls, who had weakened physically after leaving the Devil's Nest. Their health was a constant concern, and among them, Teria had noticeably become frilier. "Oh, I am terribly sorry, Van Sama," Teria lamented, her voice echoing the tiredness that her body portrayed. For a moment, Vandeleu stifled a wry smile at the familiar phrase that nearly escaped his lips. "You promised not to say that, O Tatsuin." It was a phrase steeped in nostalgia, a relic from storied historical dramas that painted a vivid picture of age and wisdom. Teria had thrived within the Devil's Nest, brimming with enthusiasm about their future outside it. Yet, the transition had sapped her vigor, leaving her feeling ancient. "Come now, muster some spirit, won't you?" Zadiris chided, her vitality belying her years. "It's just not fair," Teria retorted. "You've aged even more than I have, yet you're as sprightly as ever." The reason for this miraculous vigor lay in Vandeleu's skill, youth transformation, which had scaled Zadiris' years back to her mid-teens, unbeknownst to most, due to a ghoul's unique aging properties post-pregnancy. Teria heaved a melancholic sigh. "I couldn't wait to work with wyvern materials, and yet now, I find myself too frail. I worked with them once as a human. I've always dreamed of it. Once we reach the new Devil's Nest, your health will bounce back, and you'll be crafting once more," Vandeleu reassured her with a gentle pat on the back, all while subtly gauging for any ominous signs of her nearing end. When the time encroached, he planned to use youth transformation on her as well, dismissing any strange rumors as a small price for her well-being. "Thank you, dear Van Sama, but do look after her as well," Teria implored, gesturing to the live-dead reclining beside them. Abandoned by Luciliano, this peculiar creation showed no movement other than its essential life signs. As a living body without a soul, it required constant care, feeding, cleanliness, and repositioning to avoid any physical decay. Despite its undead classification, neglecting it could harm the unborn child within. The noble orc Bugin had impregnated it, and Vandeleu was actively diminishing the monster genes, allowing the spirit of the woman-turned corpse to inhabit its fetus. Only 2 months into pregnancy, yet the small protrusion in its belly hinted at the remnants of Bugin's genes. "Well, dismantling the wyverns will take some time," Vandeleu mused thoughtfully as he transported the live-dead and its rug to Teria's side. Kachia marveled silently at how effortlessly his slender limbs performed such feats, though with this superhuman strength skill, his strength easily bested that of an ordinary adult man without the aid of magic. Surrounded by ghouls and undead who naturally possessed this skill, only Kachia, once human, found herself taken aback by Vandeleu's prowess. "What shall we discuss today?" "Oh yes, let's delve into our plans for the Devil's Nest," Vandeleu began, directing his words towards the live-dead's abdomen. From a distant Earth show, he recalled how prenatal conversations could aid in nurturing genius, a concept intriguing enough to try. Although his uncle had banned luxurious indulgences to an absurd degree, in matters such as these, Vandeleu found his guardian surprisingly permissive, unrestricted by the same rigid constraints. Is why Vandeleu felt both excitement and anxious anticipation as they stood on the brink of their new endeavor. Standing amidst the lush green wilderness and the eerie echoes of a forgotten civilization, Vandeleu's mind buzzed with possibilities. "Think of the future," he whispered to himself, glancing back at his companions who had embarked on this journey with him. A strange, patchwork family formed from the unlikeliest bonds. The capable and pragmatic Teria, who played her part as the older sibling with a twinkle in her eye. The ever-curious Kachia with her questions that sometimes startled Vandalyu into unwittingly revealing more than he intended. And Badya and Zadiris, both pillars of sage advice and grounded strength. Each one, despite their differences, made this journey real, made it meaningful. "It really does feel like we're a family when we're together like this," Teria had said, casting her gaze over their motley crew. Her words settled into the air like a warm embrace, even as Kachia's playful query questioned what sort of family they might resemble. Vandalyu chuckled at their banter, the warmth of their camaraderie a balm against the uncertainties of what lay ahead. Yes, everyone is my family," he reassured them with a fond smile that transcended their shared trials and triumphs. They reached the edge of the Devil's Nest with cautious optimism, where remnants of a once vibrant community lay in ghostly silence, a testament to time and tenacity. Gazing at the crumbling ramparts, overgrown with the tenacious embrace of nature, Vandalyu's resolve hardened. This was not just a place to survive. It was a place to transform, to thrive, to call home. Behind those worn stones awaited not just the shadows of the past, but the promise of a future reshaped by their hands. Vandalyu's imagination painted vivid pictures. A sanctuary with restored baths, ferments of walnuts and acorns taking on the rich flavor of miso, and a community bustling back to life amidst ancient bones. No challenge seemed insurmountable, even the daunting whispers of lurking dangers. Undead lurked, perhaps, but they were friends more often than foes. Dragons and high-ranked beasts might mill around the edges, but with each step taken, Vandalyu felt more prepared to face these trials, not alone, but with his family by his side. As day finally gave to dusk, casting an ethereal glow over the Devil's Nest ruins, Vandalyu and his companions stood ready, hearts fortified with courage and kinship. Their journey was only beginning, and together they would write a new chapter in the annals of a place long forgotten, their indomitable spirits etching a story of resilience and unity upon its enduring stones. In the world that unfolded before them, the ghouls needed to carve out a life amidst the wild terrain, building a village where they could find sustenance and gather the necessary resources. Vandalyu, ever resourceful, had sent undead insects to scout the area. Yet, there was only so much he could discern through the kaleidoscopic vision of the insect's compound eyes. Time and again, these scouts fell prey to unforeseen threats or fell silent for mysterious reasons, cut off from their link to Vandalyu. The road ahead was fraught with uncertainties, and now it was time for Vandalyu to rely on his own senses to navigate this perilous, new world. The idea of embarking on such an unknown adventure filled Vandalyu not with dread, but with a thrilling excitement that pierced through his being. Having been confined for so long to the limited realms of Earth and Origin, every venture into the unfamiliar landscape sparked a joy deep within him. True, their arrival to this land stemmed from the necessity of fleeing from an extermination force. Yet, that did little to tarnish the allure of the vast, unexplored world that stretched out before them. "Well then, let's set up camp just outside the ruins," Vandalyu declared, determination lining his voice. "Everyone, make preparations to set up camp," commanded Zadiris, her voice echoing with firm resolve. "Station some lookouts. We're too close to a Devil's Nest to let our guard down," Vigoro added, his warning underscoring the need for vigilance. With fervor, the ghouls set about preparing their camp. They knew a new adventure awaited, and ensuring their strengths and mana were at their peak was crucial. The group, now swelling close to 600, had grown significantly after a sudden influx of new births. While orcs typically arrived one at a time, goblins and kobolds were born in clusters of 3, a trend unaltered by the peculiarities of being birthed by a different race. Thus, the camp buzzed with the presence of around 50 black goblins, 100 Anubises, and 60 orcuses, surpassing the numbers once boasted by Bugin's village. "King, help me with my study." King, I picked up a strange bone," I'm giving it to you. Fugo, king, did you get smaller? There was a noticeable attachment among the newly birthed, perhaps due to the infusion of death attribute mana they received before entering the world, or perhaps an inherited bond from their parents. This attachment brought a sense of fulfillment to Vandalyu, though he couldn't help but wonder aloud, I wonder if a nobleman can be a ghoul king on the side? His gaze rose to meet the Orcus standing far taller than him, even at just 2 months old. Monster explanation: Black Goblins. A new race born through the influence of death attribute mana, Black Goblins start at rank 2 and surpass regular goblins in both ability and attribute values. They boast innate skills such as dark vision, status effect resistance, and enhanced agility from birth, enabling them to traverse complete darkness as though it were broad daylight. They exhibit a resistance to poisons, illnesses, and a heightened speed. With intelligence comparable to kobolds, Black Goblins can learn martial arts and weapon handling when taught. Their lifespan, about 40 years, is double that of typical goblins, although they lack the intense reproductive drive, as seen by their lower levels or complete absence of the breeding and endless sexual stamina skills. They mature slower too, taking 6 months as opposed to a mere month required by regular goblins in a devil's nest. Physically, they're somewhat larger, with distinct black skin, sharp ears, and eyes that lean towards a human-like visage. Being newly emerged, it's still uncertain if superior black goblin subspecies exist. Notably, any report of their existence, accompanied by evidence, could net a rewarding bounty from the Adventurers Guild for the discovery of a new monster race. Skill explanation: Status effect resistance. This skill offers a bulwark against a plethora of conditions, from poisons and illnesses to curses, fatigue, stress, sleep deprivation, hunger, asphyxia, and even enduring pain. Its bearer finds resilience in remaining at optimal performance. However, it doesn't safeguard against the consequences of overextending oneself. In the world where resilience meets adversity, a remarkable skill emerges: the art of sustaining peak form amidst the chaos of battle. This ability, though it doesn't erase the wounds or mana drained from conflict, empowers its masters to rise above the fray. Among the gifted races, centaurs, titans, draconids, demons, and other creations of Vita, this skill is as innate as breathing, woven into their very essence from birth. Yet, those outside this blessed circle face a grueling path to acquire it. They must endure the torment of negative status effects, a trial that few undertake and even fewer survive. The records of the Adventurers Guild outline 2 torturous paths: enduring the simultaneous ravages of poison and illness, or painstakingly building separate resistances until they merge into the much-coveted status effect resistance skill. Notably, no one has survived the first method, and the second demands a decade of relentless perseverance. Even then, it cannot fend off the insidious influence of the mind corruption skill, a testament to the mind's own perilous fragility in the face of such corruption. As a side note from your devoted translator, this chapter marks an experimental shift. I've introduced brackets to indicate speakers in the dialogue, aiming to clarify who speaks amidst the conversation's ebb and flow. The subtleties of each character's unique voice and word choice can sometimes be elusive in translation. I hope this will aid in bringing each character's distinct presence to life. Your feedback is always appreciated, so feel free to share your thoughts. With this, we close the curtain on the first volume of Death Mage. It's been a journey through the Shield Nation of Murg, and now we look ahead to the next saga, the sunken capital of the sun, Talashim, pronounced Talasheim, not Talosheim. A heartfelt thank you to all who have embarked on this adventure with me, to those who have shown their support and generosity. Translating this series, with its epic chapter lengths, was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet it is your unwavering enthusiasm that breathes life into this endeavor. If the story has captured your heart, consider spreading the word with 5-star ratings and thoughtful reviews. New volumes and adventures await. Stay tuned. Yoshi. The spies dispatched by Marshal Thomas Palpapek to track the movements of the ghouls returned swiftly upon reaching the daunting Boundary Mountain range, just as he had anticipated. Their report was peculiar. The mountain range was too treacherous for carriages, yet unmistakable traces of carriages were seen. Had the damper transformed these carriages with some arcane magic? Probably not. Nonetheless, it's clear they traversed the mountains. Pursuing them further would be futile, Thomas concluded with certainty. Upon receiving this report, Thomas Palpapek, without hesitation, abandoned the vampire's request to eliminate the damper. This mission had never been crucial to his survival. His life was not at stake. His position as marshal and his noble rank as earl remained unshakable. Another opportunity would arise to placate the vampires. He could endure the finance minister's reprimands and address his political rivals. This setback was one from which he could recover. Despite his anger and wounded pride, Thomas Palpapek was too pragmatic to pursue the damper at all costs. That's how it stands. I regret to inform you that I cannot assist further in the elimination of this damper, he said calmly to the vampire's familiar, which had made its usual appearance in his room. Though the vampire often derided Thomas, even he must have anticipated this outcome. Perhaps disposing of the damper wasn't essential for the vampires either. By your account, the damper is the Ghoul King and has crossed the mountain range, the vampire inquired, his tone sour rather than mocking, which caught Thomas off guard. Yes, that is correct, Thomas replied. Damn, this complicates matters. Are you sure you cannot do anything? No way to turn this situation around, the vampire pressed, his voice tinged with unexpected urgency, as though a grave mistake had been made. Can't you request help from adventurers or incite that religious fanatic somehow? The vampire suggested, desperation creeping in. To resort to such impossible proposals, you must truly be at wit's end, Thomas remarked dryly. It was feasible to enlist aid from the Adventurers Guild if the funds were available, but what person would risk their life to cross a mountain range teeming with devil's nests, confront a damper leading an army of ghouls, and then return? Even offering a fortune capable of bankrupting earldom might not entice anyone. High Priest Gordon, notorious for his zealotry, had considered pursuit, but the church had dissuaded him, and he had moved on to his next divine mission. Is there something unique about this damper? Thomas mused aloud. That's none of your concern, the vampire snapped, his familiar hastily departing through the open window. Bemused, Thomas shook his head, deciding that if it indeed bore no relevance to him, he'd rather remain uninformed. He had no desire to uncover all of the vampire's secrets. Some truths were best left undiscovered. Indeed, there was something extraordinary about this damper. Otherwise, it would not have survived infancy nor united the ghouls. However, this wasn't compelling enough for Thomas to risk everything in pursuit. As the nation's marshal, one must exercise particular caution. The Orbaum Kingdom was home to formidable monsters and was forever under threat. The emergence of a damper was merely another threat added to an already overflowing list. Though it wasn't a pleasant incident, it didn't warrant panic. As long as the nation continued to bolster its military strength and economic prowess, all while remaining vigilant, there was little to fear. Despite any power that the damper and the ghouls might accumulate, they couldn't shatter a fortress in an instant like a high-rank dragon might. Realizing his black tea had grown cold, he summoned a servant to replace it. After savoring a fresh cup, he resolved to rest, brushing aside further contemplation of the vampire who would soon be occupied. Serkran Ozba, the vampire nobleman, found himself unsettled. He paced restlessly, swirling crimson liquid in his glass as annoyance bubbled to the surface. Foolish, so foolish, damn it all, he muttered, gnashing his fangs. Should other vampires witness Serkran's display, they might question his nobility, but he had no time for decorum. As Thomas Palpapek predicted, a damper's appearance wasn't a direct threat to vampires allied with the evil gods. It was merely an event, a game, if you will. Unless the damper was born of a pure breed, eliminating them alongside their vampire parent was straightforward, garnering praise from the higher ranks. Yet, exceptions lingered like shadows. When a damper grew into adulthood, amassed power, or ventured to the continent's southern regions, the threat shifted. The pure breed who commanded Serkrant as a parent demanded these scenarios be avoided. Adult Dhampirs harbored strength akin to their vampire ancestors, sans the usual weaknesses, posing potential issues. Should they gather forces, they could wield their power, even toppling entire nations, as one notorious Damper-led mercenary group had done, though whispered only among vampires. In the continent's southern realms, beyond the boundary mountain range, thrived vampires worshipping the goddess Vita. Small in number but formidable, some allegedly fought alongside Vita's true ancestor against Alda's forces eons ago. Should Dhampirs ally with them, a war between factions wasn't impossible. The Vita faction, recognizing Dhampirs as the goddess's children, displayed an unpredictable loyalty. Serkrant set his mind at ease about these murmurings. The treacherous subordinate vampire, whose only virtue was resisting sunlight, lay defeated. Information about the Dark Elf Mother had reached Marshal Palpapek, and zealots had consigned her to flames. Though the infant Damper survived, serendipitously appearing in a devil's nest leading ghouls, the Marshal's army aimed for extermination. Serkrant saw no need to personally intervene, at least, not yet. Neither had he dispatched his subordinates, for Serkrant's expectations had been disastrously naive. Against all odds, the Damper had succeeded in leading the ghouls across the treacherous mountain range. Maybe they had stealthily traveled alongside it, eluding the Marshal's spies, but even Serkrant understood that pinning hopes on an unconfirmed theory was reckless. This cursed, audacious, mixed-blood child. Serkrant exclaimed in exasperation. You have done things in the wrong order. How on earth had that child managed to amass such power and conquer that perilous mountain range before even reaching adulthood? His anger simmered, knowing that Vandalu would likely retort, because you pushed us to the brink. Faced with the necessity to report this failure to the noble-born vampire who outranked him, Serkrant reluctantly stood, smoothing his disheveled hair with a comb. Magic-bound obligations meant he could ill afford to shirk this unpleasant duty. In truth, Serkrant was the puppet master behind the Merg Shield Nation's Marshal, Earl Thomas Palpapek, yet he was but another vampire ensconced in a bureaucratic role. Meanwhile, coming down from the mountain range had transformed Teria into a vision of vitality, almost as though her prior frailty had been nothing more than altitude sickness. Still, her advanced age lingered, and Vandalu resolved to use his youth transformation on her once circumstances stabilized. Well then, we're off to explore the Devil's Nest, Vandalu announced, his mana replenished after a night's rest. Though he could have sent lemurs and undead bugs to scout ahead, nothing matched the clarity of seeing with his own eyes. Moreover, he needed to ascertain the extent to which the Devil's Nest ruins undead would heed his command. The scouting expedition comprised Vandalu, Sam, Saria, Rita, Bonebird, Zadiris, and several rank 4 and above ghouls. The remainder would be shielded by Vigoro and his ghoul warriors, alongside Bone Monkey and the other undead. Leave everything to us, Vigoro declared confidently. Make sure you come back safely, Van. It's a man's duty to hunt and return to the waiting women, Badia advised warmly. Yes, Badia, Vandalu replied. I trust you'll take good care of her. With Badia watching over the live-dead, he set out. Despite his demeanor suggesting a mere excursion, he was acutely aware of the weighty responsibilities upon him. Within the Devil's Nest ruins lay the promise of food to sustain the 600 ghouls and monsters that had followed him. Although death attribute magic allowed him to preserve food without cost beyond expending his mana, the burden of his duty bore heavy. Don't be so tense, your shoulders are like stone, Zadiris chided gently, offering a soothing shoulder massage. Ah, right there, Vandalu sighed in blissful relief. This is heaven. At nearly 3, he was unexpectedly discovering the all-consuming pleasure of a shoulder massage from someone nearly 3 centuries old, albeit post-youth transformation. His eyelids momentarily drooped, caught in the spell of relaxation. No, I mustn't fall asleep, he murmured, shaking off the drowsiness with his skill. Status effect resistance. Sam, let's go. Certainly, echoed Sam, with renewed vigor. Vandalyu and his party pressed onward into the enigmatic depths of the Devil's Nest ruins. Composed of smaller, distinct devil's nests, the core was a lifeless place overgrown with vines and moss, encircled by an even more mysterious expanse. It was here that his quest truly began, hidden beneath protective bony ridges, and emitted a low, guttural growl as they lunged forward. The creatures, resembling oversized, prehistoric lizards, were none other than the scale-bound skinks, formidable foes that usually haunted the deeper parts of the forest ruins. Stay alert. These creatures aren't just brawn. They have a cunning streak, Sam warned, his carriage wheels shifting as he prepared for a quick retreat or a charge, depending on the need. Zadiris, with her wisdom and perception, had already spotted their weakness. The joints where their scales met were less protected. Focusing her spell, she summoned a cascade of ethereal blades to strike at these vulnerabilities. Rita, ever decisive, moved with a fluid grace, her glaive tracing lethal arcs in the air as she joined the effort to repel the attack. Let's keep our heads. Remember to aim for the gaps in their armor, Rita called out, her voice carrying over the clamor of the battle. Meanwhile, Vandalyu was calm, his mind an oasis of tranquility amidst chaos. Channeling his vast reservoir of mana, he conjured a whirling vortex of shadow to ensnare a leading skink, rendering it utterly powerless. Did you notice how their presence reveals the foundation layers of this ruin? They're defending something, a secret perhaps? Vandalyu mused, his curiosity piqued by the enigma that now stood before them. As the last of the scale-bound skinks fell, a serene stillness descended upon the forest once more. With an assuring nod, Zadiris dusted off her robes, and the party resumed their cautious exploration of the tangled ruin paths, each mind racing with whispers of what might be unearthed in such ancient confines. With every step deeper into the verdant shroud of the forest, the air grew heavier with history, as if the trees themselves crooned tales of ages past. Vandalyu's resolve was stronger than ever. Together, they would unravel the mysteries hidden beneath the roots, the echoes of battles fought and won long before their time. And perhaps, just perhaps, they might find a place, a treasure or a weapon, that would tip the scales in their favor, or introduce new wonders entirely. The path ahead was unknown, but with each formidable challenge, Vandalyu and his companions grew closer, not only as a team navigating the dangers of these shadowy depths, but as united souls drawn by a shared destiny. The adventure was only beginning, and the remnants of forgotten worlds awaited their discovery. The enigmatic creatures before him stood with a fierce presence. Their eyes, akin to vertical slits like those of reptiles, and mouths brimming with teeth as sharp as the infamous flying sharks. They bore their menacing stature on hind legs, equipped with claws sharp as knives. Though they measured just about 2 meters tall, every inch of them bared the likeness of dinosaurs. Despite their intentions to catch the ghouls unawares, Vandalyu's keen sense life had picked up their presence, allowing the ghoul warriors to respond with decisive swiftness and overpower them effortlessly. "Ooh-hoo," Vandalyu uttered in awe, his gaze fixed upon the motionless reptilian beasts. His heart stirred deeply. He had experienced this enthrallment when first he laid eyes on wyverns, but now, before him lay genuine dinosaurs, creatures once relegated to extinct relics on Earth and Origin. Memories stirred of his childhood, when his uncle had denied him a much-anticipated school excursion to a museum. To him, dinosaurs were the very embodiment of prehistoric wonders, and witnessing their majestic remains in a museum had been a silent wish he held dearly. "Boy, I think we should be moving on," Zadiris prompted. "King, do these giant lizards taste good?" a ghoul inquired. "They do not seem to belong to the dragon race," mused Sam thoughtfully. For Zadiris and her companions, these creatures were nothing more than rank 3 or 4 lizard monsters, devoid of their fanciful dinosaur allure, leaving them perplexed by Vandalyu's fascination. "Perhaps if we gather enough of them, we could use some remains for crafting materials and keep the rest as skeleton specimens for a personal museum," Vandalyu mused aloud, eventually noting the bemusement of his comrades after his imagination had started to soar. Following this memorable encounter with the raptor-like creatures, their journey was punctuated with further ambushes, ranging from trivial goblins abundant in many lands to massive dragonflies. They grappled with Ents, slow-moving behemoths swayed by deforestation from Bugin's village, and required vigilance against their sweeping branches and vines. Even mightier foes of rank 4 and higher challenged them. A colossal 5-meter-long saber tiger and a formidable horned bull projecting deadly 30-centimeter horns as weapons. One lesson stood clear from these relentless encounters. There really are quite the number of monsters in this devil's nest, commented Sam. Indeed. While abundant prey is favorable for hunting, our progress is negligible, added Saria. The journey hindered by both beast and botany, concentrated in ruins overgrown with wild vegetation. Their sluggish advance, a mere kilometer traversed, posed a stark contrast against their goals. Is it because adventurers don't tread these paths that so many monsters roam unchecked? Vandalyu pondered aloud. That is part of it, replied Zadiris. But also, there are likely no ghouls in this region. So monsters like needle wolves, traditionally unintelligent, and even the normally cowardly goblins dare to challenge us, ignorant of our strength. Indeed, adventurers had shied away from these verdant ruins, hemmed in by the boundary mountain range, leaving the monster populace unchecked. Without ghouls to serve as deterrents, the monsters boldly charged at these intruders without comprehension of the peril they faced. If their theories proved true, the ghouls would need to assume the role of disciplining these foes until they learned the wisdom of retreat. Thus, the place might bloom into an ideal site for establishing a new village. Well, it seems that most of the monsters have stopped attacking us already, Zadiris observed, casting her eyes towards the line of living dead trailing after Sam. Vandalyu had repurposed their defeated foes into an entourage that wouldn't fit within Sam's confines, symbolizing not just victory but the promise of their unfolding journey. Another, they parted like a curtain drawing aside, making way for a spectacle that was both eerie and strangely magnificent. The undead, seeming to recognize the strength and purpose in them, stood as silent guardians in this land where time had twisted reality. The air was thick with the residue of ancient battles, where the lingering presence of the Titan nation spoke in whispers carried by the wind, brushing past the travelers now venturing through the Forsaken Kingdom. Each step Vandalyu and his companions took resounded on the cobblestone streets, echoing from the towering relics of a civilization long reduced to myth and marrow. Their path glittered dimly under the dust of ages, a melancholic pathway through the skeletal remnants that were once very much alive. Intrigued by the mysterious history of the Titans, Vandalyu felt the weight of tragedy and valor alike pressing upon him. Here, his own essence as an anomaly in a world of prejudices seemed destined to resonate with this place, where greatness and ruin intertwined. "These streets have stories," said Sam, his spectral voice barely above a respectful whisper, as if speaking to anyone who might yet listen from those timeless shadows. Once, they thronged with the pulsating life of Titans, vibrant and unyielding. They were strong, mused Zadiris, her eyes scanning the colossal architecture towering above. It shows these monuments aspire to touch the sky, much like the dreams of those who built them. Vandalyu paused to consider the monumental structures, feeling a touch of wonder mixed with solemnity. His heart spoke to the silent, stone giants, acknowledging their strength that still held sway amid decay. Here, the past seemed tangible, reaching out to the present through the towering relics. "Even bones like these speak volumes," Vandalyu said quietly, as if to remind his companions that sometimes remnants carried their own spirit, a testament to things that refused to be forgotten. But what drew his focus now was the slow emergence of a Titan zombie, shambling forward with the silent plea of history reawakening. As they advanced deeper into the heart of the ruins, the understanding began to crystallize within Vandalyu that this journey was more than mere exploration. It was a silent vow to acknowledge and release the untold stories embedded within honor, defeat, and the indefatigable spirit of the Titan race. Their past, his present, interwoven destinies gathered at the crossroads of life renewed and stories reborn, of only 1 to 4 rather than larger litters. Their dark fur is often seen as an ill omen, but it is actually a testament to their inherently magical nature. As the mighty Anubis stood bowed before Vandalu, the atmosphere was charged with a tension that seemed to vibrate through the air. The ghouls shifted uneasily, exchanging glances of uncertainty and surprise. Yet, Vandalu remained an enigma, his unchanging expression a mask for the whirling thoughts beneath. "Well, this is quite unexpected," he mused internally, the wheels of his mind turning rapidly. The old temple lay eerily silent, a resting place for souls tormented by their past lives, or perhaps simply guardians awaiting guidance. "Did you hear that, Sam?" Vandalu's voice broke the stillness, calm yet tinged with curiosity. The spectral carriage driver, Sam, floated his ethereal form slightly forward, a smile ghosting his translucent features. "Indeed, Bakken, it seems you are more than who you think you are to these undead." A soft chuckle, more a breath than a sound, escaped Vandalu's lips. He, the bewildered boy thrust into a world that defied the norms of the living, found himself standing at the crossroads of destiny and the undead paradoxes that surrounded him. With their kneeling forms and unwavering devotion, the skeletal troupe had become an audience, a testament to the unknown legacy of his presence. "So," Vandalu began, a hint of determination edging his words, "let us talk, gather these remnants of what once was, and shape a future that might yet surprise even the wisest among us." It was with these thoughts in mind that Vandalu strode confidently forward, a touch of authority in each step as he addressed the assembly of silent sentinels. His path was uncertain, yet full of hope, carved by both the living and those who now sought solace in his shadow. The undead priest's eyes, glowing, hollow relics of its humanity, sought some whisper of validation from its savior. And in that instant, a bridge forged from acceptance and mutual understanding spanned the chasm between 2 worlds. As the narrative unfolded in a harmony of whispered ghostly breaths and the resolute echo of footsteps, Vandalu's journey was but beginning, a tale of life entwined with the inevitables of death. Together with his eclectic entourage, the tapestry they wove told of adventures unforeseen, filled with magic and, ultimately, the unexpected bonds that bound them all in an unyielding fate. In the realm of the extraordinary, the Anubis race stands apart, a captivating blend of mystery and marvel. Unlike their kobold counterparts, who reach maturity within 3 fleeting months, Anubises take a full 10 months to blossom into their full form. These intriguing beings possess the appearance of humans cloaked in rich, dark skin, crowned with the striking black-furred heads and tails reminiscent of canines. With a little ingenuity, they have the uncanny ability to mask their animalistic features, weaving a perfect illusion to blend seamlessly among humans. Though purely speculative at this point, it is suggested that while the average kobold's life spans a mere 30 years, an Anubis might enjoy a lifetime stretching over twice that duration. The enigma of Anubises is only heightened by their recent emergence in the world. Thus, the depths of their potential remain a tantalizing mystery. Could there be even grander races of Anubises waiting to reveal themselves? Such questions linger in the minds of adventurers and scholars alike. Indeed, uncovering and proving the existence of these mystical beings to the esteemed Adventurers Guild could herald a handsome reward for the discoverer, a bounty for unveiling the genesis of a new race of monsters. Yet, amidst the shadows of uncertainty, this remains a formidable challenge, as evidence is elusive in the present day. O prophesied Holy Sun, thank you for gracing us with your presence and descending upon the capital of eternal light, Talashim. We plead for your divine intervention and salvation, as we stand on the brink of fading into dust. A voice echoed, its source a mummy-like undead with hands joined in fervent prayer. Vandalu, taken aback by this unexpected greeting, stood in silence for a moment. He was jolted back when a familiar voice called out, "Hey, Vandalu, are you all right?" It was Darshia, her words full of concern. "Ah, yes, Vandeleur replied, collecting himself. I'm fine, just a bit startled. Could you please explain? Certainly, O holy son. I am Noiza, the Lich, the undead declared. In life, Liches had wielded profound magic skills, retaining their wisdom even in death. Noiza, determined to enlighten Vandeleur, continued. The vision before you, holy son, is the once glorious city-nation of Talashim, the capital of the sun, inhabited by titans. This place thrived through ancient secrets left by the champion Zakhert and blessings from the goddess Vita. However, ravaged by the Merg Shield Nation's invasion 2 centuries ago, it now lies as a devil's nest. We implore you to save us from this fate. I'm sorry, but could you elaborate a bit more? Vandeleur interjected. Navigating this conversation required both patience and a willingness to steer the dialogue gently. Noiza shared the tale. 100 T.